is Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. That's a very short one. I felt like a very short intro today. That is Wednesday My Dudes remix by Sam_D. 279 subscribers. That video has 139,000 views. What a disparity. Hey JJ, how's it going? It is Wednesday. I should be getting a new mouse today. So I should be able to make some new VTuber costumes that I was unable to do yesterday. Because my middle mouse button is pissing me off. No one wanted you to act cute, middle mouse button. We've got a few videos to look at. Let's take a look at Last Terminal Network. This is a really, really good channel. Hasn't put out a video in a year. All of a sudden, 2 days ago, puts out this one. About DSP and Pandali is 7 years separated. Deserves more views, for sure. I'll link it. Rewind.
Huh? I'm finally home.
Ah, the digital age, a place where connections are made, lives intertwined, and hearts broken, all under the relentless gaze of the public eye. For one YouTuber, known to his followers as Darkside Phil, and his longtime partner, Panda Lee, the story of their romance was as public as it gets. They shared their highs, their lows, and everything in between, with a fervent audience who watched, commented. But as with many stories told in the public eye, the fairy tale romance between Phil and Panda Lee came to an unexpected and abrupt end. Why did Panda Lee break up with DSP, you may ask? Probably because he treated her like garbage when she had to go to a hospital for a medical emergency, a panic attack. Oh, poor Philip decided to then make her medical ordeal public with a clickbait emergency vlog. What a guy. Phil bought Panda Lee a $100-and-something ring and proposed to her with zero intention to marry. But after Phil left Panda Lee by herself to fend off the cadre of medical staff, the engagement was poof gone. Then, on a chilly evening, the kind that makes you reach for a warm blanket and a cup of gin. Phil sat alone in his office, the glow of his computer screen casting an eerie light on his monstrous face. He knew it was time to break the news to the world. The words weighed heavy on his mind and heart as he prepared to tell his loyal followers that Panda Lee, or Liana as her family knew her, was no longer part of his life. He turned to TwitLonger, a tool used by many to share messages too lengthy for a single tweet. And as he began to type, the reality of the situation hit him harder than ever before. For the first time ever, you'll hear that tweet spoken in Pigroach technology.
Computing? What is this, No, I'm not a moron.
Since there's tons of speculation and it makes sense to clear it up, yes, it's true that Liana and I have broken up. We actually broke up a while ago. And
It's really funny how like AI replicated voices of DSP always end up deeper than his actual voice, which pretty much just confirms that he pitches it up himself which is something that you see with child predators and people of arrested development. Just saying.
She moved out 2 weeks ago. We purposely agreed to keep quiet to prevent any unnecessary drama on either
It's so
side,
bizarre.
being that we both have public...
Like, whenever he's doing the React stuff and you're hearing, like, a bunch of different people speak, or when you're watching a pre-stream, and you're hearing, like, other people talk, and then you hear DSP talk, it's like, dude, what is this guy trying to sound like? It's like he's doing an impression of a nerdy guy. Just wait, wait, he just, like, pitches it up. You know what I'm talking about. So we get... Can't even make a fucking impression about it. It's so ridiculous.
personas, social media presence, and we're still on good speaking terms. This is a personal matter between us dealing with behind-the-scenes
Give him like an
occurrences,
acid
feelings
face
that,
voice,
quite frankly, are nobody's business
unintentionally.
but our own. I wish Leanna the best. I still talk with her regularly.
No, you
And
don't.
we'd both appreciate it if you'd respect our privacy on this matter. As in, don't bother asking for details, because you won't get them. In fact, this is probably the only time I'll really address it, as I'd prefer to move on positively and focus on the future. There will not be any videos made on this subject. Thanks for understanding.
Fucking piece of shit. This piece of fucking shit. Come on.
I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct, legally, everything was right, and now I get fucked.
Such a good channel. I don't know why they didn't make a video in over a year, but I'm glad they're back, hopefully. Hopefully there's more coming from them, more Chris Chan videos, more DSP videos. It's funny that they came back with a DSP video when the channel is mostly known for Chris Chan. Like, all the top videos are Chris videos. All of them. Scroll down. How far down do you have to scroll to even get a non-Chris related video? It seems weird given, like, all the updates. There's the DSP one, the Wolverine toy, the birthday disaster story. All retold in wonderful Vault Tech technology that is the last terminal network. There are other channels that I haven't really highlighted, but deserve more recognition. They just show up in my feed sometimes. What Froggadoo? I don't know. What did Froggadoo? I don't know. We'll see. Frogga better be on his best behavior, or else Frog is gonna get a tongue lashing.
Bunch of complete nonsense.
Not Frogga like, you know, the streamer Frogga, but I'm speaking in metaphors.
I was listening to an old stream of Phil's the other day, hoping to catch a little nugget of truth that I could pile on a bunch of complete nonsensical speculation, conspiracy shit nonsense. And this is that video.
This is Fear Paste.
DSP and the bad gas pills. And it all started a long time ago, all the way back in 2017.
So I gotta go to the lobby. Oh my god, excuse me!
No.
I can't stop. I don't stop. I won't stop. I wish I knew how to stop. I'm gonna have to go take some gas pills. Extreme gas reduction pills.
Here we see Phil offhandedly mention bad gas pills. Now, I know what you're thinking. Fear paste. This doesn't prove anything. You should be finger snapped out of existence. But wait, I've got evidence to prove that Philip Burnell takes gas pills. Lots of evidence.
You know what I got? I got the bubble guts right now. I got bad
Oh,
gas in my
no.
stomach, and it feels like I'm gonna have to take a dump. It
Brace
feels like in 5
yourselves.
minutes I'm gonna have to
This
take
is
like
one
a
of those
steamy dump.
videos.
So I got bubble guts for the Tilted Towers. Oh, I just got a sharp pain in my groin. Ah, gas. Oh, ow. God damn it. Fuck. Aaron Richard Jordan says, give me a sec. You gotta hurry, dude. Dude, I gotta take a shit. You understand that I gotta take a steamy dump? It's building up in my colon right now. I got the bubble guts. It's killing me. I gotta use the bathroom, bro. Come on. It's taking so long with you guys. Fuck.
You know what I like about the new VTuber software is it has like somewhat expression tracking. Sometimes the expression will change depending on what it sees from my face. But it's not sensitive enough because it would be doing the sad face right now if it was.
I'm not having another Super Mario Maker 2 situation here where I'm holding in a shit for 2 hours. I can't do it. I can't do that tonight, alright? I already destroyed my colon enough last time. I can't do that shit again. Alright?
Yeah, you get your colon
So I would have
destroyed
a Hot
regularly.
Pocket, and I would
Dude,
get
I'm
such
sure.
a bad stomach ache and bad, just like stomach. Oh, fuck. It's too late. I had such bad stomach problems from eating the Hot Pockets late night. I would not be able to sleep. It was to the point where, like, there was I swear to you, there was a day or two years ago I had to take off from streaming because I got no sleep because my stomach was killing me all fucking night from eating goddamn Hot Pockets. And I'm like, dude, I'm never doing that shit again. I can't, you know.
So we've established motive for the use of bad gas pills. Phil has a documented history of reporting that he has bad gas bubble guts to his audience. But what about opportunity? Well, we've got that too.
Hands celebratory resub for 5 months. Thank you. He says, I've been eating canned beans for a week. Tips for dealing with bad gas? Yeah, Gas X. Beano or Gas X. Two perfectly good medications for that. Reduce that gas that comes out your ass.
Help.
Gas X. And here's a nice Kodama waiting for me. Very nice. Yes, there's actually one called Beano. It's called Beano.
So now that we've established that Phil is not only aware of bad gas pills in general, but can specifically name 2 brands of gas pills, we've got the motive and opportunity nailed down. But what about the means? Phil has bad gas and has the knowledge of existence of bad gas pills. But does that mean he has the wherewithal to obtain and take said pills? The answer, my friends, is yes.
Retro Jim did a 100-bit cheer. Biggest cheer of the night. And he says, does cat spray me with Febreze, particularly on gassy evenings? You want to know the truth? Yes. If it's a really bad night and, like, we ate something that really causes me to have intense gas, she'll literally go in the closet and grab Febreze and spray it all near me. She won't spray it directly on me, but she'll spray it all near me. Usually,
Man,
we have some kind
how
of nice
humiliating.
going that makes the house smell good. Like we have plug-in air freshener things that we plug into the living room anyway. Sometimes we have candles that will burn and stuff like that. But no, if it's a really bad night, yes, she will spray. If she has to, she has to. And by the way,
that's someone who hates you. That's someone who doesn't respect you. That's someone who wishes you would not be in the same room as them. You're sitting there farting and just like, dude, you're just sitting there just like being a little kid, just like the kid playing Mafia 3. And the mom is like, go to the bathroom, go take a shit. And the kid's like, I don't want, no, hold on, wait. And he's like literally shitting himself. And then Kat has to get up off the couch, go get air freshener, and just spray around this fucking festering pile of disgusting rat shit. Like, no wonder they sleep in separate beds.
Not to be super disgusting. Yes, I have like gas pills and stuff. If I get like so bloated with gas, I'll take a gas pill. And I don't want to.
Dude, go to the fucking bathroom. Go to the bathroom.
Disgusting for my whole family.
Go to the bathroom.
So I do try to, if it's a major
You're shitting
problem,
yourself. Go to the bathroom.
Okay.
No, Snork.
So
I don't
there we
wanna.
have
No, hold
conclusive
on.
proof that Phil takes gas pills. But the bad gas pills did not eliminate the problem party, because Phil was treating the symptom and not the cause, as we see in the following clip.
So there you go. I turned away from the mic to belch. Boylum says common courtesy goes a long way. Well, there you go.
This is like a very bad diet.
There you go.
Like, he drinks seltzer water all day, and he puts gin in it. You know why he drinks seltzer water? So he can have his mixer for his alcohol and stay slightly buzzed throughout the day. Which, by the way, drinking in the morning is a bad idea. It just makes you depressed. If you're gonna drink, do it in the evening and do it with friends. Just drinking in the morning makes you sad, which is why he has such mood swings and such anger issues and temper problems.
No. See, we're learning. It took 12
Yes.
and a half years, but we're learning.
But you're forgetting
And in
them
5 minutes, I'll just
quicker
burp
than
right
you're
into the mic
learning.
because it's gonna. My problem is that my burps aren't necessarily. I don't feel them coming. Sometimes they're so violent and so quick that they take me by surprise. I'll be, what the fuck? I wasn't expecting that.
That's not normal.
It's not okay. The difference between burps and farts is usually when you have to fart, you can feel like a bubble gum. You know what I mean? Like you can feel it coming. Or like, all right, this is bad. I gotta, get out of the way or go to the bathroom or whatever. But when you burp,
don't, though.
you really can't prepare for it. At least for me, I can't prepare for it. It just kind of explodes out of nowhere. It shocks me. It rocks me and shocks me.
Not
But
funny.
Phil kept at it. He kept on taking the pills.
So, yeah, if I'm sitting here and I can't stop belching, I'm gassy as fuck, I'll go take a gas pill. But I'll do it so rarely, so that way when I really, really need it, because I'm bloated and in pain, it works. You see? I have like partial lactose intolerance. So allow me to explain what that means. I can eat cheese. I just
It's
pay
lactose
for it depending on
racism.
the level and the amount.
Lactose
So for
bigotry.
example, I can eat pizza.
He's not
I
intolerant.
can eat, like,
He's
a couple
bigoted
pieces.
towards.
If I eat more than a couple
Wow.
pieces, I'll be in the bathroom for the rest of the day, and I'll have gas pains all day long. So, the thing is, when I'm going to eat pizza on Saturday, likely what I'll do is I'll take some gas pain pills, like gas pills already early, to be ready for it. It's just one of the things that happens, It's not for lactose intolerance where I get sick.
It's
just
not a
I
thing
have
that happens.
Kind of an issue with it. So, can't stop farting. Any advice? Use the bathroom or take gas pills. They sell them. I don't know if you knew that. Basically, if I'm going to eat dairy, what I'll do is I'll take like a gas pill or something. If I take like a gas pill before I eat the dairy, then I can eat it and I don't get insane bloating and problems. Because some people like take Lactaid. I mean, I guess that would probably have the same effect, but I usually I take like a gas pill, then it's negated. I can eat whatever I want. Not a big deal. Because again, it's not like I'm allergic to it. It's just I have problems with it. Like I said, my mom
Yeah,
is
that's
even
funny.
worse
That-
than me. She has even more
That
problems.
reminds me of him. Every time anyone brings up his back problems, he says, "Oh, one of my herniated discs was the one that controls your ability to go to the bathroom." And it's like, did you really have back problems, or did you just have incontinence and you just worked your way backwards and tried to blame it on your back? I don't know.
Problems
I don't want to think about it.
with it.
Remember how Phil recently went to a Cold Stone Creamery on his day off? Well, I've got something to say about that as well. Take it away, Phil.
And I'm going to explain why in a minute, all right? So we go in there, and immediately we look around and we're like, whoa, this is wild. They have all these different kinds of ice cream that you wouldn't think of,
In an ice cream store.
Insane, like over-the-top peanut butter
Whoa!
cup.
This ice cream store has
like
ice
berries
cream.
and cream with real
What?
berry pieces smashed in.
Smash.
Like strawberry shortcake, strawberries and cake pieces.
Whoa,
really in the ice
in a
cream and
Cold
stuff
Stone
like that.
Creamery?
Incredibly
I'd be
over
like,
the top,
whoa,
decadent,
too.
decadent stuff. And we're like, oh man, now here's the thing. I don't really have
I'd be like
sweet
a
tooth
kid in
anymore.
Willy
I
Wonka's
don't. Like, I
chocolate
lost my
factory,
sweet
just
tooth as I got
baffled by
older.
what's going
I
on.
much would prefer more savory foods. When it comes to being sweet, like the only thing I can think of that I really like is chocolate or
rewind
savory
that.
foods.
Here's the thing, I don't really have a sweet tooth anymore. I don't. Like, I lost my sweet tooth as I got older. I would rather prefer savory foods. Like, well, I guess Kat didn't lose her sweet tooth. Maybe you need to, like, slap her around, get that sweet tooth out of her mouth, because it's not working out for her.
When it comes to being sweet, like
It's really weird. Like, the fatter Kat got, the more health conscious DSP pretended to be. That's something to really keep in mind.
the only thing I can think of that I really like is chocolate. I don't crave.
I didn't have a sweet tooth. I just really like chocolate. That's about it. Okay. Well, that's okay. All right, Phil. Just no point. No point in arguing.
Sugary
You're an idiot.
fruit caramel portions. Now, recently, I tried to have ice cream. I'm gay, and I discovered that if I take a maximum strength gas pill right after eating the ice cream, I don't have the problem, which was excellent because I love ice cream. So I ended up having ice cream for the first time, and no exaggeration, in like years the other day, and I had no problem with it.
Not sure if you're a carpenter, but you're going to need a measuring tape.
So there we have it. As recently as the 29th of May, 2023, Philip Burnell was still taking gas pills, and I think it highly probable in that case that on the Cold Stone Creamery Day, Philip Burnell did indeed take a bad gas pill. QED. The final question remains. What does this all mean? Well, probably nothing. Anyway, thank you for watching. I have to go.
Thank you, Fear-Based. Believe it or not, there's another one. There's another one on the same topic. Help me. Help me, God.
Old Man Burnell has been particularly unhinged recently, and during one of his demented rants, he had this to say about anyone who was criticising him.
Alright? You need to fucking move on. Either move on from watching me, or you need to stop hating on me on a daily fucking basis. Alright?
Now see, I could do that, Philip, but what I'd actually...
Like, does he even really understand the words that are coming out of his mouth? Either leave me alone, or leave me alone. Whichever one, it's your choice. Pick it. Choose whatever you want. Either stop watching me, or stop making fun of me, okay? I know I tried to open up with a cliche, but I kind of lost the cliche in the recesses of my mind. Hey, thanks, Phil. It's like when he had Keemstar in his chat, and he's like, so what do you want me to do, Keemstar? Do you want me to ban you, or do you want me to, yeah, I don't know. Tell me, what do I do?
prefer to do...
And then he just ended up banning him.
...is make fun of you for
Or I
shouting
guess blocking him is more accurate, because it doesn't really ban him off anything.
your pants.
Instar Ruchus, I thought you said someone sharded. I was very confused. Oh, that was me. I sharded in my pants. I had to change it during the break.
Bruh.
I know what you're thinking. Phil's just
What
joking
day?
here. Doesn't mean anything.
I need my new mouse.
And I mostly agree. However, many a true word is said in
Let me
jest,
check. It's not
and Phil
showing up.
suspiciously doesn't push back on accusations of sharting.
The fart inhaler tipped $1.
Amazon
He
is
says,
evil,
devour
but
it
I'm
and
glad
shard
they
it out.
have
That's the intention, actually. Thank you very much, Shard
next
Inhaler.
day
for the tip.
delivery.
Okay, there you go. Mr. Perfect tipped me $1.
The things we
It
tolerate.
says, Buddy sent me a clip of you letting out a big wet fart in the middle of Whole Foods.
God damn it, man.
The cashier lane.
Why
Please
even
address
read
this, or I'll
that?
be upping the full 30-second clip to Twitter. Wow. Well, first of all, a 30-second fart? Like, a 30-second fart is not a fart. That's a shart. There's no way someone's farting for a consistent 30 seconds and there's not pieces of shit flying out of their anus.
Kill
That's
me.
just impossible,
Just-
all right?
just
And I know,
smite
because
me,
I've had some
God.
pretty big farts before, but there's no way you can maintain that length of gas, escaping without also getting some other pieces into the mix, all right?
Dude.
There's no way. So number one, that's...
God, put a red dot on my forehead and pull the trigger. Let me put this video over to the other platform because I need to check Amazon and see when this mouse is arriving. We're at 143. Okay. I'll skip ahead a little bit accidentally. Whoops, I'm skipping ahead. Oh no, 150.
Number two, I've never been to Whole Foods in my entire life. Not once ever have I stepped foot into a single Whole Foods store, okay? But like I said, I've never even been in a Whole Foods in my entire life. So if indeed there is a clip out there of me farting for 30 seconds in a Whole Foods, it's got to be doctored. It's got to be fake because I've never been in a Whole Foods and I certainly have never farted for 30 seconds. I've sharted, but I've never farted for 30 seconds, okay?
Kill me.
So there you go.
Doesn't Phil sound extremely well versed in the mechanics of sharting? Really makes you think. He also denies
wish it
going to
didn't.
Whole Foods, but not sharting. This next video is not strictly on topic, but I decided to include it anyway, because Phil is straight up fantasizing about shart terrorism.
My favorite public place to rip a fart? Oh, dude, I love to go right into the food court of a local mall. Right in the middle of like 10 tables full of people enjoying their delicious fast food. And I just spin and I rip as hard as I can. You know, sometimes I fart so hard I shart.
I was trying to be funny, but my brain stopped,
brown
so I'm just
cloud.
like, you know.
And- oh! Some people, their facial hair singes right off their face. It's great. That's my favorite, dude.
Bear in mind that Phil can't tell you what his favourite TV show is. but he can tell you where his favourite place to shart himself is. Moreover, Phil is happy to straight up admit it. I'm very sorry for burying the lead like this, but here's some clips of Phil literally admitting to sharting his pants.
Pants shitter tipped me $3 and asked did I ever shit my pants because I shit myself constantly. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think we all have at some point in our lives, whether you were younger or whether it was just an accident that randomly happened. Yeah, every once in a while you have a problem. Not often, but it's happened. I'm not gonna lie. Well, Bill Clinton is a black man. Tipped me $3. That's if I ever sharted. You mean shit during a fart? Of course, everyone has. All right, here we go. Ready? Crabcock asked, have I ever sharted my pants? Yes, absolutely. I've sharted my pants. I'm an honest dude. Absolutely. You know, you think there's going to be a big gassy explosion. Instead, you get a little wet sensation. It's the most uncomfortable thing in the world. And then you squat over to this bathroom. You're embarrassed as shit. Like, as shit, literally. Okay. PW Dubs wants to know if I ever sharted myself. Yes, of course I have.
Not only does he admit it, he also admits that it's a frequent occurrence.
Gino says, how often do I shit my pants due to my old age? Well, it's not actually, I'm not actually like shitting my pants, but I definitely shart a lot. Like I have to fart a lot, and then when I fart, I shart, and sometimes it squirts. It's pretty disgusting. The Art of War Magic. Kevin says, just wait till you start balding. You mean I already am. Dude. I already am balding. It's already happened.
Like, I didn't know about that. Like, he sharts a lot. That's what he says. He tells you. He sharts a lot. And I'm pretty sure he's not lying about that. I'm pretty sure he's not just intentionally being gross because he's autistic and he thinks being gross is funny. I think he's accidentally telling the truth because he doesn't know how gross that is because he's autistic. And he thinks it's like normal, and people don't recoil in horror at hearing that.
Does Phil shart on stream? Let's find out.
Yes.
Wow. Anyway, I received a $2 tip. It says all years of streaming.
Know that.
Have you ever accidentally sharted while live? Well, sharted would be like you're farting and you accidentally poop on yourself too, right? Maybe once. The thing is, you guys wouldn't have known, but probably I would be hard-pressed to say in all the years I've done this that it hasn't happened once. Because there's been some really big, gassy nights that you guys just aren't aware of, you know. Thank God they haven't invented smell-o-vision yet. Let's just put it that way. All right,
cool. With this, I think it's safe to say that Philip Burnell regularly sharts himself on stream for his audience full of dents. QED. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that. Thanks for watching. I have to go.
It's beer paste. I appreciate every single detractor channel. All of them, even the annoying ones. For their work, for their efforts, for what they do. The Kino Casino Clip channel uploaded the entire Rekieta segment explaining Rekieta to Mutahar. I don't know if you've seen that or not. You might want to take a look at it. This thumbnail, dude. Of course that comes up at the end of this video. Hey Jay Wusa, hey Poorly Made, here's Sheer King. Hope you guys are having a good Wednesday. Gundam's going to be streaming right after I end my stream, which is nice of him, not to intrude on my time slot. But he's going to be on with Critical Drinker at 4 p.m. my time. I'll be in chat moderating, and by moderating I mean unhiding things that get hidden by the YouTube automation bot. Alyssa Mercanti is weird and gross. She wants to fight me. I'll you know what I would do? Like, I would feel just ashamed and saddened by the state of society that we have women who actually think they can fight men and win. So I wouldn't punch her in the face. I would feel too ashamed of myself if, like, I went in there and just caved her face in the ring. I would just put her on the ground and pin her and put her in a submission hold and make her tap out. And just like leave it at that. Because this lady is clearly not fully in control of her mental faculties. And I would feel bad brutalizing not only a woman, but a mentally ill woman. Alyssa, you need help. You need to get out of whatever you're doing and probably go back to being a prostitute. I think that might be actually the profession that you were meant to be in. Because games journalism is definitely not where you should be.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here.
Hey,
So
Rev.
today we have another round of game journalists acting like complete morons. And when it comes to that sort of thing, where else do you begin other than Kotaku, who is fighting for every last bit of relevancy they can get? People aren't even hate clicking on Kotaku articles these days. And they can thank people like Alyssa, who's one of their editors. This is a person who has been on a quest to piss off as much of their potential audience as possible through tweets and other things like that. In fact, she's at the point where there is a whole compilation of her being racist, and on top of that, threatening violence against people who she deems terrible online. Well, now she has taken it to the next step with this right here. So this clip has been making the rounds on Twitter, where Alyssa directly confronts all of her haters and says that she will fight anyone. She opens up a challenge that clearly we know she's not going to actually follow through on.
I want people in the industry to be a little bit louder about people being mean to other people, and maybe say it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Maybe say we don't want you around if you're going to be a cunt.
Yeah.
And hateful. And that the games industry is diverse naturally. Not because anyone's making them be diverse. Because the world is diverse, you stupid motherfucker. And if you have a problem with that, come fight me. Physically. Bitch.
Has anyone taken you up on that yet?
No, it's no pussies.
Yeah, you can see the exact moment where she got a little too carried away at the end, and now she has transitioned from just an internet tough guy to something that could translate into real life. She is opening up a real life challenge for people to cash in on, and people like the YouTuber Vera Dark have said, okay, with this tweet saying, can't hit up this little bitch who's hiding behind a block, so send me a DM and let's talk match detail. And
You know what would be hilarious? If she got beaten up by a trans person identifying as a woman? Because what can you say at that point as a leftist? Can you complain that it was a man who beat you up? Or you would have to accept the challenge because he would have to say it's a woman.
And you know what? She's within her right to do this. She opened up a challenge and Vera is taking it. However, I think you all know how this is going. So behind a block, Alyssa would post a bunch of screenshots and go back and forth. And her only real response to anything was correcting her grammar and then saying no prize money, charity only. You can't stream it for your bigot viewers, which obviously is a term that no one would accept. She's trying to wiggle out of this whole thing by saying that she can't stream the match. Why would you do it? Like, why would anyone want this to happen if they can't see it? That's the whole point. This is a public event, a public spectacle. People want to see you fight someone and really go up against the challenge you created for yourself. So, of course, people want to see it. So if you're not going to allow people to see it, nobody wants this thing to happen in the first place. And also, it seems like you're just afraid of being beaten up with a live stream, recording all of it. But anyways, she wasn't the only one challenging Alyssa. This individual right here is apparently a multiple-time judo champion and also someone who's in the military and has served multiple tours overseas.
Oh, yeah?
This person has challenged Alyssa. Now, strangely, Alyssa has not responded to this woman in any sort of a way. I can't imagine why. She seems a lot more quiet about this one, and again, she did this to herself by opening up this challenge, and now anyone can cash in on it, and if she refuses, she looks like a coward.
She's the bitch.
But moving forward, I'm kind of surprised she has any room left in her head for someone other than Smash JT. She has been quite attentive to this man over the past couple of weeks. She's been very upset that he made multiple YouTube videos criticizing her, and in response, she would reach out to this man's wife through Facebook, which is obviously quite unhinged.
Gundam might not want to fight her, but his editor would.
And on top of that, her friends in the industry would report his personal website and get it taken down. Where down in that same thread, she would say that she's pursuing legal action against Smash JT, which is really strange. It's like, what are you suing for? Like, no, really, what are your damages that you're hoping to collect through the court system. Like, it's such a juvenile way of looking at how courts work. Like, all the time on Twitter, I see people say, hey, that person said a bad tweet about you or slandered you. You should sue them. Well, should versus could is a big difference. Could I sue people like that? Sure. Should I? No, because why would you go through tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of court costs to sue someone over what? Like, what damages are you trying to collect? Twitter is not a real place. The things people say on Twitter, they might make you angry, they might be stupid, but you're not actually like suffering in some sort of a tangible way that you can collect through compensatory damages, okay? So in this case, I'm asking Alyssa, what harms have you suffered as a result of Smash JT's videos or things he's posted on Twitter? What are your actual harms? The only two things I could guess she's trying to sue for or thinks she can sue for is either defamation or harassment. And to prove those, she needs to show that she actually suffered something. Otherwise, she's just going to get a nominal award, which basically means the court awards her $1 and just says, yeah, you were harassed or whatever, you're right, but you didn't suffer any damages, so we're just letting you know you won, but we're not giving you anything. And that's really what would happen in any of these cases, best case scenario for her. And when you think about harassment, show us, like, what were the damages? Are you, like, in therapy? Because
I'm still pursuing legal action, so if you've got a good New York City-based lawyer, DM me. You're not pursuing legal action if you don't even have a lawyer doing anything for you. You're not pursuing anything, you're just seething. What a stupid bitch.
Because of this guy or something? Like, obviously not. And in terms of defamation, like, has he said something intentionally wrong that, like, actually caused you harm? Like, did you lose?
Like, you need to actually have a lawyer on the case in order to claim that you're pursuing legal action. You're not pursuing shit if you don't even have anyone on a payroll or a retainer. Fucking dumbass.
Your job at Kotaku or lose future employment opportunities because of the things he's saying, or you're somehow distressed. I think it's the exact opposite. It seems like the only thing you're getting out of this is attention and you like it. So I don't think you should waste your time with the court system over this petty matter.
Yeah,
like,
she has a long fucking history.
And now we're gonna switch.
She was even involved with Games Radar at one point. Probably partially responsible for the downfall of Games Radar and why it's such a joke at this point.
Things up and talk.
It used to be a good outlet. It used to be one of the good ones, but after Gamergate, it just went all down the toilet.
Talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows. We talked about this game multiple times on the channel, beginning with the choice of the main characters for this game that's supposed to take place in feudal Japan. And on top of that, game journalists have been rallying behind this game and their choice of main characters. Even
like, what was with all the fucking the lefty spurgery over games like Far Cry 4? Like, well, I mean, I guess not Far Cry 4. That would be a bad example because the main protagonist of Far Cry 4 is actually someone who is from that country, who lived in America for a long time and then went back. You know what I mean? So it would be an example of a game of like Far Cry 3, I guess. I guess that would be a better example of Far Cry 3. Someone who wasn't from that island, who went there on vacation and got kidnapped and then like fought his way out by killing everyone basically he came across. Why isn't there any of that problem with Assassin's Creed Shadows, where you have someone from outside of the country coming in and just murdering a whole bunch of Japanese people? Like, there's a certain sort of safe cultural annihilation that is. There's a double standard, you know what I'm saying.
Saying things like basically Asians have enough representation in the realm of the samurai, which is absolutely ridiculous. And on top of that, we've seen some quotes coming from the developers that have raised...
Yeah, but there's no journalists from the lands between who could be like, get out, my culture is not your costume.
A lot of eyebrows, like this one saying, we were first looking for our samurai, someone who could be our non-Japanese eyes, though, which is a strange thing to say. And on top of that, now a lot of people are looking at...
Apparently there aren't any achievements. I mean, it was leaked. I'm not complaining over the lack of achievements. Of course, I could give less of a fuck about achievements. But what that means is there probably isn't going to be a new Mending Rune with the Elden Ring DLC, which I kind of expected there would be. Like, like they should have added another mending rune, in my opinion, in order to add another ending if they're gonna have that big of an expansion. But I don't know. I'm sure it won't disappoint.
At some of the,
but hey, I got a trophy. No, it's kind of, I kind of expected there to be something new to happen when, you defeat the Elden Beast and you repair the Elden Ring. But if not, that's fine. I can get the Frenzied Flame ending and do all the endings in Elden Ring after I do the DLC. That'll be a lot of fun. I can't wait. We got like 9 days, 8 days.
Gameplay footage that is coming out for this game, and this one in particular, a lot of people are laughing at on Twitter. So here's the caption saying, Assassin's Creed Shadows combat seems very Ghost of Tsushima inspired. This is everything we wanted. Well, if you want to play a game like that, then just go play Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, I know, right?
What do you mean?
No,
but on top,
everything Ghost of Tsushima players wanted was Ghost of Tsushima on PC, which they got.
Top of that, people,
the Frenzied Flame is the best ending. It's the one I'm saving for last because it's literally like the burn everything down ending. So that's why I saved it for last. You don't like the blue bitch? Branny ending is my favorite, but you know me, of course it would be.
People are making fun of the choice of music in the background. It seems like to some people that this is Japanese music run through some sort of a rap filter, and a lot of people are saying how ironic and ridiculous that is. But anyways, let's move on to the next game. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Now, for those who don't know, this game was a massive, massive flop, losing Warner Bros. Over $200 million. And on top of that, I mean, it's just kind of like you reap what you sow. I mean, in the game itself, spoiler alert, they kill Batman. And then the game dies off and does horribly. It just seemed poetic at this point, but moving on, Jason Schreier here, a reporter at Bloomberg, would have some things to say about this game, beginning with this article where he acknowledges behind Suicide Squad, the year's biggest video game flop. But apparently this must have upset at least Jason Schreier here because he's seeing people he doesn't like supporting and sharing this article that shows Suicide Squad's failure. Nice. And on top of that, we would get more stories coming out of Rocksteady where this tweet here caption says, according to sources interviewed by Jason Schreier, Rocksteady Studios is currently planning to pitch a new single-player game, bringing the studio back.
They're not referencing the VR Batman game, are they? Because that's a different development studio. I actually want to check here. It's apparently a sequel to Batman Origins? Arkham Origins. God, there are multiple Batman VR games. The one coming out 2024. Arkham Shadow. Who is developing Arkham Shadow? I actually want to see. Is that developer Camouflage? Developers of Iron Man VR. Really? Developer Camouflage, Iron Man VR, and publisher Oculus Studios debuted the first cinematic story trailer for the MetaQuest 3 exclusive Batman Arkham Shadow at Summer Game Fest. Talk to Camouflage. I need to look up what these people do.
To its roots. So the coping is beginning. They're like, whoa, I called it a failure, but don't be mad at me and don't let the gamer chuds feel like they won here. So then he would make...
God damn it. I Google Camouflage. Camouflage. Meaningful games. God damn it.
Obviously.
ESP, you've ruined the word meaningful for me, and I'm sure a lot of other people.
Another article following that up saying this, that Sweet Baby Inc.'s boycott that people say had something to do with Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League sales is just a bunch of angry hallucinations created by grifters. That any sort of connection between Sweet Baby Inc. has nothing to do with the success or the failure of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. This is just a crazy hallucination made by grifters online. When in reality, that's exactly what happened. It's a Sweet Baby Inc. product, and it failed. And people knowing that it was a Sweet Baby Inc. product definitely impacted its sales and is a part of the reason why it did so poorly. And on top of that, Jason would go on to Twitter and say this: as we look at the video game industry's layoffs.
Looks like these are the only games they made. I haven't played any of them. Iron Man VR for the PlayStation VR and the MetaQuest 2, and Republic, as you would spell if you were in Quebecois. I haven't played this. It might be good. I don't know. Typically, VR games are kind of hit and miss. I mean, if they're made by good developers, they tend to be pretty alright.
Burnout, abusive microtransactions, prioritization of short-term profits, risk aversion, rapidly increasing budgets, endless development cycles, and studio closures. It's important to highlight the real problem. Too much diversity, of course, trying to mock people who are tired of DEI initiatives and companies like Sweet Baby Inc. And on top of that, when people started pointing this out and criticizing him, he would go on a blocking spree, including blocking people by proxy. Even if you're following someone that said something negative or criticized him, you're getting a block too, which is really funny. And of course, a lot of people have been pointing out some other articles that Jason has made, like this one saying, game developers really need to stop letting teenage boys design their characters. And of course, showing an attractive anime girl. Oh, of course, every single time.
Usually
But anyways,
women.
that's going to do it for this video. More time laughing at game journalists because they're really going wild out there and now even challenging people to fights in real life. Who could have saw that coming? But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
You don't hate journalists enough. You think you do, but you don't. That's a good rule of thumb.
And I'll see you guys next time.
Though what is a journalist but a miserable pile of secrets? What makes a journalist? Does talking about something make you a journalist? In that case, isn't Rev a journalist? Oh no. I don't know. It's hard to really tell. King Cobra's going off on Vegan Teacher. I think he already did this before. I think he's looping when it comes to everything. Didn't everyone like the last Arkham VR game? I don't know. I should maybe play it though. I want an Oculus Quest. I want to. It's on my list of things to get. It's on top of the list.
Here you are.
Whoa! What? Rewind.
Vegan Teacher gonna get canceled. She's
okay.
Vegan Teacher, you're an You give vegans a bad name and
Use
you
your
should seek
imagination, I
mental
guess.
help immediately. Keep in mind that the Vegan Teacher was a regular eater for the first 54 years of her life. Then she watched some fucked up vegan documentary, and now she's an extremist vegan. After watching this video that
A regular eater.
August the Duck covered, I'm like, nope. That just reestablished my hatred for her. I think she needs just some psychological help. That's what I think. Some good head meds. Or maybe a quiet mattress room with the straight jackets. And vegan booty, because vegan booty and the Vegan Teacher are vegan extremist activists. And they've done some pretty horrendous shit. Oh yeah, so Vegan
okay.
Booty
That'll be
also
nice.
was with her boyfriend at the beach where she lives down in Australia and started harassing a kid's birthday party because they had a horse dressed up like a unicorn and they had that horse for a kid's birthday party. And when you see the horse, it's in the shade. It's got plenty of food, plenty of water. Just walks up and starts belittling the parents for abusing animals. And I'm like, what the fuck?
What?
Most vegans would be like, hey, eat what you want to eat, just don't be a cannibal and don't be a dick about it. That's pretty, straightforward. Vegans miss meat, otherwise they wouldn't try to copy it. Right now I'm
How does he
sitting
still
on
have
a
a roof over his head?
C4 peach mango energy
He got a trailer. He's in a trailer.
drink
And he seems kind of miserable about it, but I mean, I guess that's what he deserves. Everyone's already doxed him. Apparently, behind the scenes, people are sending him shit, which is making him very grumpy.
Because it is a little too early in the day to be drinking and sipping. I did filter my Skittles wine, and I had like 2 glasses of it last night. It's not half bad. It's
not a trailer.
overtly sweet.
Okay. It's a mobile
Although, will it get you drunk? That I do not know, but I do not care about that right now. I'm so visibly disturbed by the crap that vegan teacher said.
Duty, I don't appreciate you coming into my chat, pushing me around. I'm not joking anymore. It was kind of funny at first, but you need to understand, I'm telling you, I don't like this sort of pressure being put on me. Just, it's gonna keep escalating if you keep trying to come in here and doing the exact same thing. I'm not laughing about it. Please, knock it off.
And here's the thing of it. Do I like mongooses? No, but if mongooses did not eat cobras, the cobra population would overpopulate
Giving you a cease and
die
desist.
out. And it's sort of the same
Officially.
process for eating bacon cheeseburgers. Plus, you know, cow farts are bad for the environment, so sometimes the animals are not given the best life when they're being processed for their food, but it's survival of the fittest. And you want to call me a speciesist? Humans did not survive to 2024 to overpopulate the world by just eating vegetables and rabbit food, essentially. So what you're doing is you're going to starve the rabbits, and then instead of just eat the rabbit because you're basically taking its food, and then you want to wag your finger at us carnivores because meat is murder, according to these assholes. Meanwhile, there are a lot of celebrities who are vegan, like Billie Eilish, and she's looking at this going, nope, nope. But I'm the bad guy for saying it.
But I'm the bad guy.
And she's not the only one. There's a lot of vegans who despise vegan teacher because she is the worst. Her and vegan booty are just vile people. Vegan booty will go into restaurants like Kentucky Fried Chicken and dump buckets of fake blood all over the place. And it's like, you know, some poor autistic asshole's gonna have to clean it up, clean the lobby.
That's insulting. Don't assume that...
Like, oh great, we're gonna be in for a bloody good day at work. No.
I guess he's projecting. That's fine.
When you watch vegan booty pouring fake blood all over an establishment that's just trying to get through their day like the rest of us. Like, you want to eat plants, good for you, but you're not Jesus Christ because of it. You know, like, fuck off. Dude, it's so visibly fucked up. Like, it's just...
Dude.
Dude.
For real. All I said is that you have normie takes. If you're going to keep pressuring me, then I'm just going to double down. I'm not going to apologize over that. You really want me to go... You really want me to go off? Not only do you have normie takes, sometimes you have absolutely fucking shit, terrible takes. Let me look at this. Stick around. I need to show you this. What the fuck is this video that you put out? DSP might have his channel terminated? What the fuck are you talking about? This shit's embarrassing. No, everyone is getting tired of this. They're not going to tell you, but they say it behind the scenes. Knock it off, dude. Nobody thinks that, and you're embarrassing everyone by having these shit tier takes. I'm not going to apologize for it. You need to knock it off.
And as soon as I get my phone back, I'll be able to do cameos, but that's not the point.
People have told you to your face, and you said you were going to do better. I thought you were going to do better.
Have expired prior to me getting the phone. I can always offer up a free cameo for your time and consideration, but that's beside the point. Now, segue because I fucking hate sickos, and the vegan teacher said some fucking sicko type shit to try and justify her obsession with her diet. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. So there's a video going viral of someone feeding a barbecue rib to a
Breaking. I've had enough of your shit.
innocent baby. It's wholesome. It's adorable to a point, you know, fuck sickos. And because she's a vegan activist, she's like, imagine feeding the body part of a dead animal to someone's child. Like, how dare you? And it's like, okay, tone it down, vegan teacher, tone it down. So basically, someone made a TikTok video of a baby eating a barbecue rib and then put a joke saying, feeding my vegan sister's baby barbecue. Again, it was a harmless joke. It wasn't meant to be like, but vegan teacher got so offended. The shit that comes out of her fucking mouth is so irreprehensible, so vile and disgusting. I need to light up this real quick. Thank you to the fans who sent these. I appreciate it. Newsflash, we need protein to grow up big and strong. That's why our bodies naturally crave meat. Because humans have adapted as a species to eat meat. Humans cannot survive this long by just eating plants and vegetables alone. They had to scavenge for food other than that. It was a thing. They would take the animal, they would hunt it, eat it for its meat. They'd take the bones and make tools with it, and the fur of the animal and make clothing to stay warm. And they had to because it's called survival. And if vegan teacher's ancestors hadn't done that, she wouldn't be here today fucking minging on about how meat is so terrible, right? I gotta post this somewhere and get it off my mind because this is so disgusting.
The baby is enjoying the barbecue sauce, which is vegan. If this had been a lollipop, the child would have had the same reaction.
What she said next is so bad I can't include it. A simple search will explain and make everyone understand how far this went. Apparently, she equated it to a dick, is what you guys are saying? That's, yeah, I wouldn't want to include that either. Go off, Cobra.
Let that sink in for a minute.
No, I will not.
Ponder that.
No, I don't want to.
Picture that.
What the fuck is wrong with the vegan teacher, dude?
No, thank you.
The fact that she can make that comparison is so bloody disgusting.
Bloody disgusting.
Feel that in your gut.
No, it makes me sick.
Let that imagery wash all over your body.
No, what the fuck is wrong with her, dude?
Because, in fact,
after watching this video, I deliberately thought about getting a bacon cheeseburger just to fucking piss off the vegan teacher. Not even lying to you, dude.
No, you just wanted to waste money, and that's why.
Seriously, the absolute worst people get these platforms, and it's like, what? Not to mention that vegan teacher also feeds her dog vegan food. And to quote Mr. Burcham, the cartoon, dogs are descendants of wolves. They need meat. I get bullied for hating sickos, but here's the vegan teacher spouting off this crazy crap. Like, absolutely deplorable, dude. Hashtag cancel the vegan teacher. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I'm so over this nasty, sick shit.
Thank you, Bob Cron. Yeah, fuck that lady, for sure. Cobra going back to his roots, I guess. Being a culture warrior. You got the Anime pre-stream going over the Hades 2 stuff. I don't know if I have other videos to take a look at. Let's see. Like these sorts of headlines, it's not only Snort Hogan, which might be, I don't know. You think Snort Hogan is duty? Could be, I don't know. But yeah, they both have the same headlines. DSP's channel might get terminated over false copyright strikes. Here's his video right here. No, it isn't. It's not. It just isn't. It's a stupid take. It's embarrassing. Makes everyone in the detractor community look stupid when you say things like this. You were told by Meerkat when you were on, that being said, that sometimes your headlines and the shit that you say is breaking news is just not accurate, and you were apologetic. You were saying, "Oh, I'm sorry." Do you go into Meerkat stream whenever he's on this Waycast? Do you ask for apologies from him? No, you're just doing that to me. I don't appreciate being singled out that way. You need to know something about me. When I was in school, when I was a kid in school, whenever I got bullied, my solution to the bully is to go right up to his face and punch him right in his fucking face. It's not fun anymore, the bully, when you're getting the shit beaten out of you. Right? That's how I dealt with it. I'm not the kind of person you want to be fucking with. I don't take it very well. I gave you plenty of chances to tell me what exactly you want me to apologize for. And if it's saying you have bad takes, then I'm not going to apologize for saying that. You keep coming to my chat. It's not going to work out well for you. It's not going to work out well for me either, but it's going to work out even less for you. Anyways, moving on. Let's take a look. Midnight's Edge about the Acolyte.
The Star Wars fanbase is waiting with bated breath for Episode 3 of The Acolyte,
Yeah,
the one where
okay.
we have been promised that Star
Yeah, I get at first you were fucking around, but I told you straight up that I didn't appreciate it. And so the joke didn't land. Like, the joke didn't work. I'm not laughing. You need to know that.
Wars is about to be ruined forever. Meanwhile, the Defenders are bracing themselves for the outrage and setting up the narrative that if anyone is at fault here, it is you, the fans.
Alright. Okay, Duty. Thank you. Thank you for your apology. If you want me to apologize to you for something, then you need to tell me what it is. If not, then you're just fucking with me. Then you need to know I'm not really receptive to that kind of fucking around. I'm telling you. So find another angle, please. Okay, I'm not like other people. I don't socialize like other people the way that they do. Okay, I'm just gave you fair warning plenty of times, but you keep pushing, you keep pressing the same button. I don't know how else to explain it. Literally.
One Kathleen Kennedy apologist said on X, "Tonight's episode of The Acolyte will excite the Star Wars fanbase in a way few things have in recent memory, I think." If he by excite means in the chemical sense where energy is increasing, often triggering an explosive reaction, then yeah, he's probably right. But beyond that, the only ones excited here are activists who couldn't care less about Star Wars, beyond as a means to further their ideology. They are excited about the hurt incurred on actual fans. Case in point, he continues. It's also going to make the piss babies whine and cry and piss their pants live on their YouTube streams. It's going to be a wild night, y'all. That's activist for that the ones with... It's going to be a wild night, y'all.
This isn't someone connected to the production. It looks like just some random Twitter account. Tonight's episode of The Acolyte will excite the Star Wars fanbase in a way few things have in recent memories, I think. It's also going to make the piss babies whine and cry and piss their pants live on their YouTube streams. Like, I don't know, they're just going to call it out for being stupid and dumb, and fewer people are going to buy into your Disney Plus subscription or buy a ticket to go see another Star Wars movie. Like, 20,000 outrage clicks isn't going to equal the amount of value that you're going to lose by losing actual real life paying customers. So if you think people watching your dumb show out of spite in order to make videos about how bad it is actually a good thing, then you're just coping with the fact that you can't draw in positive attention.
That's activist for that the ones with the voice to do so and who speak for the majority of fans will be holding Disney, Bob Iger, Kathleen Kennedy and Leslie Headland accountable. And that is exactly right. It is indeed gonna be wild, but why wait? The defenders have...
This trend is really long in the tooth and really needs to be excised from the marketing community. This idea of outrage marketing, that making your customer base angry is actually a good thing. Like, I think we've been doing this for enough years and seeing the negative repercussions of it and seeing how terrible it is for their financial bottom line that I think the culture needs to change and they need to find some other way to garner attention, rather than just being as abrasive and antagonistic and as obnoxious as possible. It's not a good angle.
Already put up their preemptive attacks on the fans out there, so let's warm up with that. If the best defense is a good offense, then Inverse wrote one of the most offensive articles yet, addressing the fans directly.
The Acolyte isn't ruining
titled,
Star Wars,
"The
you
Acolyte
are!
Isn't ruining
I'm
Star
not the
Wars.
problem, you are!"
Get ready for some...
Literally is what they're saying. We're not the problem, you're the problem. Because you don't like it. If you liked it, then you would stop being the problem. Kennedy was gonna fight you IRL, yeah. Leslie Headland is gonna put out a video. If you don't like it, fuck you, piss baby, fight me IRL. Like, oh wow, that's really great marketing.
It
really proves your point is through physical violence. I thought feminists hated toxic masculinity. You were supposed to fight toxic masculinity, not become it. You were the chosen one. I mean, you were chosen by fucking Kathleen Kennedy. And George Lucas, sadly. I'm sure he regrets it.
Rejecting and gaslighting here, for the article reads, "No one hates Star Wars more than those who claim to be Star Wars fans."
Yeah, no shit, because they know the most about it. People who aren't fans don't know enough to be critical of it and in an explanatory, decisive, sort of introspective way. Of course, your fans are going to be the people who turn against it the most. Dumbass. How stupid are you people? People who don't know anything about Star Wars aren't going to get pissed off that a Star Wars show betrays what they know about the show because they don't know anything about the show, idiot.
Does Kathleen Kennedy and her Force is Female crew claim to be Star Wars fans?
Good God.
I wonder, because if they do, then this claim is true. But sadly, that's not whom Inverse...
Like, sometimes I take a look at I'm tripping over myself. I'm so outraged. Outrage clicks. I check on the comments of the videos that I edit for Gundam. And some of the Star Wars videos get, like, Star Wars ball washers in the comments. And I don't go off on them. I don't, like, leave angry comments. But I do say some stuff sometimes.
I'm offended!
I try to be as polite and matter-of-fact as possible. What the fuck is going on here? Like this dude. This dude. Lightsabers cauterized spelled wrong. When they hit flesh, it's why we see no blood in Star Wars. So, what are you talking about? We don't see any blood in Star Wars. Have you ever played a fucking Star Wars game, idiot? That's what I would say if I didn't have restraint. But this is my stream. This isn't me commenting. Like, of course. Whenever the stormtroopers get chopped in half by a Jedi, guess what? When you look at the little pieces of the chunks, you can see blood in the pieces. Okay. Anyways, lightsabers cauterize when they hit flesh. It's no apostrophe. why we see no blood in Star Wars, so unless you get hit in vital spots, you can definitely survive. We do people forget how lightsabers work? And I reply with simple 5-word response. It would boil your blood. It's all I have to say. I don't have to call him an idiot. I don't have to question his knowledge of Star Wars. I just have to say something very, very succinct, very short, very matter of fact. If you get stabbed with a lightsaber, your blood would turn into vapor, and it would stop your heart. Ugh. Obviously, you'd have to be an idiot not to realize that.
Has in mind. Sure, the past few years have given the fandom plenty to critique. The sequels splintered the fanbase beyond recognition. It's funny how it is now self-evident that The Last Jedi split the fanbase.
And that isn't the only comment that he left, too. He wasn't content with this scalding hot take. He left another comment just below it. Probably at around the same time. It's not woke. All covens are just women. Are the Night Sisters... Wrong R. Women are the... I don't know if it's the right R. I'm wrong about that one particular thing. Bleh. Brains melting. This shit. I'm trying to decipher this fucking hieroglyphics these people write. It's not woke. All covens are just women. Are the Night Sisters woke? No, y'all just made... Cause it's 6 black girls in the group. Stop playing Star Wars have always made, which is the ones to be prosecuted. Look at what the Empire did to Dathomir. I don't know what Dathomir is. I guess I'm not a sufficiently knowledgeable Star Wars fan.
Because I remember when that movie was the best thing since sliced bread, and outlets like Inverse were adamant everyone loved the movie, apart from Russian hackers who were doing some interference, allegedly. How the narrative has changed.
Yeah, we're just mad because the black people. That's all it comes down to, really.
And Lucasfilm's efforts to expand the galaxy on the small screen have been mixed at best. And in some cases, criticism is inevitable. Not everyone will find something to like in the franchise's recent output. At a certain point, though, the discourse reaches a fever pitch, and even Lucasfilm's most promising projects get swept up in the drama. They have no promising projects. Not one. Unless Inverse is referring to The Acolyte, the Star Wars Pride special that fans have actively not wanted since the day it was announced. Moving on, The Acolyte is not the first Star Wars project to face the brunt of fan backlash, and it likely won't be the last. But the new live-action series is also one of the best additions to that galaxy far away in a long time, embracing decades of nostalgia. How? Where is the nostalgia play here? Some throwaway lines? Because that doesn't count. But it gets worse, because the next sentence is, while also thinking critically on the franchise's legacy. I think they must mean thinking ideologically and subversively, because there is no evidence of any critical thinking here in anything we have seen so far, not on screen and not among the creatives who brought us this in the first place.
Like, you're making a really good point, Bearded Knight. It's a beam of pure laser. It takes skill to wield something that can chop your arm off if you sneeze wrong. That's why you had to be a very, very well-trained Jedi in order to be awarded a lightsaber. It wasn't something that would just hand it out. Because if you put it into the wrong hands, they're just going to maim themselves with it. Like, giving someone who isn't force-sensitive a lightsaber is such a very bad idea. But they do it in these new shows because they don't know anything about the Star Wars lore, and they just want everyone to have a lightsaber.
It also might be the most diverse Star Wars story yet, and while that's definitely a boon for marginalized fans, it's made The Acolyte the target of a vocal splinter of the fandom. No, there is no demand for this anywhere in the fandom. The only ones calling for this are activists outside of it. The fan base is pretty unified against The Acolyte. But now, we get to the point where Inverse decides it's time to call out the enemy, namely people like us. Whether you know them as the fandom menace or a cluster of blue checkmark users on Twitter, it's impossible to escape their orbit. Well, that would be because we...
Let's read more of that. The same folks that review bombed diverse swings like Marvel's Eternals. Yeah, that was the only problem with Marvel's Eternals, was that it was diverse. Had nothing to do with the plot or the storyline, or completely untied up plot threads that were just sort of forgotten and just left abandoned. If you know the show, you know what I'm talking about. The less said about it, the better. And the Lord of the Rings prequel. Like, again, people say this all the time, and I've said this all the time. The real reason why these diversity initiatives and CEOs promote diversity is so they have a scapegoat. So they can tell you that when the production does badly and it gets badly reviewed, they can just blame people who are anti-diversity. They can just blame racism. They can just divert away from the fact that the writing is poor, the dialogue is poor, it's just bad writing. That's the only reason they do that. They don't give a shit about diversity. That's the problem. We're not against diversity, we're against this sort of pandering and this sort of diversion from the actual problem, which is bad writing, bad storytelling, lack of care and attention to detail when it comes to these stories. And they use diversity as a shield. And it's not your shield. Hashtag.
Possible.
Lord of the Rings prequel. Again, this is what we said would happen. And it's playing out exactly as we said it would. Because we know what we're talking about. These projects fail. They get reviewed badly. And they just call the people who are reviewing it badly racists. In order to avoid the real problem.
To escape their orbit. Well, that would be because we speak for the fans and for the integrity of the property, and we wouldn't have to do that if rags like Inverse had done that instead. But since they have chosen to run the errand of the elite and the establishment to the detriment of fans and the properties themselves, here we are. So, let's see what more falsehoods they have to say. The same folks that review-bombed diverse swings like Marvel's Eternals and the Lord of the Rings prequel, The Rings of Power, have now set their sights on The Acolyte. No, we were quite truthful in our reviews. Both The Eternals and The Rings of Power are hated by the audience at large. The only ones who review-bombed anything were outlets like these, that tried to deceive viewers by giving these garbage productions fake positive reviews. There is a reason why the viewers are wiki likes of us,
25%?
while the only
Last I
way an
checked,
article like this gets any traction at all is because we deign to cover it. It continues though. To hear them tell it, the series is the worst thing that's ever happened to Star Wars, and its showrunner, Leslie Headland, is just as fiendish as Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy. To them, the Acolyte's woke agenda 24%. Is something to be feared.
Last I checked, it was like 92%, 30%. I think I even I included the screenshot I took in this video. Let's see if I can find it. Just scrolling through. I don't remember if I put it at the beginning or near the end. Sorry about this. Just want to find it. Looks like it was at the end. You know me, I don't try and linger on one thing for more than 5 seconds. 5 seconds is like the maximum. I'll have something showing. I'll just let this play, I'll find it.
It's ruining Star Wars, it's poisoning pop culture itself. This is phrased to mock us, but in a sense, everything said here is true. And as a result of that, Star Wars itself is a zombie brand at this point. The more rating numbers that come out, the worse it gets. And as we covered in our most recent video, not even pirates are downloading this. Not in the numbers you'd expect at any rate. The Acolyte isn't even worth stealing. But keep in mind, while this article may be written about us, it is not written for us. Instead, it is written for the activists who don't give two shits about Star Wars, who are just in it for the DEI, and that is made clear right here. We realize how ridiculous that all sounds, right? God, I hope so. Yeah, well, keep on hoping. But if not, let's try this. The Acolyte is not actually ruining Star Wars, but the bigoted backlash is definitely ruining the fun for everyone else. Pray tell, what everyone else would that be? Your chart?
Why didn't anyone have a problem with the diversity in, like, the original Mass Effect trilogy? Nobody came out against that. What do you want to claim it's this anti-diversity? It's like, no, because it was written well, quote unquote. It was written sufficiently well, I'll say that. Like, no one has a problem with diversity in and of itself. They have a problem with the underlying messages being shoved in and diversity being used as a shield for it.
Of Antifa? Because by all available metrics, this is
One
the
of the most
least
well-beloved
watched live-action
characters
Star Wars
wears
ever.
a mask.
I mean, as Valiant Renegade broke down, so far the Acolyte has 1/10 of the audience worldwide as the House of the Dragon has in the US alone. But the gaslighting continues. Jumping forward a bit. The problem is that nothing has changed. In the 10 years since this vocal minority suddenly cried out against diverse casting and more nuanced storytelling, they've yet to actually learn their lesson. First of all, we are not a vocal minority. We have a platform, and a big one, because we speak for the silent majority. Vocal minority? Well, that would be the likes of Inverse. Secondly, something has changed. Namely, that Star Wars used to be the biggest entertainment brand on the planet, while now it's just another generic sci-fi brand. Star Wars went from a $1 billion brand to a $1 million brand, and it did so because Kathleen Kennedy's Lucasfilm didn't learn their lesson. Respect the integrity of the source material or see the fans flee, and take their disposable earnings that otherwise would have been spent on Star Wars with them. And that's exactly what has happened. That's the only lesson to take away here. We were right since day one, while Inverse and their ilk has always been on the wrong side of this issue. They kind of make that argument themselves, saying about us. Their arguments are bleeding into even the casual discourse surrounding the Acolyte. Yeah, wanna know why? Because we are right. And we speak for the audience, while Inverse are on the wrong side of history, and they're losing right now. That desperation comes through towards the very end. The Acolyte can weather the storm. After all, it's been well received by critics. No it can't, commie. No it can't. Both the aforementioned Rings of Power and the Eternals were also received well by critics who were out of touch with the audience. Didn't help them much, did it? But what about the fandom and its relationship to those guiding the franchise now? As the discourse spirals out of control, it's getting harder to ignore it outright. There's no easy way out, but something has to change. Otherwise, this vocal minority will end up ruining Star Wars for the rest of us. No, Inverse. It's activist minorities like you who ruin Star Wars for the majority of fans, which is clearly borne out by the numbers. Because of the likes of you, the Star Wars brand is irreparably damaged, and it can never return to what it once was. That ship has sailed. Still, this article alone suggests that our speaking truth to authority is working. The only question now is if Kathleen Kennedy will continue her destruction to the delight of the likes of Inverse, or if some adults at some point will take charge of Disney and try to, at the very least, mitigate the damage that has been done, and continues to be done by the Acolyte. And whatever happens, we'll be here to cover it. Next up, the attack of the lesbian space witches in episode 3. As always, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Oh no, I don't want to make a video about that. I mean, the Gundam Acolyte video has like 250,000 views, so it is a hot topic that people want to talk about, but God, I'm so tired of making Star Wars videos. Here it is. Here's what I was looking for. 93%, 32%. And where is it now? 84%, 24%. So even the critics are turning against it. over time. Oh, look at that. Just side-by-side comparison. And you want to maintain that it's good. Not even the critics are on your side anymore. They're turning against you. Wake up. What is the solution? Just giving it a break. Just stepping back from it. People are fucking burnt out. I'm so happy that the younger generation, they don't give a shit about Star Wars either. Like, who is left who cares about Star Wars? It has to be like boomers in their fucking 70s and 80s who made the original trilogy their entire life, and they're just so invested in it that they can't, like, it's sort of like Stockholm Syndrome. They have to be like, oh, well, everything Star Wars related is my entire personality. Their houses probably look like the set of the, what is it, the Nerd Crew from Red Letter Media. It's this wall-to-wall merch. And they're just like, well, I'm not a sufficient Star Wars fan if I don't continue to consume Star Wars material. And if I'm not a sufficient Star Wars fan, then what have I been doing for the past couple of decades of my life? That's the only people who I assume who are still on board with this, because young people don't give a fuck. Like, my younger sisters, like, they're teenagers. They're literally in their teens. And they're like, hey, do you like Star Wars? I'm like, nah, not really. I mean, I like some of the video games. They were pretty fun to play. But even the original trilogy, I didn't see it when it came out. I saw it later when I was in my teens. And my initial takeaway is like, this is it? This is what there's an entire huge bubble of society that finds so culturally significant is this? It's like, it seems a little bit overrated. I mean, they're fine movies taken on by themselves, but there are a lot of good sci-fi movies. And these aren't the only ones. It seems like the size of the fandom makes it seem like there aren't any other good sci-fi out there, and there definitely is. One of my favorites is Stargate. Like, I like Stargate. It's very underrated. I like Farscape. Farscape is really, really good. Farscape is produced by the Jim Henson Company. They have really cool characters. I mean, they kind of fell off in the later seasons, for sure. Like, pretty much any TV show. Fucking damn it. I hope this new mouse shows up soon. I'm so tired of mashing down on my middle mouse button 4 or 5 times for something to come up. Hey, Fillion. Help me, Fillion. I need a break from this ugliness of culture.
What is this? Helena agrees.
Did you watch what Amazon did to Stargate with Origins? Stargate Origins. No, but there was another Stargate show that came out after Atlantis. What was that one called? It didn't really stick with me. It was very slow paced. It seemed to me like they were trying to take after Lost and just how enigmatic they were with everything. And how they just kept everything behind, like, you know how Lost is. They present questions and they don't answer it for multiple episodes. Stargate Origins is about Catherine and how Ra was trans. Ugh. Well, I mean, the Goa'uld they jumped to different bodies, literally. So they would, like, go from one person to another, because they were literally like earworms, like the Yeerk from Animorphs.
People. Oh, wait, Pippa, watch
So I can see why that would be the case, but I'm sure it's not that logical.
this clip. This will be really good.
Ra, yeah, like, if you watch, that was even, like, set up in the original Stargate movie, is that the deities that the ancient Egyptians worshipped were actually aliens.
Okay. We'll know, like, her first time meeting someone, like, how she conducts herself. That's a
Yeah,
pretty
with the
good indicator
Goa'uld.
of intelligence.
And their servants were the Jaffa, like, people like Teal'c.
Hi.
So cute.
Aww. I know. Look how cute I am.
I want to be your friend.
I know. 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 What are you doing? What is this? So,
Killian, what the fuck was that?
It was Attack on Titan, but the mouth is on the bottom.
I think that's something else. I don't think that's Attack on Titan.
Oh. How about Attack on Tiny Fillion? Okay. Dude, I will come over to your house and punch you. Why me? Chad, who was gonna fight me or Pippa? I bet you I could beat her snot out. You know, I could rock your socks, nerd. Pippa? No, but
Are you
Chad,
seducing me?
What? You're not allowed to use shanks. You're not allowed to use shanks.
Okay. I'll use the gun.
Man, I think Americans, bro. Like, Pippa, you wanna see that better Riz?
I am the Rizzler.
Oh, frick. Taking out your gun for the Rizzler. Here's his givity.
I've never actually heard that before, except from Mahina Bobina. I have no idea what it's from.
I just wanna be your Sigma.
Hell yeah.
We gotta play a song for this, obviously.
Okay.
Alright, do you wanna go first or me?
Yeah, you first.
Me first? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. 1, 2, 3. Hey, Pippa. You saw what Lana did with her coochie? Wanna do that? Wait, I bet I could do that with my mouth and you. What do you think?
But what the hell, boy?
It was topical.
It was. I'll give you points for being topical, but I'm gonna one up you right now. All right?
I went up to your mom last night.
Would you like a raisin?
Yeah. Wait, no.
You're supposed to say no.
No, I hate raisins, TBH.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how about a date?
Oh, bro. Okay, I can beat that. You know what? I'll try. Okay. Okay. Wait, Pippa! Are you
What if
in
they say
Castle?
yes?
No.
What if you're like, do you want a raisin? And they're like, yes. Do you really just have to be like, you were supposed to say no? And then they go, oh, okay, well then no. And then they say, how about a date?
No, you are.
Oh, yes, I'm in Castle, yes.
Don't worry, I'm gonna save you from Bowser, cause you're my princess.
Very good. Okay, they say nothing lasts forever. So, will you
You know why girls are so bad at pickup lines? Because they don't need them.
be my nothing?
Ooh. Frick, I'm getting bodied. This isn't hard, because you can just look up pickup lines right now, and I can't.
That's what I'm doing.
Dude! Okay.
I'm on womensday.com. 125 best pickup lines.
Wait, Pippa. Go to Philly AI and ask for a pickup line.
Okay,
That'll be
hold
my
on.
next entry. Ask her for a pickup line.
Alright,
This is such a bad idea. So people are like, hey there, Master Uwu. Like,
single and you weren't there.
God.
Give me your best pickup line. I sent you a screenshot of your AI.
Oh no.
Okay, here it is. Alright. You ready? Chat. This is my Riz. I'm appropriating this from my AI overlord. Pushing. Hey, Pippa. You have a map?
Yeah. A map?
Yeah.
Like a minor attracted person?
No, a map. What the frick? What is this? No. Do you have a map for a pirate treasure?
No.
That's alright. I need one because I'm getting lost in your eyes.
What?
Sorry,
I'm seduced.
She says, I just got lost in your eyes. And then she says, Dabs! Haha, frick yeah! How was that one, XD?
Hell yeah. I thought you were calling me a pedophile, but now I'm seduced.
Why does ability eye type just like me, bro? Bro
This
said
stream
Dabs.
is off the rails.
This is F. This is so bad. This is fricked, bro. Okay.
VTubers having fun. Pippa and Fillion being relatable for 4 minutes 23 seconds. I don't have any advice when it comes to pickup lines. You just have to, like everything, you just have to make them tailored to the recipient. You just have to talk about something that they're interested in, and so there's no one-size-fits-all thing. You just have to stalk them and do research and find out more about them. And bring up something they care about. Or you could just be lucky. You could just roll the dice and try and think of something that they might be interested in, but it could end up being something that they hate, and then you come across as really cringe, and they don't like you, and then you have to rebound. Well, you have to ricochet. That's what I was trying to say. You have to ricochet, and you have to try some other angle, because you can make it work. If you say something they don't like, you can make it work. But yeah, it's hard. It's tough. I haven't tried it in a long time. You can see how bad I am. Rebound, well, that's a different thing. Rebounding is different. It's like the term rebound refers to like dating someone else, which is not what I'm saying. It's something completely different. Anyways, you know what makes it a lot easier to have game is to have money and be in good shape. And that's why they recommend that, because it's a lot easier than coming up with pickup lines and being witty. Just be attractive. It's a lot easier that way. It takes away the need to be funny. Just be desirable. Newly launched third-party Epic Game Store database lists unannounced games. You have to be good looking, yeah. Which if you got it, you got it. If you don't, then it's harder. But I mean, even people who aren't born good looking can make it work for them. They just have to be unconventionally attractive, which takes a lot of effort. But we're not talking about dating, we're talking about video games and pig roaches. Unannounced games, huh? Okay. What unannounced games do we have? Farming Simulator 25, hell yeah. Didn't know that was gonna come out. From Konami. Turok, another Turok, oh no. Yeah, if you're ugly, you have no personality, then you're a genetic dead end. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Learn how to code. Make art. Be a creative. I'm not gonna do that anyways. Sad. Anyways. THQ, Remnant 3. Nothing really jumps out at me. Well, thank you, Epic, for spoiling the plot of video game releases. William the Alchemist was playing Hitman. Okay, there was one creator that I wanted to highlight. Not DSP related, but we're kind of on a non-DSP related kick, especially after the fart videos. I'll happily take a step back from that. There is, let's see, I was looking at a lot of Matecore. Where is it? It was Procrastitara, one of my favorite creators. She put out a new video. Where is it? Man, it sucks how, like, I watch a video just so it would show up in my history so I can call back to it later, but it's not in the history. Anyways, I'll do this then. Jeez. Spelling has to be perfect. Kidding me? This keyboard. Deep breath. Deep breath. Take it one day at a time. We're getting to it, trust me. You prepare, even when you prepare, doesn't work. We get an unboxing of the new mouse. It's no real big deal. It's just like literally an $8 mouse. I saved more on the shipping by being an Amazon Prime person than the entire cost of the mouse. I saved like $10 in shipping when it's like a $9 mouse. It looks okay though. I'll show a picture of it. I'll take pictures. It might show up during the stream. It might not. Holy shit, dude! Where's this channel? It's a very procrastinator. There it is. Good God. This one.
Why are you locked in the bathroom?
But no one asked why.
Maybe you should try getting a job. Why are you locked in the bathroom?
But no one asked why.
Maybe you should try getting a job.
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Hello and welcome back to Wish for Death Island, and welcome back to another edition of How Many Kirbys Can I Fit Into the Frame at Once. Today we're going to be talking about terrible, terrible things.
She's a Kirby fan.
God never allows pain without a purpose!
Now I know some of you immediately
My sister's a big Kirby fan as well.
looks at this and were like, I remember that. And if you did, that's probably because you follow some sort of true crime thing. Like, you know, in general, you probably follow the case, you probably just remember it because it's on your brain more than other people. What I'm trying to say with this is that there are a lot of people who are watching it and then immediately forgetting about it, and then people who actually believe what Casey Anthony said, and they're just walking around thinking that like she didn't do anything wrong, and that's an issue. There's also another group of you who are like, remember what? What are you talking about? Who is Casey Anthony? Oh boy.
I'm disintegrating!
By the way, those two prints in the background over there are from my shop, which now has new clay pieces as well, and I also fixed the links to my spoopy book on the Amazon thing in the description. Just saying. Let's start with Casey Anthony and why I hate her.
Why are you locked in the bathroom? You talking to me? Maybe you should try getting a job.
On July 16th, 2008, a woman by the name of Cindy Anthony calls the police, and she sounds absolutely distraught, obviously, and we can find out why.
What's your emergency? I called a little bit ago, the deputy sheriff. I found out my granddaughter has been taken. She has been missing for a month. We're talking about a 3-year-old little girl. My daughter finally admitted that the baby's in the store. I need to find her.
Your daughter admitted that the baby is where?
But the babysitter took her a month ago. My daughter's been looking for her. I told you my daughter was missing for a month. I just found her today, but I can't find my granddaughter. And she just admitted to me that she's been trying to find her herself. There's something wrong. I found my daughter's car today, and it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car.
Okay, what is the 3-year-old's name?
Kaylee. Caylee. Anthony.
Kaylee Anthony?
Yes.
How long has she been missing for?
I have not seen her since the 7th of June.
Is your daughter there?
Yes.
Can I speak with her?
She's downstairs. They want to talk to you.
The confused operator is trying to keep up with what she's saying, and she doesn't really know what's going on, so she finally calms Cindy down and asks her what the fuck is happening. Cindy tells us a story. Cindy is the mother of a woman named Casey Anthony. Casey Anthony has a daughter named Kaylee. Casey is about 22 and Kaylee is 2 years old. The father is currently not in the picture. The last time that Cindy Anthony had seen either of these family members was around 1 month ago, in the previous month, June, around the 7th. Every time that she tried to contact Casey, Casey was like, well, I'm really busy right now and I'm staying with other people, and Kaylee is really busy and Kaylee's not really available. It was suspicious. Now, obviously, sometimes family members get busy, and that's perfectly fine, but Casey had a history of lying, so ultimately, it was more suspicious than you would think. Nevertheless, Cindy and George, her husband, Casey's father, had made efforts because that's just what you do. And Casey had lived with her parents, so ultimately, it's also like, well, now she's away from her parents, you don't really know where she's living, and she has a 2-year-old, it's a problem. Really, you can only make excuses for so long before it starts to get a bit fishy. When I say it wasn't out of the ordinary for Casey to lie, I really mean it. Because back when she was in her final year of high school, she actually lied about attending classes at all, and she left and didn't even graduate. Now, when her parents found out that she didn't graduate, they decided to enable her and threw a party and said to everyone who would listen that she did actually graduate instead. So it wasn't like they were dealing with it in the most healthy way. But surely, yeah, she's a bit of a liar, but she wouldn't do anything that was downright bad, right?
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
On the 16th of July 2008, George Anthony was at work. He was just having a normal day at work when, in the afternoon, he got a call saying that the family car had been taken to the impound and he needed to do something about it. He goes to inform Cindy about this, he calls home, and everything starts to fall apart. Yes, the family did own the car, but currently Casey was the one who was supposed to be in possession of it. Casey was the one who was apparently using it and going around doing whatever the hell she was doing for work that meant that she can't go and see them with Kaylee. Cindy comments that there was a really, really bad smell in the car. There was something that smelled to her like death, like a dead body. And George, being a former police officer, knew that smell pretty well. There was something wrong with the car. So then they decide that it's time to actually go and dig their heels in and find Casey, smoking weed at some boyfriend's house that they don't know, and she reluctantly informs them that she hasn't seen Kaylee for 31 days. Her own daughter had been missing for 31 days, and she hadn't told them. She hadn't told her parents about this. She also was just smoking weed as if nothing was wrong. This is when Cindy, being a normal human being, starts to panic and call the police immediately. She forces Casey on the call to actually talk to the operator because Casey isn't even the one who called the police. There's a lot of people who talk about this case and say things like, why didn't Casey immediately call the police? Why did she wait 31 days to call the police? When in reality, she didn't call the police at all. It was Cindy who forced her on the call to talk to the operator. You can immediately contrast between Casey and Cindy in the way that they're talking. Casey is really not there. She's going to do other things. She really doesn't give a shit about her own child, whereas Cindy's world is falling apart. I'm using Jim Can't Swim's audio and visuals because he has subtitles and it's easier for you guys to read what's happening because of the weird, like, Cornflakes mic Xbox Live quality that police always have.
Hello? Hello? Yes. Can you tell me what's going on a little bit? I'm sorry? Can you tell me a little bit what's going on? My daughter's been missing for the last 31 days. And you know who has her? I know who has her. I've tried to contact her. I actually received a phone call today. Now from a number that is no longer in service. I did get to speak to my daughter for about a minute. Who has her? Do you have a name? Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez. Who is that? Babysitter? She's been my nanny for about a year and a half, almost 2 years. Why are you calling now? Why didn't you call 31 days ago? I've been looking for her and have gone through other resources to try to find her, which was stupid. I think the officers are here. The officers are there? Yes.
But you can immediately tell one of them is rambling because she doesn't know what's important and what's not important in order to save someone who could very well be dead at the time that she's calling, and the other one just doesn't care. It's like random bullshit that she just doesn't care about. However, we do get a few unhelpful and confusing things from Casey in this call. One of them being that she used a nanny for about 2 years, and the nanny's name was Zanny the Nanny. And also that she says that Zanny took Kaylee, and the reason why she didn't call the police was because she was pursuing other resources, whatever that means, and she just thought that she could handle it herself or something. And also that she managed to get a hold of Zanny on the phone at one point in time and managed to talk to Kaylee for about 1 minute so she knows that Kaylee is still alive. I guess one of the resources she pursued was smoking weed with her boyfriend or something. Also, all of this is news to Cindy because Cindy had absolutely no idea that any of this was happening whatsoever. And throughout the following days, Cindy is still left in the dark because Casey is just refusing to give them any details about any of this. It's like Casey has something to hide. Even though she says that she really cares about her daughter, she really wants to find her daughter no matter what. Apparently, no matter what means that there are some things that you just don't have to tell about the case, and you can just sit on your ass and not do anything while your child is probably dead. So immediately this is suspicious, not only to the operator, but to anyone with a brain. So the detectives who are assigned to the case that same day bring Casey in as a witness, but they're actually treating her like she has information that she's not telling them, and they're very suspicious.
About a week and a half ago.
Do you know a telephone number for him?
I can find a number for him. I don't know a number offhand. No, I do not.
So you met Zenaida through Jeffrey Hopkins.
I did.
And his son Zach Hopkins, I guess. Zenaida used to watch over Zach?
Yes.
And when did she start watching over your child?
It's been within the last year and a half, 2 years that she started watching Kaylee.
How would you normally drop off, or how would you normally do the exchange with your child and Zenaida? Would you drop the child off? Would she meet you somewhere?
I would usually drop her off. For a few months, we would go over to Jeff's house. He lived over in Avalon Park.
And you would go to Jeff's house, why?
To drop off Kaylee. That's where Zenaida would go to watch both of the kids.
Okay.
It was in a nice centralized area. He had a decent sized house. It was good room for the two of them.
Go back to your statement. You dropped off Kaylee June 9th, and walk me through. You dropped her off to go to work?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Get off of work and go from there.
I got off of work, left Universal, driving back to pick up Kaylee like a normal day. And I show up to the apartment, knock on the door, nobody answers. So I call Zenaida's cell phone and it's out of service. I didn't really want to come home. I wasn't sure what I'd say about not knowing where Kaylee was. Still hoping that I would get a call or, you know, find out that Kaylee was coming back so then I could go get her. And I ended up going to my boyfriend Anthony's house, who lives in Sutton Place.
Did you talk to Anthony about what happened with Kaylee?
No, I did not.
Have you talked to anyone about Kaylee, about your incident with Kaylee? Or the fact that she's missing?
A couple people, a couple mutual friends.
Who did you talk to about it?
I talked to Jeffrey Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to Juliette Lewis. She's one of my coworkers at Universal. I think part of me was naive enough to think that I could handle this myself, which obviously I couldn't. And I was scared that something would happen to her if I did notify the authorities or got the media involved.
I answered and asked you before we went on tape, and I'll ask you again just to make sure we're clear. Is there anything about this story that you're telling me that is untrue? Or is there anything that you want to change or divert from what you've already told me?
No, sir.
Throughout all of her interviews, not only this interview, but through a lot of the other ones that are following, she acts like weird. She goes between two different moods. The one mood is sort of snarky, but at the same time she's like really happy, and she's on the same side of the police, which is very clearly not the case. Like, they would be actively saying stuff that is kind of a roundabout way of accusing her, and then she'd just be sitting there like, yep, I totally get it. But other times when she needs to, she kind of switches into this like weird crying, defensive type of attitude where she wants to make it look like she's crying because of Kaylee and on Kaylee's behalf, but she's clearly crying because she got caught, and it's very clear that she sees it as a major inconvenience for her. It's just so frustrating when people who are clearly like killers or something, and they do hate themselves, feel remorse, but a lot of them are like, they pretend that they feel remorse and they pretend that they can't forgive themselves because they make it about themselves, and they try to act like, no, I really didn't mean it, I hate myself, but it's very not convincing. And the thing is, it makes me think of Jodi Arias and the way that she was like, I can't forgive myself for what I've done, I hate myself, and it's like, oh my god, Jodi, you're so relatable because I also hate you.
Maybe you should join Majestic 12 in a body bag.
Basically, in the interrogation, Casey blames everything on
the Jodi Arias case.
Zanny the nanny was trustworthy.
I hate YouTube sometimes. The Jodi Arias case is unique to me personally because my best friend actually knew the best friend of Jodi Arias. He was actually personally involved in that whole case, which is really weird and awkward and hard to believe, but no, he really was. It's crazy.
Worthy at first, but then she, over the course of 2 years, went from...
If we went over the Jodi Arias case, I could pinpoint exactly who it was that he was dating, but yeah, she was Jodi's best friend. But yeah, that was weird.
being a trustworthy nanny to suddenly being a weird abductor and disappearing with the child. She says that she came across Zanny because she worked at Universal for a while, and one of the people that she knew from where she worked was called Jeff, and Jeff had his son, and Jeff was using Zanny as a nanny because she's such a good nanny that he had to recommend her to Casey because Casey needed a nanny, and Casey at one point would go and drop her off at Jeff's house because Zanny preferred babysitting both Jeff's kid and Kaylee at the same house. So she went to Jeff's house a lot, and then one of the times she showed up at Zanny's apartment to drop Kaylee off because Jeff had moved away, and now she just goes directly to Zanny's apartment, and then she goes to pick Kaylee up later and no one's answering the door and Zanny's not answering her phone, so now Kaylee's been kidnapped, and that's the whole story. She then decides the very rational and good decision to just hide her face because she said that she doesn't want to be that type of girl that is known for not taking care of her daughter. So instead of prioritizing her daughter's safety, she becomes the girl that doesn't take good care of her daughter and just goes and hides her face and stays with some friends for a while. She specifically states that she prioritized her own reputation and the way that she felt over the fact that her daughter was missing, and she completely disregarded the first 24 hours that are so important to finding a child, and she was like, fuck it, whatever. I'll sort it out later. She also says to the cops that she feels like at the time she genuinely thought she was going to find Kaylee on her own, somehow. She gives no indication of what she was actually doing to look for Kaylee. There were also these two very different type of stories that she was telling, where one of them was that she was just laying low and she didn't want to talk and she was hiding her face, but the other story was that she was constantly moving around and trying to look for Kaylee, and she's trying to tell both of these stories at the same time, and they just don't make sense. There are many times in this situation where she is being asked directly by the cops, is there anything that you're not telling us? Because if you're not telling us something and you tell us, then we'll be able to find her and it will be less stress for you. Like you'll be able to sort all of this out. And she says, no, it's fine. Like, I'm being totally truthful. She was then asked if Jeffrey had a son, then why did he just move away completely fine without any incident? And why was Kaylee the one that was taken? And she had so many opportunities to take Jeff's son, but she just didn't do it. And she said that the reason why is because Zanny always talks about how amazing Kaylee was, and Kaylee was just a perfect kid and all that kind of stuff. So she kind of sidelines Jeff's son and was like, oh no, but she wasn't really interested in Jeff's son. It doesn't really make that much sense.
You said Zenaida had family up in New England, up in New York or
yes,
something?
She has family down south. Her mother and her sister. Her brother's in New York. She's originally from New York. Pretty much grew up there, moved down here, went to the University of Florida.
So then she's asked about the details that she knows about Zanny, and she says she doesn't really know that many details about Zanny, and then gives a bunch of details. And let me just drop this bombshell right now for you that Zanny is not real.
What the fuck?
Zanny was never her babysitter, and Jeff doesn't even have a son, and that's
what a name to come up with on the fly, though.
So when she's describing this whole Wattpad OC,
this is 1542. You can go back to when she was first on the call with the 911 operator. How far back was that? So I guess it doesn't matter. No, that's not it either. Yeah, here it is. Sorry, this isn't going well. Yeah. Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez. Did she have that name in mind before she was put on the phone with 911 by her mother? Or did she just come up with that on the fly? Zenaida Fernandez. Like, what are some Hispanic names? I'm gonna blame the Hispanics. Anyways, but yeah, she never existed. What was it, 1549?
Family and Zanny's mom's name and Zanny's history and all that kind of stuff. It's all shit that she's made up. She's like making a whole like Sims bio about Zanny. Like, Zanny moves to Pleasantview and is going to be a babysitter for the Caliente sisters. Is this going to work out? What about the history of Bella Goth? Like, it's a Wattpad fanfic. She has purple eyes. There's a boy who's a demon and a boy who's an angel, and both are in love with her. Draco Malfoy's there. Like, come on.
Time for a lesson, Potter. Let me teach you about wizard crackers. Draco, you idiot. We're all wizard crackers.
Not only that, but you know that weird thing that there's this weird thing where it's like she has to warm up before she starts crying properly. Like she has to really focus herself before she starts crying. Like the whole time she's totally fine. During the interrogation, she's totally fine and she's just chatting with them. But then when they have to talk about Kaylee and she needs to look like a distraught mother, she kind of just warms up and then turns on the crying. And then afterwards, she just drops it. Like, you know when your grandma has an old computer and it takes like 10 minutes to boot up because she has like Bonzi Buddy and like 7 different toolbars open? It's like that. It's like you're just waiting for her to act like a human being. She delays it, then she tries to do it, and then she immediately drops it afterwards. So they take her around to all of the addresses that she gave them during the interview. And this is where it gets really weird as well, because it seems like the majority of the addresses that she gave them about her friends' places and Zanny's apparent address and the place that Jeff used to live, all of that's not true. It's just random addresses that she picked, and she decided that she was going to use police resources when her kid is dying or dead somewhere, and time is of the essence. She doesn't care. She just fucks around and takes them to random locations because she lied. This is becoming especially apparent because she goes to Universal. She goes all the way to some random room in Universal, all the way across the whole area, taking God knows how long to walk there with the police. Then she just shrugs, turns around, laughs, and goes, I don't actually work there, lol. So at this point, the detective pulls her aside and she's like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you lying? We know you're lying. We have now found out that Jeffrey didn't even really know you and he doesn't have a child. We've now looked into the Stanny person and we can't find any information that she even existed. Casey's reply to this is, well, not everything I said was a lie. So she's implying that some of, if not most of what she said was a lie, and somehow this is going to help her child. She even has the gall to talk over them and like get snappy with them as if they're the ones who are doing bad things and not her. And you can tell that they're immediately more distrustful and more negative because they've seen with their own eyes that she is not to be trusted.
In a position that doesn't look very good for you. Because obviously I know, and you know, that everything you told me is a lie, correct?
Not everything that I told you.
Pretty much everything that you've told me, including where Kaylee is right now.
That I don't know where she is.
Sure you do. And here's
absolutely
listen,
do not know where she is.
Let me explain something. Looking at you, I know that everything that you've told me is a lie. I am very confident, just by having talked to you the short period of time, that you know where she is.
I legitimately have not seen my daughter in 5 weeks. I didn't let anything happen to her, except I trusted her with somebody that had been taking care of her, that had been taking good care of her. Someone that she was comfortable with, that I was comfortable with.
What about Jeff? You said Jeff worked here until about 2 months ago?
No, he hasn't worked here for quite a while.
10 months? How long?
It's been at least 10 months.
Okay. He got fired in 2002. He hasn't been an employee here since 2000.
However, to her, the way that she's responding, it's like she's not even having the same conversation. Like, they're just going on and on about how you lied, your kid's in danger, maybe your kid's fucking dead, you don't know, you're trying really, really hard to lie when you should be trying really, really hard to find her, and you're suspicious. And then she's replying as if they're not saying those things and they're just saying something else. And then it's such a weird conversation to listen to because it feels like she is so in denial and she is so like strict about control that she is willing to act with complete delusion just for the sake of having what she thinks feels like control. She clearly has no control over the case and about the interrogation.
That's what's so fascinating about true crime interviews is just the realization that narcissists really don't have any doubt when it comes to their persuasiveness. Like, she thinks she's so convincing and she thinks that nobody can tell that she's lying, when it's so clear that if she was someone who was in the actual situation that she's trying to present, she would, her entire demeanor, her entire like method of speaking, her entire train of thought would be completely different than how she presents. And that's why it's so easy for these trained officers, these detectives, to know that she's not being forthright. And she just doesn't get it. She just doesn't realize it. She thinks everyone is believing what she's saying. And it's so weird and fascinating.
But she's trying like so hard to make it look like she does. And this is what I was talking about before with that weird chipper attitude where she's like, no, I totally get it. Because it's like she's acting like she agrees with them. And then when they're like,
the same sort of thing with DSP. If I was in your position, I would doubt me too. And it's like, well, that's not a defense. That's not a good thing. It's just, ugh. You know what I'm saying.
You agree with us, why aren't you answering our questions? And then she gets irritated and she was like, why are you being all defensive? Like, I'm agreeing with you, so why are you acting like I...
It's like, if you can admit that if I were in your position, I wouldn't believe me either, that should initiate a sort of change in behavior. That shouldn't mean, oh, well, then I should continue acting the same way that I am acting. No, it should mean that you need to come forward. You need to completely change the way that you're approaching this.
I'm not agreeing with you. And it's so childish. So the police do get in contact with Jeffrey, and Jeffrey's like, listen, I don't even have a kid. She worked at Universal in a different department at an entirely different time, so I barely saw her at all. Like, I barely talked to her. There was also another coworker that she claimed was her friend, and this coworker doesn't exist. Casey is still adamant that Zanny the nanny is real, and she is like, well, I trusted Zanny at one point because she was a nanny for 2 years and she was really good, and now I don't trust her. And it's like, obviously you don't trust her if she took your kid. Also, to point out how she lies, at this point, they obviously know that Jeff didn't work with her per se, but they don't tell her this, and they try to sort of throw out a number. So she's like, Jeff didn't actually work with me, and no, and they're like, he's been moved away now for about, and then she just trails off, and then the officer offers her a number, and he's like, 10 months? Like, to throw her bone, basically. And if she was really telling the truth, she would have said, no, it's more like 2 years, but she's clearly looking for something to help her with her lie, so she jumps on the number because she thinks that she can use it to like lie more convincingly because he's the one who offered the number to her, and she's like, yeah, 10 months. You know what I mean? Another thing is that she hadn't worked for Universal for like 6 years as well, so I don't know why she took them there. So then they're like, listen, you're lying. You are lying and your child is probably dead. And like, why are you doing this? And then she's like, I'm running out of options, guys. I don't know what to do. I need to find my daughter. And it's like, you're not answering the question though. She persisted throughout like 10 years at this point. Like, the trial was in 2011. We'll get to that. The thing started happening in 2008. All the way up to a documentary, the Peacock documentary that I'll talk about later, that aired in 2022, I believe. So like, all the way up till that point, she was persisting that Zanny is real, Zanny's address was real, the babysitter story is real, this whole thing, while her child is God knows where. She also straight up admits that she was more concerned about herself going missing and the things that were around her and the way that she felt, rather than Kaylee going missing. Like, she just admits that, basically. She admits that she misled everyone, and she tries to spin it around to be like, well, you know, I'm doing my own thing that is, like, you guys don't understand. She also completely ignores the question of, like, you knew Zanny took her, so why did you waste all that time when you knew that the person who took her, like, what are you doing? And then the cops ask her, like, why did you give us all of these addresses? And then she goes, well, I was looking at places that were familiar to Kaylee. I wanted to go around to see places that were familiar to Kaylee. Why would that help if you knew who took her and you knew that Kaylee can't just go around on her own because she's 2 years old? So what's happening? So Cindy and George go to the local news because they're obviously trying to get as much manpower as possible and as many people noticing this case, and they do a couple interviews from different news stations. They try to get some like resources together to try and make some sort of campaign. They have shirts with Kaylee's face on it, and they're trying really hard. In the meantime, Casey is in jail for a while. She's like in a holding cell because they're like trying to still interrogate her and stuff like that. And Cindy and George go to talk to her. And in the prison phone call, Casey does the thing that you've probably seen before if you know who Casey Anthony is.
Waste your call to scream and holler at me.
Waste my call sitting in the jail?
Whose fault is you sitting in the jail? You're blaming me that you're sitting in the jail? Blame yourself for telling lies. You mean it's not your fault? What do you mean it's not your fault, sweetheart? If you'd have told them the truth and not lied about everything, they wouldn't...
Do me a favor, just tell me what Tony's number is. I don't want to talk to you right now.
Well, good. It's going to do you at this point.
Well, I'd like to talk to him anyway.
Okay.
Because I called to talk to my mother, and it's waste.
And I remember hearing this the first time.
If I knew where Kaylee was, do you think any of this would be happening? No. He's at my house. Do me a favor, get my brother back because I need Tony's number.
Just how defensive she is towards her parents when they're telling her, like, this is why the police are having such trouble with this investigation, is because you weren't upfront with them. And she's like, just this is a waste of time. There's no reason to continue. Just give me the phone number so I can talk to someone else. It's like, wow, what a bizarre attitude to have in this situation.
Does Tony have anything to do with Kaylee?
No, nothing.
Okay, so why do you want to talk to Tony?
he's my boyfriend, and I want to actually try to sit and talk to him because I didn't get a chance to talk to him earlier because I got arrested on whim today. I just want to talk to Tony, get a little bit of...
Casey, you have to tell me if you know anything about Kaylee.
Sweetheart,
if anything happens with Kaylee, Casey, I'll die. You understand? I'll die.
Oh man, that's really sad. That's just like take a step back and just think about how this person who really does care about this child is trying to fight through this barrier of someone who could very well have been responsible for her disappearance. Ugh, hits you. It's right in the heart.
If anything happens to that baby.
Oh my god, calling you guys?
She completely...
And there's just her attitude towards it. Oh my god, calling you guys? Ugh, what a waste of time. It's like, Jesus, man.
If anything happens to that baby.
Oh my god, calling you guys?
She completely ignores the fact that it is for Kaylee. The TV thing wasn't like, you get to be a movie star. It's specifically, please help me find my grandchild. That was what the purpose was. You know that, I know that. We have brains, but to Casey, that wasn't as important as her being angry that the attention wasn't on her. They also keep saying, like, I don't know what involvement you have because you're not telling us what involvement you have. And then Casey responds by saying, like, oh, how dare you question me? And it's so annoying. She then asks for her boyfriend's number and she's just yelling at them. She is yelling Cindy, she's yelling at George, she's yelling at her best friend who was on the line, she's yelling at her brother. All of them are like, how is talking to your boyfriend going to help you right now because he doesn't know anything and we are actively trying to ask you questions to help us find Kaylee. We're trying to do a campaign, we need you to talk to us. And then she's like, well, I don't want to talk to you, I want to talk to my boyfriend because I haven't talked to him in a while and I miss him, lol. Like, we're at this point where her best friend is crying on the phone about Kaylee because she's so worried about Kaylee. This is how Casey should react, but Casey was not reacting that way. Steven was just like, well, I just feel like talking to my boyfriend, so haha. She also like kind of rapidly switches between like yelling at them about this and like shaking and being like, this is so hard on me, to just giggling and laughing. It's quite creepy actually. She also gets told by Cindy that the case is now famous and so many people are going to help looking for her. So many people are giving her resources, so many people want to donate, so many people want to do like searches, like manpower, everything. Normally you've seen normal people react to this and be like, wow, that's good, you know, and Casey just looks annoyed at this.
Okay. Casey, you don't realize that whole United States is looking for our Kaylee.
I know that, Mom.
Her cover's going to be on People magazine in a few days.
Okay.
Raise your eyes up a little bit. There you go. So now, Sandy's apartment.
Aline and I already talked about this. I don't know. It could be on the desk at home. I don't know.
What is your... I can't get into your...
I gave Lee everything already. I gave Lee all of the passwords, everything we could possibly think of all over again.
I want to get some video clips off Kaylee because the video clip with Grandpa is really helping people. Still pictures don't show
No, they don't show her personality.
Right, and we need to show her personality, so I need to make sure we get that password.
Yeah, I gave Lee the password.
Please look up, sweetheart. I need to see your eyes.
I want to be able to look at you guys, too. I can't look at you and look at the camera.
Well, you don't have to look at the camera. Look at me.
I'm looking at you.
Okay.
You're sitting very low. How?
Well, you know something? You really need to keep your spirit high for all this.
I haven't been crying while I've been in here.
Well, you know something?
Trying to read books and do other things to keep my mind off of stuff.
Well, you know, I want to be able to reach out and hug you and give you the big Papa Joe hug.
Now, obviously, everyone reacts to grief differently. Some people process grief where they're like kind of stoic and then afterwards when they're in private they break down. Some people immediately break down, especially if you're like neurodivergent. Like some of you might actually be feeling kind of scared sometimes where you're like, what if the police think that I'm guilty because I'm neurodivergent and I'm processing these emotions differently? I understand that. I'm not trying to say that Casey's acting weird in the sense that like, oh, normal people, blah, blah, blah. It's just... in the context of these things and the things that she's saying, in the context of the information that we know, it's
yeah, I did see that. it's weird. Like, if she wants the attention, then Keemstar trying to I know we're jumping topics here. We're jumping serious topics. This Casey Anthony shit is about as serious as it gets, but about the Alyssa Mercante thing. But yeah, you think like the end goal of her attention grabbing would be Keemstar trying to set up a boxing match. Like, that's all the attention she would ever want. But then she ends up running away and blocking people. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Almost like she has mental issues, which is what we've been saying.
Very clear to see that she's not acting like an innocent person, is what I mean. I'm not trying to act like I'm a body language expert. I'm not bringing that up at all. That's more what I'm talking about. The thing that I'm more talking about is just contextually it doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? So the parents try really hard. The whole through line of this story is that the parents are trying. They are trying so hard. They are trying so hard to have a proper human conversation with Casey, to try and understand what is happening, to give her so many chances to give her side of the story. And every single time she is meeting them with either like weird, giddy sort of attitude, or just shutting them down, calling them idiots, just saying these horrible things. They even ask her, what should we do in terms of like making Kaylee's true personality more evident? And what they mean by this is like, you know, when you're dealing with the public, you kind of have to do things to make them remember things. Like, we have to show Kaylee as a human being. We have to show her as the child that she was. We have to show her like laughing and having good memories and like specific things that make you remember Kaylee, so that even if you don't know anything about the case and like years from now you think that you might know something, you remember Kaylee because she is so in your mind. So they ask her about that, which is a huge deal. It's very important, and she responds with not helping them at all. Let me remind you that Casey is a mother whose child might be dead, whose child is missing, and she's acting like this. She disregards everyone on that phone call. Like, you know how I said her brother was calling her her best friend, everything? She said that they're all clueless and useless. Very classy. Infuriating thing is, it's like they don't understand, and that's what's frustrating you. You're like, they don't understand. They don't understand because you are not letting them understand. Do you understand what I'm saying? So her scumbag attorney, Jose, gets her out of jail like a month later, and she's just doing whatever the fuck she wants. And then 2 months later, after that point, she gets in jail again because they arrest her for murder. And then she has another interrogation, and she immediately lawyers up, and she's doing the things that Jose tells her to, so she's like not really cooperating that much. She's also doing that thing that I mentioned before, where she's like trying to pretend that she's on the cop's side, but she's also being really blunt and angry at the same time, which is really annoying. It's like, they're clearly not your friend, and you're acting like they are. It's like weird.
Yeah. It doesn't say what it's for. It doesn't say what case it's in. It doesn't. It just says you're subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury.
Well, with them announcing that, you know, there was going to be a grand jury, and obviously my name was thrown out, they knew who the grand jury was for.
Who threw your name out?
All of the media said that it was from an inside source, meaning in here. So that's where they all say is.
I can tell you what I think of the media and what I think of people who leak stuff to the media.
I think it's garbage. Yeah,
but
I agree. That's the next way of putting it.
That doesn't make it any less necessary. Without them, I'll be quite honest, without the media, we don't find a quarter of the kids that we...
Oh, I agree. It helps. The exposure has helped bring in so many tips for my daughter.
But at the same time, what it creates is it creates a monster that otherwise isn't necessary.
Exactly.
The tips are what the tips are. If it was a local media only, it would be much easier to work.
Yeah.
When you make.
Also, keep in mind the way that she's talking about her dad in this particular interview, because later on you'll find out that she decided to plan like an accusation about how he's actually a pedo, even though he's not, and it's like a very crafted story for them to try and gain sympathy during the trial. To this day, she also says that the allegations are true, and the way that she's acting about her dad in this instance when she's asking after his health, it just shows that that's... I don't even know how to describe it at that point. I'm just upset. Kaylee's remains were found in December of 2008, so this is the same year that this whole thing started. She was in a bag, she had duct tape over her nose and mouth, so like suffocation, and she was in the swamp that was nearby to the house. On the day of her disappearance, Casey had actually searched on Google things like how to suffocate a child or suffocation methods and stuff like that, so they had those searches, and now she turns up clearly being suffocated with the tape over her mouth. She was also seen seen on the same day of the disappearance at a Blockbuster with her boyfriend, and Kaylee was not inside. Kaylee was not accounted for in any other place at that time as well, so that's very suspicious. Also, during this period, Casey was out partying, and she even got a tattoo that said "The Good Life" on it while she was having fun while her daughter was missing. In her diary, they also found entries that were very vague, stating things like, "I'm very happy with the decision that I made, and I hope that my life will get even better from now, and I'm very happy with what I'm doing," while Kaylee was missing. And also very vague statements about the thing that she did, like the decision that she made. That was a very big decision.
The tattoo thing shouldn't be glossed over. Like, the tattoo that she got saying "The Good Life" when her daughter is still missing. Like, that tells you a whole lot.
Now, this is what I find interesting, because when I write in my journal, I actually am very specific, because with my whole thing, it's like I'm the one who's talking about stuff in there. It's for me. And then when I'm older, I'm going to come back to it and read about the times that, you know, I wrote in the journal and what was going on in my life. Sometimes I'll even put like little landmarks and stuff in there, like today the temperature was this, and because the date's this, and like I'm currently feeling like this, and, you know, very specific things. So this in particular makes me feel like she was either very aware that someone was going to try and look into her diary, because people would realize that Kaylee's missing and they were trying to conduct some sort of investigation. So she was trying to be vague so that they wouldn't catch her admitting in her diary that she killed her daughter. Or another thing that I think might be more likely the case is that with stuff like this, we tend to try and separates the reality of the situation by like not directly referring to it. So maybe even though Casey is definitely like she has no remorse, she's shown that she has no remorse, she definitely thinks that what happened was a good thing, she still might be kind of coping with the weird sort of not guilt, but just like the severity of what she did, to the point where if she directly says that she murdered her daughter, it would kind of catch up with her in a way mentally. So she's just saying the thing that I did in her own mind, like she doesn't want to directly state what she did even to herself. Maybe that might be more accurate to why she's so vague in her own diary. So she was in jail for about 2 years from this point, and the actual proper trial was in 2011. It was on May 24th, and this is when we see Jose in all of his shitty glory. One of the things that was actually brought up during the investigation was that it was definitely Casey that had searched for those things on Google, like the suffocation and stuff, because she was logging into her MySpace account, and it was like no one else had access to her MySpace account besides her. So at one point, Cindy actually tried to cover up for her and was like, "No, I misspelled a word. I didn't actually mean to look that up, but I was the one who looked that up by accident." And then she rescinded this afterwards and said that she was trying to cover up for Casey, which just to me shows how manipulative someone can be, and then how someone can almost have like Stockholm syndrome as a result of the relationship, where it's like, no, I have to protect my daughter, even though your daughter is like happily gonna frame you for murder if she needs to, but there's still that kind of relationship that you have, and it's very hard to break out of. So they called Jeffrey. Jeffrey's on the stand, and he says that he doesn't even know a Zanny. He doesn't know a nanny because he doesn't have kids. He barely knows Casey. They didn't even work that much together at all. Like, why did she think that this would work? He also reiterates that she went to go to Zanny's apartment to pick up Kaylee. No one answered the door, and then Kaylee and Zanny had taken her somewhere, and she knew that Zanny had her, and then all this weird shit that doesn't make sense. And the timeline is already so confusing, because it's like she admitted that she didn't work at Universal. She had worked at Universal in reality at some point, but she didn't actually work in the place that she said. So not only did she lie about when she worked there, but she lied about what she did for some reason. I don't know why.
You are stupid. Yes, I know. That's insulting, but it's also the truth.
Editing Tara here to say that I put the footage for my shop channel in as the visuals because my camera wasn't cooperating for the rest of this. I'm really sorry about that. So the timeline is that Casey searches for suffocation on Google, murders Kaylee, keeps her in the car for a few days, and then dumps her body and starts making up a story about it while she goes out partying, stays at friends' places and her boyfriend's place to keep her out of parents' sight so they don't question her about Kaylee. And if they do question her, then she can hang up on them, so she has the control in the communication. Then a meter reader for the neighborhood finds Kaylee's body in a swamp and calls the police. He was a regular to read that neighborhood, so he was able to find it, and he knew his way around the area once he found something that made him suspicious, and he said that what he found looked like a child's skull, so then it kind of snowballed from there. During the trial, Casey was just shaking her head the entire time that the prosecutor was talking, and Jose, her shithead attorney, who we'll get into some other time, is slimy. So slimy in the way that he manipulated the entire jury to see Casey as not guilty. One of the ways that he did this was that they made up this lie together that she was raped by her dad, George Anthony, when she was a child, and that she was scared that Kaylee was going to get the same treatment.
That you've made in your jury service, coming here and helping us see justice. We know it's no easy task, and we intend, I'm sure both sides, on getting you home as quickly as possible once you have all of the information that you need. Everyone wants to know what happened. How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before ever reporting her child missing? It's insane. It's bizarre.
Like, feminists love saying that you don't see any, like, female school shooters. Rarely do you see, like, mass shooters who are females, but females do stuff like this, which is arguably as bad, if not equally evil, in just intent and just lack of morality. It's not that one is more or less evil than the other, it's just they express it differently.
Something's just not right about that. Well, the answer is actually relatively simple.
Lawyers will do whatever.
She never was missing. Kaylee Anthony died on June 16, 2008, when she drowned in her family's swimming pool. Well, the reason we're all here is because not of the commonality of this tragedy, but of the uniqueness of the family that it happened.
Just like also keep in mind the amount of resources that were being expended trying to find this kid. Meanwhile, Casey knew all along the entire time. Thank you, Ecdysis. She knew all along what had happened, but she led everyone on this wild goose chase. All these cops and police and investigators, all the concerned citizens who were searching, like, that was all just a fabrication that Casey had set up in order to just cover her own ass. And it's like, man, the depths of evil are just hard to even just wrap your brain around.
You will hear about ugly things, secret things, things that people don't.
And then, like, not to mention, like, her accusing her own father of being a child molester. Like, just that poor guy.
Don't speak about.
All just to
things that Casey never.
All just for her own benefit.
On June 16, 2008, after Kaylee died, Casey did what she's been doing all her life, or for most of it, hiding her pain. Going into that dark corner and pretending that she does not live in the situation that she's living in. This family must keep its secrets quiet. And it all began when Casey was 8 years old and her father came into her room and began to touch her inappropriately. This child, who at 8 years old learned to lie.
I can't imagine.
She could be 13 years old, have her father's penis in her mouth, and then go to school and play with the other kids as if nothing ever happened. That will help you understand why no one knew that her child was dead.
They basically say that Casey just did what she did because she's a victim and made up a false sub-story around her so that the jury would fall for it. Sounds pretty frustrating, right? And you'd immediately think that the jury is a bunch of morons for actually finding her not guilty. How retarded do you have to be to see Casey as innocent? Well, part of the blame is actually on the prosecution, because as I was frustrated as you are, but I found that the prosecution didn't use all the facts, and they were actually operating in a very incompetent way, even though a child killer was on the line here. Even Jose, for a later interview, says that he was waiting for them to bring up the Google searches and realized that they're not going to bring them up. They're not going to bring up the fact that she searched for how to kill a child with suffocation. And then he realized that he was basically going to win the case. So they didn't do their jobs. It would be so easy to cast blame through the injustice that you're feeling on just the jury members. But I have to say that imagine being a jury member and you don't have all the facts, and then someone who's very good at manipulation comes along and convinces you otherwise, and then you vote not guilty, and then when you're leaving the courthouse you immediately regret your decision, but you can't really do anything about it because you don't know if the other jury members feel the same or if you're going insane. And I understand that. And however, I will say that some of the court members being interviewed still stick by their decision years later for some fucking reason, and that sounds really fucking stupid even though they know all the facts now, and they're just... I blame those guys, but I don't blame everyone else.
Maybe you should join Majestic 12 in a body bag. I have some good news for both of you. Okay?
Around June in 2021, someone threw a drink at Casey at a club in Florida, and she called 911.
Morning, Death Score lovers.
She called them immediately, actually.
We're looking at some dark stuff, but we're taking a little step back from the shenanigans, perhaps to gain some perspective.
For someone throwing a drink at her in a club, even though she never called them when her child was missing. In 2016, Casey had a bankruptcy case going on, so she had to...
Someone threw a drink on her at the club and she called the police, but she didn't call the police when her child was missing.
Go back to court, and there's a document containing...
She was hiding her pain, which is what she's done all of her life.
Information from this detective who actually worked on Jose's team during the actual murder trial.
Well, the thing is that she wasn't molested. Like, the father never molested her. She made that up. Like, can you imagine being that father and you're suspecting your daughter of killing her child, and as part of her defense, she falsely accuses you of molesting her? Like, the amount of rage I would have in that courtroom, I don't think I would be able to contain it, knowing the consequences.
And it has some really interesting things. According to the...
Yeah, thank you. This is a costume of Sylvaria Bless from Valkyria Chronicles, I believe.
The document, it said that...
If I remember correctly.
Casey and Jose would make remarks like, Kaylee isn't going to be found and they need to get used to that. And we could say that the meter reader kidnapped her. The meter reader being the one who found the body, remember? Jose himself was also incredibly weird and unprofessional. The detective that was on the defense team said so much stuff that I can't even put all of it into this video, but I'm going to link this video by Annalise Tend to Life, where she actually shows the document and reads a lot of it in full so you can really understand the horrible things that were happening here. But the main things that were sticking out for my videos purpose, that Jose said that he knew something was up with her and something was wrong with her, but he refused to have her evaluated by a health professional. He also knew that she did something, and Casey ended up providing Jose with ominously vague items and photos that he could sell because she had no money to pay for his services, and she was using this as like a barter thing for him to help her during the trial. When the police offered a plea deal, Jose told her not to do anything about it and to wait for him to come back from his trip. And even when Casey wanted to arrange a meeting with the police to go through with this plea deal, an associate of Jose's came to stop them and refused to let it happen. So he had someone on his behalf basically harass them to stop the plea deal from happening. Jose once said, "You owe me 3 blowjobs," meaning the nature of their relationship, and how she was paying for his services. She was also very fixated on whether the meter reader had found everything yet, because basically it made it look like she knew that there was more evidence around where Kaylee was dumped in the swamp and was waiting to see if the reader had looked around the area more than it appeared that he had. This detective also witnessed Casey being naked in Jose's office more than once because of an arrangement that she had. Jose even admitted to the detective that Casey did kill Kaylee. The detective was even threatened with implication in Kaylee's murder, and like, if you say anything about what's going on here, we're gonna frame you and the meter reader for covering up the body for some reason. So obviously, because of all of these weird things that were happening, he was afraid to speak out until this point. Again, there are way more details, but I'm gonna leave that video in the description where she breaks it down really well. But finally, we get to the point of this video, which is the Peacock documentary.
You are stupid. Yes, I know, that's insulting, but it's also the truth.
I think what I'm about to get into really highlights the disturbing relationship that the media has with true crime events. In the Kyle Rittenhouse case, for example, the trial proved that he was an individual who wanted to help protect his friend's property and was forced into acting into self-defense because of the situation he was in and the fact that the people around him were trying to attack him. This was proven because in the trial, one of the people that he had a tussle with was even directly saying that he was actually trying to attack Kyle and Kyle had to protect himself. And the footage was studied very closely and showed that this is definitely true. Yet, because of some political things that were involved, the media decided to portray the exact opposite situation. They said that he was hunting people and killing them, and they even helped one of the perpetrators cover up their own admittance. That perpetrator in the court who said that he was actually going to attack Kyle, the media almost tried to cover it up for him and said that, you know, he was just walking around doing his thing. The fallout is that a lot of people are still fighting over this case for stupid political reasons when it should just be a cut and dry case of the truth and not really politics. It's a thing about justice here. It's not about what your random stupid bedroom politics are. So in the similar instance, Casey is clearly guilty and said things that show her true personality and lied and admitted that she lied expressly. Yet Peacock comes in and says that there's more to the story and helps her cover up her own instances of lying and delivers the direct opposite story of the truth in this case. Now, you could say that the media is just lying for money and there's nothing to it. There's no personal investment that they have. They're just rage baiting to generate money and attention in both of these examples. If you don't know what rage baiting is, it's like doing something that purposefully makes someone angry because they're more likely to engage with the material and share it to other people if they're angry. And yes, that's true. But my problem is that these actions don't exist in a vacuum. Sure, they're only lying for money, but the damage is done, and that damage is that a lot of people see this false information as truth, and they believe it so passionately, whether it be through personal experiences that they feel tie them to this case, or political reasons that they feel like they have to draw lines with other people, that people's lives are ruined. And the justice system is more muddy than it already is. In this documentary, Casey goes into doubling down about George being a pedophile even though it's not true, and as a result he admits in his own interview, and I'll talk about this later, that he frequently contemplates committing suicide. He is so distraught and broken because not only did his granddaughter die, but his daughter betrayed him. He gets calls from idiots who believe that Casey is innocent, calling him pedo and moron and leaving all sorts of horrible messages to an innocent man. Money or not, Peacock fueled that treatment of innocent grandparents that were just trying to mourn the loss of their granddaughter and caught in an impossible situation. In November of 2022, the streaming service Peacock did this horrible documentary called Casey Anthony, Where the Truth Lies, where they interview her with these softball questions that she already knew was coming. Now we know this because Nancy Grace was actually originally supposed to be interviewing her. She was asked to do so, but Nancy says that they were not letting her ask the questions that she wanted to, and she had to basically make sure that Casey understood what was happening so that she had lies prepared in advance, and that Nancy was not allowed to challenge her in any of those.
That I was contacted by this group when the director was still working on it to have a sit down with Tot Mom Casey Anthony under these conditions. And I said, absolutely not.
She didn't agree to the conditions. Listen, I know some people, not Nancy Grace fans, but basically what she's saying is she knew that they were trying to drive this documentary in one direction. She told them to go fuck themselves, and I am here for it!
So they basically let Casey run the show and come up with any lie that she wants and paint it as though Casey is innocent, and there are genuinely some idiots going around. I don't know if they're hybristophiliacs or not, but they believe that Casey is innocent because of this stupid documentary. The whole premise of the documentary is that Casey is now revealing bombshells that she never told the defense, her own team, for some reason. And I don't know why. This also goes back to if she was really that worried about Kaylee, why did she spend so much time lying to those detectives? Why would Casey reveal bombshells in this documentary about the case when she should have revealed them during the court case if it would prove her innocence so quickly back then? All of it sounds like she had more than 10 years to come up with some new lies, and someone gave her a platform to say these things in a very controlled setting. She insists that Zanny the nanny was a real nanny, but not her nanny, and that the lies that she told were based on the truth, as if it should make her look better. So, good liars use the truth to back themselves up, to look more legit all the time. You're trying to convince me that the sky is green and the moon is made out of cheese? That would make your lie seem pretty bullshit, and I would believe that you were lying immediately. But if you had some truth there, and it actually sounded really believable because half of the stuff you're saying was true, you are more likely to trick me. That's just the way that lies work on a basic level. Saying that you did tell a bit of the truth doesn't make you look like a good person or a better person, because obviously you were trying to sell the lies. You weren't being more honest just because you were trying to sell the lies in a better way.
And what is your relationship to truth and lying?
Why are you locked in the bathroom?
What's your relationship with the truth? What kind of question is that? What does that mean? Then she explains that the emotionless nature that she showed during the other footage that I played, like the interviews and the interrogation, was her in survival mode, and that she didn't want to break down on camera. Was her only caring about herself and not giving anyone else information also going into survival mode? For herself, yes. But for Kaylee, not so much. She said that the tattoo that she got that says "The Good Life" was actually an ironic tattoo because it was a way to rebel against her abusive parents because of them not supporting her and her dad being a pedophile, I guess. And now she's covered it up with some shit that looks like it's from like an MLM.
You are stupid.
She talks about herself like how she felt when her kid was missing
ironic.
was more important than her kid actually being missing.
You didn't
Like
get
what
the
she
joke.
was thinking and how she looked to other people was more important than the fact that
It's a joke
Kaylee could have been
tattoo.
dead at any moment and none of her family knew. Even Casey's brother said that Casey told him that Zanny held her down and kidnapped Kaylee in Orlando in plain sight. And this is what she said in court. And even when the body
Lies
was
to protect
recovered,
her
she still
family.
kept up this apparent holding down and kidnapping scenario that she even told to lie to her own brother. She kept that story for some time, and it seems like she kept it up all the way until the Peacock documentary aired, where she suddenly changes her story and says that that was never the case. She acts as if the lies that she told were told by someone else, and now she's pissed off because she has to clear the air and clear up the mess. You were the one that perpetrated those lies in the first place. When she was asked about where Zanny lives, she was like, "This is where Zanny allegedly lives," and she looks really pissed off to say this, but you were the one that made this up. You were the one that said that she lived there. You were the one that made this whole nonsense in the first place. Why are you acting like someone else did that?
Zenaida Gonzalez, or Zanny the Nanny as she was referred to, was
This just sounds like bullshit.
allegedly living.
So the new story is that Casey said that she wanted a night out and took Kaylee along to hang out with her friends and do all the night out things that she did, but lied to her parents that she left Kaylee at a babysitter because she didn't actually want to leave Kaylee with her parents because her dad is allegedly a molester and was going to rape Kaylee otherwise. She really goes ham on the George is a rapist angle when she's lied about everything else. So why wouldn't she lie about this? Why would it suddenly be the truth that George is a rapist? She also said that she was raped or unaware of who the father was, so Kaylee is the result of really degenerate or unscrupulous things that happened to her. But now she's saying that she does know who did it, and the weird thing about this that other people have pointed out is that she said that she remembered absolutely nothing from that night. Not one bit. Absolutely nothing from the time that she got pregnant, and now she has Kaylee. But why does she now remember specific...
Yeah, I remember that story too. I remember hearing about that when I was a kid. Very, very young. The mother who locked her two sons in the car and let it roll into a river and drown them that way. I think that was like perhaps like one of my first memories that really helped me to realize that people could be truly, truly evil. Ugh,
details,
what more
yet
to
she
say?
also is maintaining that she remembers nothing. She said what really happened that night was that Kaylee was sleeping in...
It's a hard thing to come to terms with when you're young, that people aren't as nice as the people you meet in your day-to-day life. That outside of that, there are monsters, basically, real ones.
the room with Casey at her parents' house where she lived in the bedroom that they had, and Kaylee was always the type of person to tell Casey whenever she was leaving the room and whatever she was doing, and one night she didn't do that, and Casey wakes up in a panic because Kaylee isn't with her. So then she goes out into the rest of the house and she sees her dad pulling Kaylee out of the pool, and the dad is screaming at Casey about how this is all her fault, and then immediately switches up to starting to comfort her and saying, "We'll sort this out, we're gonna sort this out." Casey reiterates that Kaylee would never leave her side, which, as someone who has worked with a bunch of like 2-year-olds and babies and 4-year-olds. Even the 4-year-olds, I had to tell them multiple times to like where are you going? What the fuck are you doing? You know, and obviously I wasn't swearing at them, but you know what I mean. Like children don't act that way. They act in their own world. They kind of assume that everyone else knows what they're doing automatically, and they just go and do it. And then that's why you have to look after them. The amount of times where it's like you can't go outside yet. You're not supposed to go outside yet. You're supposed to be in the room, and then they just go and try and open the door. They'll go somewhere else, and you're like, where the fuck are you going? And they're like, no, I have to go to the bathroom. And it's like, why didn't you tell me? Like, go. You can't just. 2-year-olds don't act like that. Even 4-year-olds don't act like that. Also, Kaylee was found with duct tape around her face, aka, you know, the suffocation thing that was happening. In this documentary, Casey does not address the duct tape. She isn't even asked about it, I think. And she says that her dad was the one who Googled suffocation later that day, even though according to her new story, Kaylee was found dead in the early morning. So why, if she's already dead, would he Google that when she's dead? I don't get it. Also, he was not home at the time because, like I said, searches happened in not only Casey's MySpace, so like it was her account. He was at work, and if he searched it at work in a completely different place with a completely different IP address, the work would have shown this. Like, they would monitor what he was searching. That's what workplaces do. So what is up with that? So how did he do that? How did he go to a completely different place, go and make search histories on someone else's account that he didn't know the password to, and then go back to his workplace in the amount of time that doesn't make any sense, and then afterwards call home to say that the car was impounded? Even Cindy, Casey's mom, was trying to cover for her at one point, saying that the searches were made by Cindy by accident because Cindy misspelled a word. And then she came out and said that she actually lied about that, and she was just trying to cover up for Casey, because both of them are used to covering up for Casey's lies, and they're used to being pushovers. So who did it then? Did Cindy do it? Did George do it? Why would George look up some nonsense? Even though the drowning story was the story that happened, and Casey said that Kaylee was already dead by that point. She also kind of infers that maybe George happened to be the one that actually killed Kaylee because he was trying to rape her and she was fighting back somehow or something. But even if that's the case, why would he then go and look up the method of death way afterwards as if he was planning to kill her when she was already dead? It doesn't make any sense to me. And why would the prosecutors not use the searches for evidence? Casey is doing an entire Crash Bandicoot level of gymnastics around this story, and none of it makes any sense. Casey then claims that she only came out about the George story during the trial because she was only then getting flashbacks about how she was raped as a kid, and she only remembered it then. So she went from being totally normal about him to suddenly acting like he's the crow mauler in like the course of a year. And she claims that her dad was assaulting Kaylee, so she needed to protect her, and then this whole thing happened. Then, after that point, after she said that this is what her version of events is about the pool and all of that, later on, she says that her new version of events is that Kaylee was fighting George off because George was trying to do bad things, and then he tried to knock her out by smothering her, so he accidentally kills her that morning while Casey is asleep. Somehow she ends up in the pool, somehow she's wet, which Casey then ignores in her new version of events. And then the duct tape is not mentioned either. Then he was Googling how to kill toddler when the toddler was already dead and he was already at work and he couldn't have been searching it from that area.
Backwards.
Am I just going insane? Now, the reason why she thinks that she has evidence to call George a pedophile is because he gave this huge eulogy for Kaylee, where it seems creepy out of context. He says creepy sounding things out of context, but it's so obvious that he is just a sentimental man who doesn't understand how to communicate himself properly.
So many of you that never got a chance to actually hug her, smell her hair, smell the sweet sweat when she came in from outside.
He doesn't know how to put his thoughts on paper in a way that makes sense, so to us, it sounds like he's saying something that he's obviously not meaning. He's not meaning that he misses creepy things about her, like the smell of her sweat in like a weird way. He's trying to paint a very vivid picture of the memory of a human being. And human beings are complex, we have a lot of stuff about us, and what he's trying to say is that every single bit of Kaylee is burned into his brain because she was a family member. Like, he misses every single bit of those memories because he knows he's never going to have any more with her. That's what he was trying to say. But she is using this grieving man, her own father, as an excuse for the shit that she did. Now, I don't know that much about the producers. I only know that they worked on reality TV before making this, so this is clearly just like an outrage thing. It's a rage bait, but still, again, like I said, it's not excusable. This year, at the time of recording, 2024, in January, a documentary dropped off about Casey's parents. Casey's parents were doing a lie detector and basically exposing Casey in like an interview style thing from another source. This is basically like a reply to the documentary that Peacock dropped.
I is the daughter the two of you raised, making the cruelest accusation against her father.
Because she found out that he was the main witness for the grand jury against her. The only other witness besides the sheriff's department, detectives that were out to get her, and now her father's out to get her.
Jose got interviewed by Megyn Kelly, Australian accent. And he's such a shitbag. He's like, you weren't there, you don't know. Were you there? Did you kill Kaylee, Jose?
You are stupid.
Cindy says that she's been going through a lot of anxiety because, obviously, and she even has an anxiety attack on camera and breaks down because of the stress when she's talking about Casey's lying and all of the stuff that she had to go through. They also turned Kaylee's room into a memorial room and a craft room so that Cindy can spend time in Kaylee's memory and sort of honor her while she's doing her hobbies and finding peace with herself, which I think is very sweet. They also say that they believe that Kaylee's ghost is in the house, and obviously this is like a sore subject because my brain is like, oh, you can't, that's not true, but at the same time they're grieving and I don't want to be an asshole, so if they saw Kaylee's ghost in the house and they believe that she's with them, she's with them. This is not one of those videos that I make where I scream at ghost hunters on the internet. This is not the time for that. They also heard about the Peacock documentary when it dropped, and they thought that she was being disgusting for doing that because they heard some of what was happening, but they, for their own peace of mind, had no idea what the extent of it was because they refused to watch it. They didn't want to engage in it. So they didn't actually know what was happening until they started getting horrible accusations thrown at them, and they didn't even know through those accusations what the true extent of what Casey said was until this actual documentary about the lie detector interview and stuff, because in this documentary they watched the Peacock one and it's very clear how hurt they are, because no matter what, when you think that Casey has done enough to hurt them, she somehow does even more. And I feel so bad for them. So only now, in this documentary, are they hearing that Casey is telling everyone that George is a rapist pedophile, and they get harassment from brainlets on social media who just take it and believe it without any of the context showing why it's bullshit. It seems to me that they're finally realizing not to be pushovers and finally finding their voices to explain that she's a bullshitter and they shouldn't be looking after her and they shouldn't be bailing her out, but it's kind of like a too little too late type of situation because they're already in such a bad place because of what Casey did and the lie that got out of hand and all of this nonsense. They look so tired, and I would be so tired too. George seems very nervous because obviously if you have people scrutinizing your every move as an innocent man, you start to feel like, maybe am I guilty of something? I don't understand. I don't know how to act normal anymore. Like, it's obvious the effect that it's having on him sociologically, oh my god, I can't even speak. Cindy also looks really distant, like she's somewhere else, and I don't blame her either. They were basically asked about the assault and Kaylee's whereabouts and all of that, and in the lie detector test, I know that lie detectors are kind of bullshit anyway, so it's like, I'm not trying to say that this is something that needed to be proved with a lie detector test or that the lie detector test does anything in particular, but it did come back for both of them that they are innocent from the lie detector test standards. Again, I don't need the lie detector to tell me that, but it also looks like they're not really dealing with their trauma in healthy ways because they don't really know how. Because at one point, Cindy starts yelling at the camera crew and whatnot, and she's just having this random outburst that's clearly coming from somewhere else, but she hasn't been able to articulate what's really happening, so it's coming out as anger. And like I said about George, he's shifting around because he doesn't know what to do with himself anymore, and he doesn't really have an outlet to understand how to act or how to do anything. So it's just like jittery mess. Basically, they said that they also don't know who the father of Kaylee is because Casey never told them, and she always changed the story that she did tell them, which sounds about right. And Cindy realizes that she's been way too lenient on Casey, and George is just kind of distant this whole time as well, and I really don't blame him. But Cindy also points out that Casey and George know CPR, so the pool story doesn't really make sense because they found Kaylee. According to Casey, they didn't really do anything. They kind of were just like, oh, whoops, and then it's just that's just the way it is. But that doesn't seem like it would happen, according to Cindy. And now we get to where we are today. All in all, I am kind of speechless. Like I said, this stuff doesn't happen in a vacuum, and it is so infuriating to listen to. We still have time, like, you can still treat it like a cold case, and we still have time to maybe, like, have another court case. Maybe one day Casey will go to jail because it will come to light, and there will be a proper prosecutor that isn't a complete moron who leaves out evidence. Maybe there will. But at the same time, it's like... Thank you for listening to me ramble about nonsense, and I'll see you next time.
Hoyo. Dingus. Shout out Dingus. Sounds like she had a lot she wanted to say about the case. But yeah, it is quite a fascinating case for a lot of reasons. For sure. Thank you, Procrastitara. It's a good video. Good crafts too. I might consider getting one of those at some point, just to show my appreciation. Let's see, is Shrinko streaming? What's he got to say?
And issue a copyright strike.
Got weird Afro cat
URL. All right, it's
Afro
already
cat.
banned. Now, when was it banned? I have no idea. You would think.
Like, I was thinking about this and I was wondering, like, where did he even get the name Superhound from? I thought he was going to show, like, some reference to the actual name Superhound, but there was none of that, which is very weird and suspicious. It's like, where did you get that from? Was it some sort of private correspondence? If so, why didn't you show that?
That if this were the case, that if someone's doing false claims, right?
So remember what I said on Discord. Remember what I said in Discord, guys. All he's going to do is explain the process on how it happens and just, deny that it's him. So he's showing us that this person is going around using a fake email, using Phil's email as a secondary email, using fake YouTube channels to make it seem like they have a channel. Like, come on, every year it's the same shit. Like, I mean, closing my closet. See, I remember. I was like, I remember. Because usually I see all lowercase. Did you see Superhound came into Phil's chat during the segment and claimed he had nothing to do with this? Phil didn't ban him unless it was done after it rolled off screen. So
I did see that.
I could chalk it up to two things. You know how Phil is when it comes to confrontation? He's not good at it. So, like, when something's going down in the chat, he kind of backs away. Like, when somebody's, like, bombing the chat with like N-words.
I'm very
Like,
confrontational.
what do you want me to do? I play the game. Like, I feel like it's one of those things. So
as you can see,
in terms of like him, being chummy with Superhound, like chummy with Superhound.
The mouse is up for delivery.
Not banning him. And what I mean by chummy, by like not banning him on fucking site, not saying, yo, fuck you, dude, you're fucking ruining my business. That's a little something we could look into. That's something we could definitely
DSP's just a pussy.
And it got banned. Didn't it get banned previous? Then why are
What's
they
up, Dom
reviewing
Motorsport?
and trying to grant more claims? Okay. So FYI, this address is not not legit anymore. All right? It's just not. It's not legit anymore. Someone was issuing false copyright takedowns in my name on their real YouTube channel. YouTube was so idiotic that apparently they granted some of them, but then got wind of it, realized they were fraudulent, and enough fraudulent ones came in, and apparently they banned the channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will never, ever, ever, I'm going to say this right now, you will never convince me that DSP has nothing to do with this. You will never convince me. Like I said, Straight out of his fucking
hard to
playbook
believe.
for almost every single fucking thing he does. He doesn't know how it happens. He doesn't know who did it, but he knows the exact fucking process on how it goes down. This is literal 7-year-old behavior that you can just snipe like that.
Another thing, just going back to the topic of like the way he approaches it, the way he talks about it, his verbal approach, his mental approach is very, very suspicious. Someone who had nothing to do with this and someone who sincerely wanted it to be put to a stop would be behaving very differently. But as we know, narcissists don't doubt their ability to be manipulative. They think everyone believes them, especially someone like DSP, who has nobody in the room to even, through body language, challenge what he's saying. Like, no one is allowed to even push back on him, so he has no reason to think that anyone else is not convinced. He thinks they're all convinced, but no one is.
There's no, you will never, ever.
We saw the text
That
between...
I don't know. That I don't know. Like I said.
Between him sending people out after Snort Burnell, we've seen too much correspondence between him and other people who copy strike things on his behalf. And the way he talks about it on his stream, he calls it illegal. He says that people should be taken off YouTube. He says that people should be put in jail. Why wouldn't he support this kind of things happening? He obviously does support it. But when he's challenged on it, he says, oh, no, it's not me, it's not me. Well, then you wouldn't be talking the way that you do.
He's either behind it or he's coordinating with the person behind it. I'm not going to argue it because, like I said, this is too much. Too much plausible deniability. It wasn't me, but here we go. But the thing is, like, you know, this person's doing this. I called it, like, people, I said this shit in Discord. I said, watch it just be an explanation on how the strikes went down, and I didn't do it. Every single year, the same thing, and at this point, all it's doing is just another stack of evidence to add. That's not subject. We're in agreement. We're in agreement.
But the question is, how in the holy hell can someone be issuing takedown requests for content on my channels on a different YouTube channel?
And see, that's the other thing. Like, he doesn't, like, this is the big one. This is the big, like, bombshell for me that makes me realize he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's not understanding it. We're talking about something in a court of law. This isn't YouTube terms of service. This isn't the platform. We're talking about law. And he's sitting there talking within the realm of YouTube. He's trying to deflect within the realm of YouTube, and it doesn't work. How can this guy send a strike? He doesn't even have the YouTube channel. It's a different YouTube channel. Dude, copyright is beyond social media platforms, dummy. That's what I'm saying. Like, he doesn't understand. Green Lobster says, bro, he doesn't understand that law firms can take down videos on people's behalf, like that forum. Like that forum. Exactly. Yeah. Because it's not a YouTube channel that owns the copyright. It is the legal entity. So the fact that he's walking around with this ignorance is a dead giveaway for me that he knows what's up.
That doesn't even make sense.
I agree with you, Chronox. It's very easy to believe. Like, I absolutely 100% would buy that Superhound does tell what he's doing to DSP, and DSP is like, oh, I don't want to hear anything about it. He just wants to maintain plausible deniability, but he's fine with other people going out of their way to do what he says he wants to have happen, which is that these people get taken off of YouTube.
I don't get it. So you guys do with this as you will. This is the channel that is involved in this particular fake takedown request. I don't know who this is or who they were, right? But I want nothing to do with it. All right.
All right.
I'm showing you this is because I want you to understand. There's nothing I can do. I'm not even involved in it.
Nothing I can
do. This for my channels. It's not there. I can't do anything with it. So for the record, just so everyone knows, I responded to this email and I said to YouTube again, hi, this is Phil Burnell. Yes, I have 3 YouTube channels and people keep impersonating me and try to taking down content falsely. They're doing identity theft. This is not legit. I want all of these reversed. I do not authorize any of them. I spoke with you a year ago in your support chat and you told me you would not help me. So I don't know what else you want me to do. I'm telling you right now, they're not legit. Remove them. And that's what I said. And that was the email to them. So, will YouTube read the email, use a iota of human intelligence and intellect, and say, oh shit, this is a big problem, let's fix it? Or will that go to their AI bots because they don't have any human staff and just sit there unread and never do anything? Right? I don't know. You would wish that YouTube would read my fucking email and say, oh, okay, here's evidence that this is fake. Let's make sure this doesn't happen again. Let's take action. But no, I guarantee you, likely, since everything's automated, the AI bot will have no idea what I wrote. It won't recognize anything in the email, right? And it's just going to go into a wastebasket or a black hole or an unread inbox, right? I don't know what else to say to you guys. So to all the detractors out there that are being negatively affected, I'm trying and YouTube doesn't care. I don't know what else to say. There's nothing else I can do. Like, again, I'm telling you what they told me a year ago. If you have issue, if people are hitting you with false copyright strikes, you have to get a lawyer. And the lawyer has to talk to YouTube about it to try to get it figured out and cleared up. I have no involvement. I tried to get involved. They ignore me. I did respond to this email. This is the first time I've ever gotten an email about one. I always am out of the loop.
That is a fucking lie. And as soon as I could find that fucking shit, it's this one right here, YT Shorts. It's September 9th, Level 1 Podcast, episode 61. YT Shorts, false DMA strikes defeated, victory story. You get an email. There's several of them like that. I got an email, hold on. Let me see if I can find the copyright. All right, it's not an email. Let me see something here. Give me 1 minute, guys. So here we go. So look. So look. Here's one, Phil. Here's one. Look. You have experience with this shit. I don't even I'm looking for something specific. And here you have experience with copyright strikes from legal entities, right? Hold on. Let me see if I could get this. Where we at right here? Let's see. Is this can we do it here? Can we show this? Here we go. Let's see here.
Here
we go.
Saying binary domain part 50 has been removed completely from YouTube. You have received a copyright strike from the publisher Sega. I said, what? We're not even at the stage of this deal yet where they should be able to give me a copyright strike. They just felt like going above and beyond and officially issuing the strike. Now, obviously I was angered because, as you know, 3 copyright strikes, your channel is gone. Okay? So what I did was this. First of all, I calmed down, and I said to myself, it might not be Sega. Years ago, back in 2010, the exact same thing happened with someone saying they were Ubisoft. They gave me a full copyright strike. Well, guess what? Come to find out, it wasn't Ubisoft at all. It was some guy who had submitted himself. His name was Steve Jones. It was a completely illegitimate thing. He didn't work for Ubisoft, and they immediately, once I disputed the strike, they removed it. Okay, so YouTube's automated system, not only does it not work with content ID matches, sometimes they contact the wrong people for the information, and they end up even putting out false copyright strikes. I know, it's even worse, because now my livelihood is at stake, because these motherfuckers have a terrible copyright system. Alright? So what I did was this. I immediately disputed, see, this is counter notification pending. I immediately disputed this copyright strike. And they allow you to write a message to whoever it is that supposedly gave you the strike. So I basically wrote this. I said, this video is part of a video game playthrough covered and protected under fair use law as a transformative work. If this really is Sega who is claiming this, I'm telling you right now, I'm instructing you, take me to court. Leave your nonsense off YouTube. If you have a problem with your video game footage,
I wasn't even looking for this.
Take me to court. Because I'm not taking down any of my videos. I am going to fucking stand my ground for all gamers, and I believe that Let's Plays are transformative work, and I'm not going to let you push me around. So I told him,
For all gamers. He's standing up for us gamers, y'all.
I wasn't even looking for this. I wasn't even looking for this. Oh my god. Oh, that's so good. I'm not even. Let's continue.
Bandai put another Elden Ring video.
Delicious, absolutely delicious.
I'll take a look at that.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it when you find gold nuggets and it's not even what you're looking for. Oh, let me continue.
I'm sure it won't answer any questions.
So I responded, hey, it's
I'll
not
watch
me.
it.
Please just clear all these up. But there's no guarantee YouTube's going to do it. They already apparently took action against that YouTube channel, whatever one it was. But again, I don't know what else this is. You know, like, what was that channel? Can anyone figure it out? Again, here's the channel URL. I'm trying to be as transparent as possible. What YouTube channel is this? This is maybe one of many that maybe has been doing this, correct? It's blatant evidence that someone did a false takedown in my name. But what channel is this? It's already gone. I don't know. Okay? So, I'm sorry, guys. I wish I had something else I could do. That's it. But, from my perspective and anything I can do, this is it. If I get more, if I get more of this, all right, I'll let you know. If I have more to respond to, I'll let you know. I'll respond to it, and I'll always tell them, hey, it has nothing to do with me. Leave it alone. You know, stop. Don't grant this. But again, it seems like non-stop nonsense, and I can't stop it because they're again. How could you figure this out? How could you solve this? Literally, it's the easiest fucking thing. The absolute moment that a DMCA takedown is issued, request ID. Prove that you're the person. Show us your ID. Then we know it's you. Correct? But they don't do that. They just grant it with no proving that anything is real. There is absolutely a legal requirement to confirm someone's identity to grant anything in a court of law.
Oh, it doesn't work the same on
You
all
can't just have
models.
someone walk into court and say,
Sometimes
oh, I'm
it's a little
so-and-so,
bit,
here, I'm here to represent. No, they have to prove who you are. So why
It's
on
popping
YouTube
on the
don't they
top.
do that? Because they're lazy. I mean, that's the only explanation. They're lazy. They want to not have staff to review anything, so they just skip that step. And they just shadow grant everything, and they feel just having AI clean everything up is the way to do it, instead of actually having humans involved.
Look at that. The last time we had to go over this was in fucking February. We went through this in fucking February of this year. February. We're going through the same shit. We're getting desperate here, Phil. We're getting desperate here, Phil. It's getting boring. It's getting tiresome. Look at that. You're using the exact same fucking overlay. You're using the exact same fucking overlay. Well, actually, no, it's not. It's the same one. It's just fucking different background. It's just got the Sonic background instead of an audio.
Mario.
The Mario background. Jesus Christ! Can this guy stop? Can he stop being a fucking broken record for like 5 seconds?
So, all I'm going to say is, hey, if someone...
You know what's funny?
Out there was ever mass hit with this kind of...
You know what's funny? Like, you think about his old condo, the Connecticut condo, and how he had all the boxes everywhere. Those paintings are sitting propped up on his boxes for his consoles. So he can't get rid of the boxes. He just keeps them around. And now he's just finding, like, some sort of practical reason to keep them in order to make an excuse to not throw them away. Like, he's such a weird trash hoarder. He doesn't just hoard things with value, he hoards garbage.
shit, and it actually legit hurt your livelihood, get together with others of the similar and do a class action.
Yeah, CP, how's it going?
That's what I would do. If I were involved, I would do a class action. And I would say enough is enough. Let's get YouTube to fix this process. At the very...
No, I wouldn't. I'd just get you to do it. YouTube can't fix the process. The only way YouTube would be able to fix the process is if they ban you, because then I bet you it'd stop.
At least they should have identity confirmation for DMCA takedowns. It should be absolutely what is requested.
You just get rid of all your videos.
Excuse me.
That way nobody can steal them.
So, more on here. So, Yeah, guys.
That would be bad though.
I'm
I just want him to
sorry
be demonetized.
to bother you
That would be
about
the
this,
perfect.
obviously.
That'd be the best of
This is
both
an issue.
worlds.
This is stupid.
Like if he gets his channel deleted, then people won't be able to download the videos and make this a side on plays and make fun of them. But if it gets demonetized, then the videos stay up and DSP no longer profits off of them. That would be the ideal, in my opinion. But hoping too much. Hoping for too much.
And I hate that it happens, but it's life, and we gotta at least talk about it every once in a
It's
while.
not my life, bro.
Right?
You
I don't wanna
don't.
just
Like, it's
ignore
getting every
everything.
once in a while. Like, this dude, this loony doesn't understand how crazy he sounds.
So, Jasper, here we go again.
Wow, he sounds so concerned.
Jasper, what are you doing?
Who's this boy?
He's trying to get you to let him out.
Careful. Oh my goodness, the Jasper. He wants so much attention today. He wants attention today.
He's trying to annoy you on purpose in order for you
talking
to
about this nonsense.
get
Let's
him
fight it.
to be
Stop
removed
talking
from the
about this
room.
nonsense. All right, all right.
Stop
I
talking
will.
about
We'll
this
move on now.
nonsense. Oh, okay.
So that's that.
You heard
Again,
it. You heard
if
it from the
anything
cat's
additional-
mouth.
If YouTube responds,
An
if I get
obnoxious
another
fucking
email like that,
douchebag.
right? Any of this, I'll let you know. But for now, I'm not involved. I don't know, what else to do about it. It seems like I'm not involved. Again, it has nothing to do with my channels. YouTube needs to take action, not me. You have a URL. Do with it what you will. If you can figure it out who that was. They were issuing false. DMCAs. Okay. There you go.
I thought you already said
All right.
who it was.
Let's continue,
You
shall
said
we?
Superhound for
All
some
right,
reason.
Let's get the shout outs because now we're already past noon.
And I still don't know why.
Our first contribution of the day was from Agent Clappers.
Ugh.
Nice name. Who says, "Let's get the party started." Agent Clappers.
Obvious sock
Alrighty
account.
then. And then we got some tips to shout out.
You hate PG side Phil. Come on, Indrid. You got to clean him up, though.
Okay.
With the Philly shirt. Phil with the Philly
No
shirt.
Ubisoft
Come
Forward
on.
discussion. You really think something happened at Ubisoft Forward worth discussing? Are you serious? Did you
I
even
said
watch
so
it?
at the time, but yeah.
That was
I
the
don't
most
know.
non-fucking
I don't
event I think
know.
I've ever seen in my
We
life.
don't know.
Right?
Like he complained about the other show about how they didn't show gameplay. They show gameplay and he's like, who cares? It's like he just wants to be negative.
It was like nothing.
You can go live because
Okay,
I think he
let's
does go back and talk about
Tomorrow.
this.
You can see me, so catch you guys later. If
Yep.
anybody's streaming tonight, I might just lurk.
Oh, he's
see
leaving.
you
Okay.
guys, all right? You guys know I love you. I love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. So I'm gonna leave you with some. I'm gonna leave you with the same shit I had yesterday. Hey, let's play yesterday. Here we go.
Shinko just quickly going over the
Alright?
recent
I
happenings.
got you guys. Love you. Love.
Same thing, yeah. Thank you, Shinko. A real one. This is just a pathetic attempt to deflect. For real, for real. Windows updates are ruining the business. Oh, I wanted to look at this. Elden Ring, the journey so far. I wonder what this is all about.
Peggy 16.
How could it come to this? Long ago, the Elden Ring brought prosperity to the lands between. But one day, it was shattered. The shards, great runes of enormous power, fell into the hands of the demigods. And although the demigods fought for control, in the end, there was no victor. And so began an era without a lord. Until, from across the sea of fog, a tarnished of no renown arrives at the lands between. The tarnished takes their first steps into the world, knowing not what awaits them.
Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina. I offer you an accord
Tarnished accepts Melena's request and begins a journey to bring her to the base of the Erd Tree. As they explore, the lands between become known to the Tarnished, and they gain power, shaping themselves in their own way. Throughout their journey, they cross paths with unlikely allies.
Death has left its mark once again.
Rise with us against the Erd Tree.
Listen. The fingers speak.
And fearsome foes that stand in their way.
A lowly Tarnished, playing as a lord. I command thee, kneel!
So much power in the hands of one Tarnished, growing in strength with every trial, who crossed the fog to the lands between, to stand before the Elden Ring, and become the Elden Lord. The lands between are yours to discover.
Sweet. Basically a re-release trailer trying to get people to buy Elden Ring leading up to the DLC. Feeling a bit more, not keeping things hidden because a lot of people have already bought the game. Just being like, hey, buy Elden Ring. You can play Elden Ring and then we get a DLC coming out soon. But yeah, that does make a lot of sense that if you look at the Steam achievements, most people who bought the game didn't end up finishing it. But that's with a lot of FromSoft games. Meh, don't you dare meh. I should do another run after the Frenzy Flame ending with the DLC. I want to do like a lore run. But that's kind of hard to do without a guide. I should look at a guide and just do like a run where I do every NPC quest. Because mostly when I play it, I just play it, you know. I don't really care about all the... It's not Bloodborne. Yeah, I hear ya. I know, I hear ya. That's the first thing I said when I loaded up Bloodborne. I was like, man, imagine if Elden Ring... Or, opposite, pause, rewind, flip it. That's the first thing I said when I loaded up Elden Ring. I was like, imagine if Bloodborne played this smoothly. If it had this sort of frame rate and responsiveness, it would be like a new renaissance. People would buy it all over again. Watching DSP play this shit again must be hard for you. Yeah, it's tough. That's why I don't recommend making This Is How You Don't Plays unless you really love the game. Otherwise, you lose interest really quickly. But it helps you appreciate the game, I think. At least in the way I do it. Seeing him miss out fundamentally on everything that the game has to offer gives you a new understanding and appreciation of everything that the game has to offer, and it makes you want to experience it in a way that he doesn't. But I understand you can't do that all the time. You'd be here for the rest of your life going over all the gameplay that he's made. Let's look at Atlas. What's Atlas got?
What I like to do on the setup is I have multiple browsers open for each of my YouTube channels, forcing me into doing updates despite the fact that I don't want to do them. I don't have to do anything. Who the f are you? And I actually got a very insightful post from someone that I want to share with you. First of all, honest question for everyone out there, and I know that I have, audience of a couple hundred people right now that'll grow over the course of the show. In Windows 10, I don't know about 11, but in Windows 10, is it a true statement that you cannot tell a PC running on Windows 10 that you just don't want to do updates. And the reason I ask that is because this laptop runs on Windows 10, and periodically Windows updates download to it automatically, which, by the way, I don't tell it to do, but it does it anyway. And then it tells me that it needs to install them.
And right from the start, I've got nothing but questions. And thankfully, Bill Williams is actually in chat asking DSP one of them right now. Why would you want to do that? Now, obviously, there are plenty of legitimate reasons why you wouldn't want your Windows or your OS at all to update, but I don't think that DSP actually knows any of them. So I'm also left genuinely wondering with Bill Williams, why would you want to do that, DSP? It couldn't possibly have anything to do with how regarded your setup actually is, could it?
Now, here's the thing. This PC literally is only used to monitor chat, monitor contributions, and every once in a while do things randomly. Nothing major at all. I literally don't do anything else. It does not. It probably uses 5% of its processing power. Seriously, I can't imagine.
Then how does he use it to control OBS and like hide scenes and change things and put things on screen? Is the mouse and keyboard connected to the office computer and he's only seeing what happens on the stream from like a browser with the stream up? Does he not? And how does he navigate OBS? Because he can't see the cursor do anything that's happening on the computer that's on the other side of the room. He's operating OBS from that laptop. How could he not?
Imagine this thing being heavily utilized. I don't go to any sites where I care about security or anything like that. None of that. Okay?
I just love how it progresses from, oh, I only use it for this and that, and then all of a sudden, and a few other things hew in there randomly, you know, not all the time. It's just not a very accurate descriptor and honestly a waste of oxygen. But then it goes on to talk about the resources, maybe 5%. I couldn't imagine it being actually utilized. Like, you don't have to imagine it. You could open up the task manager right now and take a look. I don't know why we have to make up numbers that are literally at the tips of our fingers. Just look at it, stupid. What does the number say? And what could he possibly mean by the statement,
I don't go to any sites where I care about security or anything like that. None of that.
Do you go to some websites and just start giving out all of your personal information? Are there actually websites that you go to where you just don't care if they're stealing your info? I'm not going to tell you how to live your life because I think that you get what you deserve. What I will say is that if that is what you're doing, I wouldn't recommend it. But what does any of the information that he's given us have to do with getting Windows updates? I'm just not seeing how all of these pieces fit together.
So, quite frankly, what I like to do on the setup is I have multiple browsers open for each of my YouTube channels. For example, one browser is logged in and has all the information for DSP Gaming. The other browser, the other browser is logged into DSP React, and a third browser is logged into DSP Throwback. So each week, as I jump between the channels and I do various shows, I don't have to constantly be logging in, logging out, opening, reopening setups and videos and windows and things like that. Okay? So I like doing it that way.
Yes, you heard that right. That's the reason that we don't want to do our Windows updates as scheduled. For anybody who didn't know, that's DSP confirming that he uses 3 separate browsers for his 3 separate YouTube channels, because he couldn't possibly be bothered to log in and log out of these several accounts that he has all in the same browser in just different windows, which is really odd to me given how fast it actually is to swap accounts if you use the same email address for all of them, which I would imagine that he is doing. Regardless, it's still a very strange solution for a very strange problem that DSP created entirely by himself.
All right. Now, with a major PC like my main PC, obviously with Windows updates and things, you want to do them. But on a PC that literally I'm only using to monitor chat, okay, I don't see the reason behind having to do the updates all the time. Maybe every once in a while I like to accumulate a ton of them and do them all at once, right? I used to do that. But now that this laptop is on Windows 10, I'm not kidding you, it seems to be forcing me into doing updates despite the fact that I don't want to do them. And I don't like that.
It doesn't seem like he has an actual issue with the system updating, he just likes to accumulate them, but for what reason? He's really just pressed because the system won't let him indefinitely procrastinate. Combined with the fact that he for some reason views the OS as giving him some sort of command and telling him what to do, which immediately triggered his ODD, or as I like to call it, his bratty kid syndrome.
I don't like that somehow Microsoft seems to tell me what to do on a device that I own. I own this laptop. I own the copy of Windows 10. Who are they to tell me I'm being forced to do an update?
Now, I'm no legal scholar, but I'm pretty sure that you don't own that copy of Windows. You own a license to use Windows. And if he wanted to argue that purchasing the license means that he owns Windows and should be able to do whatever he wants with it, he should point that out in the license agreement that he absolutely agreed to during his purchase. Because of course, as a totally legitimate businessman, you know he had to read the Windows license agreement.
So what they let you do is they let you like delay it for a little bit, like up to 30 days. But then after that, they say, oh, you've paused the maximum amount of pauses. You can't pause again. You must now do the update. What? Like, no, I don't have to do anything. Who the fuck are you to tell me that I'm forced to do an update? This is bullshit. And it's pissing me off.
I know that you can defer Windows updates for quite a while, so DSP, in that amount of time, since you don't actually have an issue updating your system, you should have found the time to not be inconvenienced. You really have nobody other than yourself to blame for this as well. You're really going to try and convince everybody that in your super busy full-time streamer style schedule that you can't find 5 minutes to update and restart your laptop a month? A laptop that you use for your business, might I add. But like I said earlier, this has more to do with DSP not wanting to be told what to do by Microsoft. Because who cares about security patches that might make DSP more safe? He doesn't want to listen to authority, and that's obviously far more important.
And because here's the deal, this coming week, all right, I have both a special broadcast on Friday to cover the upcoming Summer Game Fest, and then I have another special broadcast on Sunday to cover the Xbox Showcase and, you know, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Showcase, or whatever you want to call it, okay?
And real quick, both of those events were completely terrible, and I restreamed the Sunday one. It was just as miserable as the first.
It's a female mouse, by the way. So that's all well and good. The problem is, I don't want to have my setup reset during the week in the middle of these, especially one of those broadcasts is going to be at 10 a.m. I know that sounds really weird because I never stream that early. But yeah, one of the broadcasts I have to do around 10 a.m. I don't want to wake up, come in here, and all my shit has restarted, and now I have to reset up my entire setup for the stream and be late, or have to rush and be all stressed the fuck out. I should have control over my equipment. Not they tell me how to do my equipment. Go fuck yourself.
And there's actually a really simple solution to this, and it's that he could just quit using Windows if he's got that big of an issue with it. Of course, that would actually require him to use a different OS, and I couldn't imagine this guy trying to learn something like Linux. And how could he possibly justify purchasing a Mac and using Mac OS? And if he really wanted to try something out of his depth, he could, I don't know, go and ask the question on the internet search browser of his choice. I mean, he does use 3 of them, but I'm sure that at least one of them would be able to provide him step-by-step instructions on how to delay these updates, but instead, for some reason, he's decided to ask his dents in chat instead, because everybody knows that the fastest way to gather information is to ask your local dent.
Like, who the fuck are they? And the thing is, this didn't used to be like that. I can tell you purposefully that there were things that I have kept not updated for years and years and years, and it was fine. It doesn't affect anything. They might tell you it is. They might, oh my god, the sky is falling. They're full of shit. It doesn't make it benefits
No, Phil,
them,
you're
not
full of
you.
shit. Like, the idea that he needs so much time in order to set up his thing, like, holy shit. Like, my setup is so much more complex. I use 2 VTuber avatars. I have chat on screen. I have a live updating leaderboard. I have all this shit, all these different scenes. I got intro and everything. I can start up a song and have everything be set up before the song is done. One single song, not 2 songs, not 3, not 4, not 5. And it's just a macro. It's just a couple buttons I press on my Stream Deck that are connected to different programs. They open and I'm ready to go. This guy's just such a lazy fuck. If your laptop doesn't do a whole lot, then it just open the browser. That's all you gotta do. Shut off the laptop so it lasts longer. Open it up when you're ready to go, and then go. He's so upset that Windows is making him restart the laptop in order to install updates.
Okay? You update when you need to. If it's a piece of equipment you're literally not using often for anything too crazy, you don't have to do massive updates.
Massive
Case in
updates.
point, okay?
Massive.
I put off updates for like a month, and then they forced me to do them. I did them, and then immediately the next day they said, oh, there's more updates to do. Fuck you. I just did updates yesterday.
you.
What are you talking about? And that's the problem. Sorry, I don't want my setup constantly restarting every day because Microsoft is inefficient, doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, and constantly loads me with updates.
They don't know what they're
can kiss
doing,
my ass,
updating
basically.
Windows. What are they thinking? They're stupid.
This really just showcases DSP's entire thought process when it comes to pretty much any topic. He's a serial procrastinator with the mindset of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And of course, now that he feels like he's being forced to do these updates against his will, he's deciding to just be as defiant as possible and make poor decisions. But for all DSP knows, they're actually trying to make his system better, because like I said earlier, it's not like he's actually reading any of these patch notes. He has no idea what any of these updates do. For all we know, one of those Windows updates could be that every future Windows update will now no longer close all 3 of your browsers. But I guess that the world may never know, because DSP just refuses to do them.
So yeah, I'm pretty angry about this. I don't want to keep doing this. I thought, maybe 2-3 times a year, I queue up all the updates, and when nothing going on, I'll do them. Now, whenever we feel like it, we tell you to do the updates, and you're forced to do it, right? That's absolutely ridiculous. So does anyone know if this is true or not? Am I forced to do it? Like, it's telling me right now, I'm literally forced to do this update within the next 7 days.
Oh, no!
And there's nothing I can do about it. I've maximum number of pauses reached is what it's telling me. So if that's the case, I got to try to schedule it to do it on a night when it's a normal day, not when it's like, Friday or Sunday when I have these special events going on, but a normal day when I have some extra time to do that shit.
How much time do you need, boss? It really shouldn't take that long. I understand that he's got multiple updates to do now, but it can't take any more than an hour, and he's got at least that in between the streams. As soon as the first stream is over, DSP, update your goddamn laptop. That's why it's really not that complicated. Literally, as you're walking out the door, do it. Of course, he probably views updating Windows similar to how he views uploading to YouTube, which of course means that he would have to be in the room during the entire process babysitting. And if he's babysitting the update, how is he supposed to spend time with his family, dude?
Well, no one's actually answered me.
Hello?
You guys just say, well, there's a reason that it's like, I don't care what the reason is. I don't give 2 shits.
Well, you should.
They don't,
That's
just because
the
they
point.
run their businesses a certain way and they feel that it's beneficial to them to have auto updates doesn't mean that I have to bend over and take it and do what they say. It's my equipment. I bought it. I can do it as much as I fucking want or as little as I fucking want. They don't have the legal right to force me to do things at all. Period.
You know what sucks? I bought a car, okay? And the car keeps bugging me, and it's like, I need gas, I need fuel, I need an oil change. What the fuck, dude? I bought the car. I own the car. The car shouldn't tell me what to do just to make it run, okay? Just fucking run. I shouldn't have to go to a gas station and put gas in the car. Fuck you, Toyota. It's the same shit.
Pisses me off.
Does he feel the same way when it comes to these video game consoles and the OSs that they
Fuck
operate
you,
on? Does he carry
Subaru.
that same mentality when it comes to doing these updates for video games? I wouldn't imagine so, because it doesn't make any sense there, and it really doesn't make any sense here either. But I love him getting irate with his audience for trying to justify why auto updates exist and why he should just update his operating software. Because heaven forbid he actually listened to the answer that his chat gave him when he asked a question. But I guess that's what they get for not giving him the answer that he actually wanted.
Yeah, I didn't do. That's exactly right, David. I'm not doing Windows 11. They constantly keep telling me to do Windows 11 on here, and I'm not doing it. I hear so many things about Windows 11 that are bad.
Put air in the tires.
I have Windows 11 on a mini PC.
Do
So
this,
far,
do that.
Seems okay.
Do the other
but when everyone's
thing.
saying Windows 11 is inferior to 10, I am not.
Don't
putting
tell me
Windows
what to
11 on this
do.
thing.
Who is telling you bad things about Windows 11, DSP? Can you name these people? Can you point these people out in a lineup? Are they in the room with you right now? This is, of course, not me saying there's nothing wrong with Windows 11. I'm just curious as to who DSP thinks that he's talking to about operating systems with. But he's just confirmed that he has Windows 11 on the mini PC and hasn't had any problems with it whatsoever. So why does he have some strange refusal as to putting Windows 11 on his laptop as well? A laptop that he himself just said he doesn't use for anything more than just browsing and chat. None of this makes any sense when put together. None of it is lining up. Nothing except for the fact that DSP is a pig-headed boomer style prick.
You can disable automatic updates, but after a certain point it becomes inevitable. No, exactly. That's exactly right. That's what's happened to me. Basically, I put it off.
They're telling
for
you
like a
that
month
to
or two,
help you try and get
forced me to
over
do
it
back in
and deal
early
with
May.
it.
I said, all right, fine.
They're
we'll
not
do it.
explaining,
And then
they're not helping
literally
you
the next
explain
fucking
what the
day, it's like,
problem
oh, there's
is.
more updates. You have to do them right now. I was like, no, fuck you. I just did them
No,
yesterday.
fuck you.
Just because you're too fucking stupid to
'Cause
program
you're
it to do it all
dumb.
at once.
You're not
doesn't
smart
mean
like
that
I
have to now
am.
bend over and do more
Mr.
updates.
Bankrupt.
So I delayed them another month, and now today it pops up. That's it. Your limit has been reached. Now you must do updates again. I'm like,
Oh
who
my
are you? It's like a
God.
bully
Who are
coming to
you?
your house and do what I say. No, fuck you, Microsoft. Who the fuck? Like, really? And the thing is, like I said, it didn't used
Who
to
are
be
you,
like that.
Microsoft?
You're right, DSP. It didn't used to be like that, but they also used to not be able to patch games after they came out on a physical disc. And as you can see, that is no longer the case. Things get updated now in the modern age,
Yeah.
especially pieces of software.
Yeah, fuck you, Microsoft. By the way, here's my monthly payment for Microsoft Game Pass.
That are actively being worked on. So it doesn't matter how things used to be. This is the way that things are now, DSP, and you're the one that agreed to the agreement. You're the person that decided to use Windows in the first place and not a different operating system. And you're also the person that refuses to look up the question themselves to get a concrete answer that is actually going to be beneficial to you. Because, spoiler alert, there is absolutely a way that you can defer these Windows updates for up to 365 days from what I've read.
I had Windows products in the past that I didn't update for a long time. I'm talking years. Seriously. Like, I was like, now fuck that. I don't need the updates. And I would just deny, and it didn't affect shit. It never affected a damn thing. Nope, not once.
So all of the potential improvements and bug fixes that came throughout the years of that operating system that DSP was using, he never saw. Because he says that it never affected anything, as if all of the things that could have happened were all negative. Does he think that all updates are designed to make for a worse user experience? Undoubtedly some are, but there's definitely some benefits to be had as well, even if it is just minor bug fixes.
And it doesn't brick your... Wow, people are like, seriously? People are so the sky is falling and believe everything that they're told. Oh, but that will brick your PC. I shit you not. I had a PC I didn't do Windows updates on like for 4 years and it didn't brick the PC. It did nothing. The PC ran perfectly fine, actually.
Well, that
It
was
never had an
then.
issue.
This is now.
So it's complete nonsense.
Also, same guy who constantly complains about videos being corrupted. It worked fine. Sure, videos get corrupted,
Anyway,
but
so no one's really helping. Everyone seems to
Forget
be,
about that.
Of the impression that there's nothing you can do.
Don't think
so
about
I guess
that.
I'm stuck. I guess I have to do this forced restart in the next week, and Microsoft gets to control our lives because we use their operating system. Well, Microsoft, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Seriously, that's
Well,
bullshit.
they're not,
And, if I
and
had a way
you're gonna have to
disable
deal
I
with it,
absolutely would.
and there's
Okay.
nothing you can do about it. So actually, fuck you. Deal with it,
Okay.
bitch.
Damn, he hit us with the pre-sip okay and the post-sip okay. What a combo. But of course, nobody was giving him the answer that he was looking for still. So that's going to be the end of the topic for today. But only for today, because you absolutely know the following day he had to re-bring up the topic. Because it wasn't enough non-tent the first
she'll
time,
be
we had
back.
to go back for seconds.
I did see
First topic today that I want.
Did see OBS showing me red connection just for a second there, and it's back. Should be back. Thanks for hanging in there.
actually cover was actually a topic I opened the show with yesterday.
I actually want to take a look at after this. Keemstar getting mad at the Kano Casino for big dogging him. Where is that? This one, this clip here from Melissa.
If you remember yesterday, I said, "Man, this laptop runs on Windows 10, and it's angering me because it's telling me that
The whole thing about flipping off the camera is so stupid. It's so juvenile. Like, Microsoft isn't watching, your viewers are watching, so you're just flipping them off. Like, grow the fuck up. 42-year-old man-child. Ugh.
Amazon says the mouse is supposed to be here before 10 p.m. So who knows when it is going to show up. What is this video?
So when I see these layoffs happening, it's like, yeah, it sucks that there are factors outside of the industry that are playing a part in this, inflation, COVID, all this stuff. But ultimately, these layoffs are the responsibility of an overzealous industry that took the wrong lesson from what happened during COVID-19 and all this growth that happened in the sector because of that. And we've talked about this for a while. Not to say that layoffs wouldn't happen or that this wouldn't have happened eventually anyway, but like, I just don't like the idea. It's like, oh, well, it's the economy and it's inflation. It's like, yeah, that plays a part, but you overextended in the first place. Like, you overhired. And I guess I just wish it is frustrating to me, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again here, even though I sound like a broken record. It is frustrating to me that the people who pay are not the people who are responsible for the mistake in the first place. That is what the most frustrating part of these layoffs to me are. So when I see these,
well, the people that they need to get rid of first are the diversity initiatives, the DEI departments, the consulting firms who come in and tell them to change the ethnic and racial gender makeup of characters in games, who spruce up dialogue in order to be more culturally sensitive. Those are the first people who should be put to rest.
I'm being
figuratively
forcefully told to do Windows updates.
How could anybody not remember something so stupid and ignorant, DSP? Honestly, I think that it would be more difficult to forget that somebody said something so stupid.
Now, previously, I've had many computers. I mean, I've had them since the 1990s. And at least in previous iterations of Windows before Windows 10, it seemed like you didn't have to do what you didn't want to. If you decided you didn't want to do a Windows update, you weren't forced to. You could indefinitely delay it or just
Phil,
tell it, hey, don't install
we
it.
have much more advanced hacking techniques. We have much more advanced security breaches. We have AI that can literally just be like, hey, give me a virus, and it'll type out the programming for a virus that they then plug into an exe. Like, of course, these operating systems need to be more on the ball when it comes to their updates and their security. Or you can just get hacked. It would be such poetic justice if DSP had his laptop hacked and just everything shut down. His channel just deleted, just uploaded like European soccer videos and crypto scams. That would be so beautiful. It would make this rant so poetic.
Updates until I tell you to. But in this case, at least it seems starting with Windows 10, Microsoft is literally bullying you into saying, oh, you can delay it a certain amount of time, but inevitably you're going to have to install the updates we tell you to install without any kind of way around it. All right?
No, there's absolutely ways around it. You just didn't get that answer from your chat because they're not the end-all be-all of information like you think that they are. If he really wanted to take care of this problem, he absolutely could. All he would have to do is look it up for himself. I have no idea how he's so allergic to a search engine.
For example, a few months ago, or I'd say probably earlier this year, it said...
Yeah, it's weird. I guess, I mean, you're making a point about Street Fighter being updated, but it's... I think if Street Fighter updated and then restarted in the middle of like a stream, and if he was playing a game, that would be worth something getting irritated about, because it's something that happened during the stream. But the thing is, Windows doesn't update during the streams. You can schedule it to update during off hours. He's just mad that it restarts in general. Like literally just because it restarts to do updates. And he has to open up browsers in order to... For his 3 channels, when he only uses 1 channel at a time. Like, why does he need all 3 browsers open at the same time? And why can't you just, like, make them desktop icons and, like, have bookmarks that you can click on and open it up quickly? He's just a big baby. He's just complaining over nothing. I mean, this is a guy who complained that his sesame chicken had sesame seeds sprinkled on it. Because he's too stupid, and he thought that, like, they cooked it with the sesame seeds. He's just an idiot and a complainer and a big baby.
There was a bunch of Windows updates.
Literally. This guy literally complained that his sesame chicken had sesame seeds sprinkled on it. Literally. Just wrap your brain around that.
It's needed. And I said, well, I don't want to do them now because
Think about that in your head.
Set up on my streams here where I have 3 browsers open on my laptop at all times. and each browser is for one of my YouTube channels, and each one has a setup. You know, there's one window open that shows contributions. There's one window open that shows the chat. And
So it's 3 bookmarks. Just put them on your bookmark bar and click, click, click.
Side. So I
there you
basically
go.
have 3 windows open to
3
monitor
seconds.
any particular stream
Max.
on my laptop. So I have 3 open per channel. So I have 9 windows open. You see?
I know a lot of that was repeat information that he.
No, it's 3 windows with 3 tabs each. But okay.
He's already given us, hence why I said it was repeat information. Keep up. But I wanted to be sure to include the part where he describes the 3 different windows that he has open for each of his 3 different browsers. Because despite how regarded his setup actually is, I do actually have to commend him for being able to utilize 9 different windows on one monitor. As a triple monitor user, I could never, dude. There's not enough screen real estate on one screen. I'm really only left questioning how he actually discerns what any of the text on the screen says, given how small those windows actually have to be, especially given the fact that he never wears his prescription glasses.
That's another thing. He complained that the fork that they gave him was not sufficient to eat his sesame chicken. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know why your fork wasn't able to eat the chicken with. Maybe you shouldn't order from them anymore, or maybe you're just extremely ridiculously weak.
I don't want to have to do that.
Because it's plastic, but even then, like how can a plastic fork not be enough to eat chicken with?
Over and over every single time that my laptop updates, it's a pain in the butt.
Yeah,
so
he's a professional.
The thing is, I
Everyone
don't
else is dumb.
usually need Windows updates right away. All I use this laptop for is literally monitoring the streams every day. That's it. So if that's the case, right, then what's the big deal? I don't have to force myself to do them. So what I would do is I would queue them up. I would queue them up for several months and then do like one loaded update every few months. So I'd done that earlier this year. And then I remember it happened again like a week or 2 after. It said, oh, more updates. I said, I don't want to do updates again. I just did them. So I delayed them as long as I could. And I couldn't tell you how long they let me delay them, maybe like a month. And then I think that, again, they let me delay them like another month. And then finally it says, you've reached the limit. You must do updates. And I'm like, what does that mean?
How are you confused by that? It's in plain English. You can no longer delay these updates. I don't know how there was ever a question of what that could possibly mean. Real talk though, how did you have 2 months to install some updates and you couldn't find the time to do it? That's the question that really needs to be answered.
Like, never in my experience have I been told
people are
that
really
I
hating-
absolutely must update something that I own. You know, I
Episode
own this
3 of
laptop.
Acolyte.
No one has the right to tell me I have to install software on it if I don't
I'll
want
probably
to.
have to make a video on it.
Apparently that's not the case anymore. Microsoft thinks that they can tell you what to do.
You guys remember earlier when I was asking if he felt that same exact way when it came to his video game consoles? Apparently the answer was actually no, he's completely forgotten about them. Which is really odd to me, being somebody who's done both console updates and Windows updates before. My Windows updates are significantly faster than the console ever was. And console updates are also far more inconvenient if you ask me, because you can't do them while you're turning the console off as you're going to leave. You actually get prompted to update them as soon as you turn the console on, meaning that if you were going to sit down and play video games after a hard day's work, you can no longer do that until it's finished. But what do I know? I don't run a business like the guy. Clearly, he's the source of knowledge on the subject.
I think that's pretty crazy, but apparently that's the case, and apparently people are just
I
pushover.
can't believe he began this.
Oh, well, I want to use Windows, so I just do what I'm told. I'll update. Do you even know what's in that update? What if it's taking away functionality? What if it's bogging down your laptop or your desktop and making it run worse? What if you don't want it? You're not allowed to not have it? I guess not. According to Microsoft, they think that they're fucking better than us and can tell us what to do, I guess. I mean, that's essentially what it is.
No, it isn't.
I have no idea where he got this idea from, that Microsoft is just looking to tell people what to do because they think that they're better than everybody else. It really has nothing to do with that and everything to do with the fact that this is their software that they're constantly updating, and yes, they're going to be pushing new features that you probably do or don't want. But if that's something that you really concern yourself with, then you need to be reading the patch notes and actually being informed on it. Unlike DSP, who is insanely uninformed and just complaining to complain.
Anyway, so basically the reason that this really pissed me off is because I did a Windows update like a month ago. I was forced to do it. And then within 1 day of me doing that Windows update, the thing popped up again saying, you have to do it again. Another update is available. You must do it. It's mandatory. And I was like, I just did it. I literally just fucking did it. And I had to redo all my browsers and everything. And now they're telling me that I do it again. And I'm getting pretty upset.
And I know that we've already talked about the fact that he's got 3 different browsers for his 3 different YouTube channels, which is just absurd and doesn't make any sense. But I also want to acknowledge that the task that he's trying to avoid isn't all that taxing. It doesn't take all that much time at all to just open up some windows and reopen your tabs. And if this is the only thing that he uses his laptop for, he could absolutely just bookmark the tabs on all 3 of his browsers and instantly open them as soon as the browser launches. Again, for the record, absolutely insane that we even have to talk about this. But if this is something that he's genuinely concerned about, there's ways to save himself time and avoid all of this headache. I've just never heard anybody talk about opening tabs as if it was some sort of insurmountable task.
So I said, no, delay again. So I delayed like another month. And then yesterday they said, oh, you have to do it again. You have to schedule it for the next week. So we talked about this.
Dude, not even your grandma complains about this.
And I actually got a very...
Has anyone's grandmother complained about how when their computer restarts, they have to open up a browser again? No. Like, even really, really old people who are over 100 years old don't cry like this. Thank you, Good Roberts. I like the logic of the random costume thing. I changed it a little bit. It used to be just a bunch of random 2s that it would be like, okay, like on the redeem, come on, middle mouse, dying middle mouse. This is the shit I have to deal with, dude. Come on. Okay, so this is the channel point redeem. Oh my god, I'm so tired of this. It used to be like a random 2, and this would go to one of the random 10s, and that would pick one of 10 random costumes. But if it was the other 50%, it would go to another random 2, and it would have a 50-50 chance of picking another one of these random 10s, or going to another one, and it would just be basically daisy chained that way. And what I found is that basically it was just half the time picking from these top 10, because that makes a lot of sense, right? There's a 50-50 chance that it either picks one of the ones at the top 10, and the other 50% is dedicated to everything else. So if you wanted it to go all the way down here to the bottom and randomly pick one of the 10s down here, it would basically be like 20 coin tosses, and every coin toss had to land heads for it to go down to here. And I know that, like, statistically, that would make sense, right? Because every coin toss has an equal chance of being heads or tails. So the odds of flipping a coin 10 times and each time it landing on heads, that's statistically just a bunch of 50-50s. And it could happen, but I don't know, it just didn't feel right to me. So instead what I did is, for the channel point redeem, it goes to one random 2, and that either it's a 50-50 chance it goes to one random 10 or another random 10. And this random 10 goes to one of 10 random 10s. Or the 50-50 chance it goes to this random 10, and that random 10 has a chance to go through another random 10. And to me, I feel like that gives each costume a much greater chance of being selected, which is why I think we're seeing more that we haven't usually seen. Just to test it out, send signal. What is it going to land on? Oh, programming logic. I used to do a lot more programming. Hey, it's Arcoade. Very fitting we go from Saber to Arcoade. But yeah, I used to do a lot more programming. I liked programming a lot earlier in the past, because I thought that programming, it made sense. Like, one of the things that really gets me more irritated more than anything are things that don't make sense for like no reason, and there's no explanation for why it doesn't make sense, which is why I gravitated to programming in the first place, because it's like everything has to make sense because it's its own sort of internal logic. And then the more I did it, the more I realized that isn't really the case. Even things in programming don't have to make sense, and there's no reason why it doesn't make sense. So I stopped liking programming that much, but I still have the knowledge of it.
insightful post from someone that I want to share with you. Here's what they have to say. Ready?
No.
This is a comment on yesterday's podcast, by the way. Windows 10 Enterprise actually gives users the ability to disable Windows Update, and that's why I'm currently running it on my gaming PC. The day I installed it, it blocked the updates in the group policy editor, the registry, and in the service.misc. Since I blocked the updates,
this is all pointless because it's not going to do any
not
of
downloaded
this.
or been prompted to download any updates. In addition to that, I also use a free firewall called SimpleWall, which blocks everything on your PC from accessing the internet by default. When you open a program that tries to connect to the internet like a browser, a pop-up appears, giving you the option to block that connection permanently, allow the connection for only a limited time, or to actually grant full access at all times. If you give Chrome full access, for example, SimpleWall allows Chrome to have unrestricted internet access. Indefinitely. If you use another app, such as Steam, that also attempts to connect to the internet, you'll see the same pop-up asking what permission to grant Steam, etc. Essentially, you become the one who decides to get access, acting like a bouncer, and you only have to decide once per program. So, essentially what I'm...
When you talked about Washi Fan, why you fairy read chat, leaving your OGs behind? I'm reading what you're saying right now. You're just not saying things that are easy to respond to.
Being told, yes, you can stop Windows from doing Windows updates, but you either need a specific version of Windows that most people don't have. Like, I'm sure that this laptop came with, like, Windows 10 Home or whatever. It didn't come with Enterprise Edition. Why would it? It's a home-use laptop, right? Or you have to use third-party software like this SimpleWall in order to stop it from doing whatever it wants, right?
There definitely is a way around the situation. You could take that path if you want DSP. But of course, if you were to just look this up yourself, you'd get a more concrete and definite answer. Some that you might actually be able to accomplish. Because I'm going to keep it a $1.35 with everybody, I really don't think that DSP is capable of doing any of those things. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean is I don't think that DSP is actually capable of navigating third-party software in that manner. I think that it would get lost on the page just trying to download the thing, let alone setting it up. And could you actually imagine the pre-stream that would immediately follow DSP uninstalling and installing a new operating system on his laptop? Oh my god, it would go on for 100 years. We'd be going into like quadruple overtime.
That's absolutely ridiculous. And again, I think that someone should do something about it, and it ain't gonna be me, but that's a class action right there. Everyone just sues Microsoft and says, what are you, out of your fucking mind? It's our hardware. Despite the fact we're using your software, what the fuck? You don't get to tell us that we have to do something and install something on our...
How stupid is that? Sue Microsoft and tell them that you don't want Windows to update anymore. Like, what?
Our hardware, especially if we deem it unnecessary or maybe even harmful. Sorry, that's bullshit. You don't get to tell us what to do with things we own, right?
That would be a liability.
Unfortunately, they do DSP. That's how these licenses work. It's really ultimately your decision whether or not you agree to them and continue to use their software. But I absolutely cannot stand when somebody says that somebody should...
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Washi Fan. Tomorrow I'll be playing video games.
Do something, but it's not gonna be them. Then shut the hell up. If you're not willing to be part of the solution to the problem that you're complaining about, then you should just sit down and shut up. Which is honestly where he should have started and stayed at, being as how uninformed he actually is when it comes to this topic. And he always thinks that everything is a class action lawsuit. I hate to break it to you, DSP, but everything that you think is a class action is really just you not understanding or even reading the terms of service that you're constantly agreeing to.
Anyway, I find it nonsensical. So by the way, the funny part about this is, I turned on my laptop this morning. Oh, the Windows Update installed. I didn't tell it to. I scheduled it for Saturday. It just did it anyway. I'm serious. Yesterday on this podcast, while we were talking about it, I told it to schedule it to do it on Saturday between the two React shows I'm doing for the big game events this weekend. If you remember, Friday is Summer Game Fest and Sunday is Xbox. It just did it by itself. Without my permission. Even though I distinctly told it to do it Saturday. So, what did it mess up? Nothing, but guess what? I had to redo all my browsers this morning. Everything was fucking reset. I gotta reopen. Some of them, like 2 of the browsers actually, like, remembered the settings. So it opened up Jasper.
It opened up Jasper.
Chewing wires. Jasper, stop right now. You're not chewing those wires.
Damn it, Microsoft, you opened up my cat.
I can never finish a story when Jasper is in here these days.
then
Then
kick
let
him
him
out of the room,
out.
DSP, and leave it that way. This is an actual detriment to the content that you make that you have to make in order to pay your bills. The fact that you think that this is an acceptable thing to have to do just about every day at this point is kind of laughable and just goes to show you how little you actually care about the quality of the content that you make. There shouldn't be these interruptions, especially for something like a podcast, something that's supposed to be audio style. But even if it wasn't a podcast, and I use that term very loosely, even as a visual style viewer, the only way that you can actually view, it still doesn't make for good content and is just a waste of everybody's time. There's actually no reason that you can't just ban the cat from being in your office while you're doing your streams. But before he started to talk about Jasper, who's constantly trying to eat wires and self-commit, I absolutely love the fact that he acknowledged that 2 of his browsers that he uses for this stupid setup actually remembered what tabs he had open and auto-opened them, so he only had to open 1 browser. And that's what we're complaining about right now. That's what spurred this discussion today. All this drivel because the guy had to open 1 browser.
Anyway, so yeah, so some of the browsers remembered, some didn't. So basically I was in here an extra, 15 plus minutes setting up the browsers before I could stream today. And it's frustrating, but it's done unless it pops up again today. Because again, it could. This is what happened last time, is it said, oh, it's done, and then within like a day it popped up, oh, you need it again. What are you talking about? So I guess we'll see.
Okay.
But again, for me,
The arrival date updated. It should be between now and 3 p.m. Cool.
that throws me for a loop because that's never happened
Sorry, I'm so excited over a mouse, but this middle mouse button is pissing me off.
before on previous PCs or anything like that at all. I've never seen that before.
It's just a mouse.
And it kind of
Get
blows
over
my
it.
mind
Get over it, me.
that is something that they're just demanding. They've never demanded that before, and all of a sudden it's a demand of Microsoft. You must update because we say so. How about you go fuck yourself, and I decide what's best for myself and my belongings, and you stay the fuck out of my belongings until I tell you
fuck
to go
out of
in
my
there and
belongings.
do something.
Grrr.
But I guess we all have to be bitches to these giant corporations now, right?
Well, you pay them, so either don't or use something else.
Of course, everybody's just a pawn to these megacorps, DSP. That's actually the answer. You're right. Nobody knows what they're talking about or what's best for them. You're truly a hero standing up for what's actually just and right in the
For real
world, and everybody
gamers.
else is just a coward. What an obnoxious piece of work. And in a strange turn of events, I didn't get this video done on time, but I guess that actually worked out because we got yet another mention of the Windows updates. Luckily for everybody involved, it was actually a fairly short one, so I'm just going to show it to you because I don't have much to say about it. I just thought it was funny.
The 11th, you've got to be kidding me. It's Tuesday, the 11th of June, 2024, and my laptop is telling me I need to do a Windows update.
Oh, no.
We just talked about this not a week ago. Oh, my God. Yo,
Oh
Windows,
my god.
Windows, seriously, can get fucked. This is ridiculous, dude. Are you kidding me? What a joke. Another update for Windows. I just did all the updates. And I just redid all my browsers not even a week ago. And now they want me to do it again. Get the fuck out of here, man. Here, advanced options. Yeah, so now, because they're giving me the option to put it off for a while again. So I'm just going to do that right now. There, okay. Leave me alone. Seriously, I told them to leave me alone for a month. What a joke. Microsoft telling me what to do with my equipment that I own.
Like I said, didn't really have anything more to say on it. Just thought it was funny that even a week later, we are still talking about Windows updates as if it's even a topic of discussion. But speaking of discussions, I want to take a look at some of the comments from my last video. So of course, it's big ups to the 60 skulls. Mr. Extravagant 7130 comes in with the time.
Dr. Disrespect is playing Elden Ring to 18,000 viewers. Good for him.
Timestamp at 24 seconds saying, now I'm just going to say one thing, okay? Proceeds to go on a multi-day rant, LOL. And that's why he's the GO. Because even when he has nothing to say, he has an infinite amount of things to say. Just like when he says that he doesn't know anything about a topic or another person, and then he can tell you their entire life story and everything that they've done wrong up till now. The guy's favorite hobby is wasting oxygen, and that only means that there's so much more content for the detractors to pick apart. Truly a gift that keeps on giving in the worst way possible. Spartan Posum 6855 says, I'm convinced at this point DSP is believing his own lies. I wanted to type a whole rant, but at this point, just watching him in disbelief and laughing is all I can do.
Oh, yeah, I did
that's
say a
all
little bit of
anybody
that.
should be doing. DSP is a nothing and a nobody on the internet that doesn't actually have an effect on anybody. But when it comes to DSP believing his own lies, that's about the only way that I
can
can
look at that.
actually see anybody spouting the nonsense that he does. I mean, if he didn't believe it, how could he spout it so convincingly? And M. Ducey comes in with a real question. How did he ever create a fan base? How does he have legit fans? And of course, the answer is that people did legitimately like him back in the day because there wasn't many options. When you're a big fish in a small pond, you tend to thrive. Unfortunately for DSP, he's no longer the big fish and the pond has grown exponentially wider. Now, if your question was, how does he have legit fans now? That's a great question that I honestly don't know the answer to. The only idea that makes any sense to me is that there are people out there that like paying DSP's way through life, and they maybe even get off on the idea. Other than that, I can't think of a legitimate reason. But hopefully everybody who watched this video, especially if you made it this far, can find a reason to come back for the next one. Until then, make sure that you check out other Detractor content and dive deeper into that. Snortech.
Yeah, sweet. I typed in Nick Merckx in trouble to see that news. Where's my display? There it is. And one of the thumbnails says it's a Gundam in it. I just put Nick Merckx in trouble. Let's see what it is. Nick Merckx pissed off people again. XQC comments on Nick Merckx talking about transgenders. What did he have to say? Ugh, he's playing League. Gross. Who plays League? On mute, please.
Minions have spawned.
Most people, the most people I see on Twitter, on the internet, they agree with that sentiment. They agree. They literally agree. Here's what it is. What's the music on? Show me.
I doubt he's gonna say anything based.
Go look at the comments. You know something that people forget sometimes. They get to something that's crazy, but they can still use it. But they forget they can say I disagree. That's it. They can say that if they want to, but they forget. It's a spell on your cast bar.
Huh?
You say that social issues are important for people, but at the same time, it's like it's kind of hard to listen often enough when people are like so radicalized. Like people will justify like actual violence, you know, when people don't agree with them. You're gonna say like that's just not the way to proceed, you know. My views have not changed ever. My views have never changed, not even once. People will try to say that my views changed, and they haven't. They really haven't. Your views are my views have changed by a long shot. My views have not stayed the same all the way through. My views have not changed ever. My views have never changed, not even once. People will try to say that my views changed, and they haven't. They really haven't. Your views are my views have changed by a long shot. My views have not stayed the same all the way through.
Ah, God. Editing. Editing, please. Alright, this one's a short. This one should get to the point quickly.
People that disagree and people that agree, I don't care about the percentages or the cuts or whatever. It doesn't bother me. I feel a certain way about all that. And I've said my piece, and I will remind these people that, again, the little dream fantasy bullshit that they're living in is not real life. That's exactly right. Not everybody has to dance to their tune. Amen, brother. You don't get to go around and point your finger in people's chests and say, hey, you live in my world. You think the way that I think. You believe the way that I believe. No. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. It never has been, and it never will be.
I like this guy.
So if you guys want to live like that, go ahead. Do what you want to do. Not me. And I don't need people to agree with me. I don't need no echo chamber bullshit. This is the way that my wife and I feel. This is the way that my family feels, the people that are closest to me. I'm with you. And we're going to speak our piece. And that's it. People that disagree and people
don't even know what he's talking about. Maybe the comments can help. I love people telling the truth. How about what? What? Alright, I just want to hear someone say what he said. This one has It's a Gundam in the thumbnail for some reason. Palette Jericho, what are you linking to? Sonic Soul? We'll take a look at Sonic Soul in a minute.
This motherfucker wants to...
Yeah, he has a meltdown. I love it. How about this one? This is 20 minutes, good god.
Hey everybody. So
Hey.
recently there were some protests in
Your hair is weird. So is your mustache.
Glendale, California that turned violent. These protests were over the Glendale School Board's vote on whether or not to officially recognize Pride Month in Glendale schools. A video of these protests was posted on Twitter, and then an esports broadcaster called MLG Puckett quote tweeted the video, writing, "This happened 4 blocks from my Overwatch League apartment."
He got the Camaro cut, yeah.
Americans are in a sad
Very
place
retro.
right now. Let people love who they love and live your own life. Then Nick Merckx, who's a pretty influential Call of Duty streamer, he has over 7 million Twitch followers and 3 million YouTube subscribers. He responded to this tweet, writing, "They should leave little children alone. That's the real issue." So Nick faced some backlash for this tweet. A bunch of people responded to it with criticisms. He also lost a brand deal with for this tweet. A bunch of people.
Nick, you're... Hold on, this needs appropriate music. Nick, you're a smart dude. Recognizing a month as Pride Month so that kids learn to be accepting of all people from a young age and normalizing differences can only be a good thing, right? I remember LGBTQ kids being harassed so much growing up. This is a step to mitigate that. Okay, well, when are you gonna get rid of it then? Everyone's gonna get harassed for whatever reason. Like, it's not about pride, it's about shame.
Responded to it with...
Literally, ew. The real issue is people like you existing. I thought we were accepting of everybody, but apparently not. Apparently, if you disagree, you're not allowed to be accepted. But I thought it was about acceptance. Oh no. I'm spreading anti-LGBTQIA+. The plus stands for pedophile, by the way. Rhetoric. You are absolutely disgusting and sad.
Criticisms. He also lost...
Due to recent events, we have removed... Oh my god, Call of Duty. Fucking Call of Duty. Goddamn Activision. Due to recent events, we have removed the Nick Merckx operator bundle from the Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone store. We are focused on celebrating Pride with our employees and our community. Except for if you disagree, then you can no longer exist.
A brand deal with Call of Duty, his operator skin, which is basically like in Fortnite, you can play like as Among Us, you can play as the Among Us. It's a promotional player thing. It was removed from the Call of Duty store, which will likely cost him, you know, good amount of revenue. I assume he makes commission or gets some kind of money from it because it's his face. But a lot of people, and I would argue far more people, at least as far as content creators go, they came out in support of Nick's post. You saw support from other major game streamers, some of whom publicly deleted the game in protest.
At Call of Duty, Activision made the decision to pull Nick Merckx's skin bundle off the game. So what I got to do is uninstall the game. Number one,
Hell yeah.
you either need to apologize publicly to him or reinstate his bundle.
Doc is a real frogga. Big up Stock.
In order for me to consider playing Call of Duty again.
Many of his fans and followers shared his
Anyone who disagrees is complete and utterly wrong. Parents have every right to decide what beliefs/ideas are pushed onto their own children. Talk to them, King.
post in support, and content creators from all realms of the internet
Hell yes.
made videos about this situation.
Gundam hasn't, not yet, but I'm sure he will with my help.
In support, and content creators from all realms of the internet.
I'm sure he did on Twitter. I don't check Twitter.
Made videos about this situation, most of which agreed with and supported his message. So today what we're going to do...
What the fuck? What are you talking about? Gundam has made a video about this
situation, most of which agreed with...
I mean, He makes no mistake about his position on this, but on this specific situation, he hasn't.
With and supported his message. So today what we're going to do is look at some of those videos and the arguments made within them and talk about why basically it's a bunch of bullshit.
That's pretty funny. Like you get attributed to responding to a situation before you have. Man, that's a fun place to be. I guess. Like we already know you're going to be based on this, so we're already going to say you made a stand. Like, hold on, wait, I didn't. I mean, I will, but what's wrong?
Bunch of crap, okay? It's a bunch of babungus, and we gotta cut it down. So that's what we're gonna do today. Make sure to like, subscribe, watch the video. Also, join my Patreon, patreon.com/SAMSEN. Okay, so before we talk about Nick specifically, we gotta back it up and give some context to the protests in Glendale. After all, his tweet only exists as a response to a video of that protest. So the narrative being presented by a bunch of content creators is that in Glendale, a bunch of concerned parents...
I know the plus doesn't literally stand for pedophile, but that's my meme. Okay, that's how I feel about it. It's my opinion.
We're protesting the LGBTQ influence in their...
I just fucking hate it. I hate the whole thing. I mean, I make no mistake. I'm sorry to get political with this shit. We're kind of veering off into a sort of divisive direction. But the whole LGBTQIAP plus, it's all exclusionary. It's all just to include everything but straight people. Like, at that point, just say not straight. Like, quit fucking adding letters to it. The plus is just like, and etc., 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 which could mean any number of things. Literally, that's what it's there for. Just say it's not about pride. It's about shaming people who don't agree with your lifestyle.
Schools. And then the radical...
Not everyone has to agree with your lifestyle. Get over it.
Leftist mob showed up and Antifa'd all over the parents, Antifa-ling, all for the crime of defending their own children from indoctrination.
Concerned parents were protesting against far-left psychopaths. Can I say psychopaths anymore? The concerned parents were then labeled...
When was this? I've never seen this video.
Anti-LGBTQ. Yes. Respect other people's cultures and religions. Unless they go against drag shows for kids.
Parents were outside the school board meeting protesting against the heavily politicized and heavily LGBTQIA+ curricula that is being pushed in the school district. And these parents were met with left-wing protesters outside. Thought to be Antifa, I think most of them were probably Antifa, were literally watching a video of parents and Glendale citizens defending themselves and their families against rabid militant members of Antifa who literally showed up to make this day violent.
Brawls break out between parents and LGBT activists outside a school board meeting, turned into fights between the predominantly Armenian community and activists. But the more interesting aspect is, it seems the activists are getting a lot of out-of-state support, and apparently some of the activists that were arrested outside that school don't even have kids that go to that school, or even have their own kids. Where Andy No reports, one of the activists arrested actually had been arrested before involving a crime against a kid.
So first of all, what none of these videos mention is the fact that there were far-right agitators present at these protests. Agitators with histories of starting violence at protests. Let's meet some of those boys. Tony Moon, a self-described Christian patriot and
Street Fighter. He's wearing a Street Fighter shirt.
Tony Moon.
Literally fighting in the streets. Get it?
A self-described Christian patriot and Antifa hunter. He was there. Hey, Tony. He was also present at the January 6th riot. In August of 2021, he was filmed attacking a journalist at an anti-vaccine protest while yelling, "Unmask them all."
Hey! Yo! Stop it! Unmask them! Unmask them! Unmask them! Unmask them!
Lovely guy, basically. Hey, Tony. Real quick, okay, I'm editing right now, but I just noticed the sign this lady's holding in this video of Tony. No hate. God made man and woman. Don't confuse our kids. In case anyone was wondering if these people are homophobic. Next, one of our big boys, Josh Fulfer, who's a far-right live streamer who traveled over 200 miles from Fresno to film the Glendale protest. He dressed in an End Trans Terror t-shirt. Here he is pictured with Devin Nunes a while back, flashing the white power symbol, which is...
What?
Here he is pictured with...
It's... okay, thanks, Noah. I was just wondering why Gundam was in the thumbnail. I don't even think... Like, he hasn't made a video about this. Come on, YouTube. Thumbs down, Fraga. That's like the devil. That's a goat horn symbol. I thought the OK hand sign was the white power symbol. Wow, that was 11 months ago. Holy shit. I didn't even notice. Wait. How old is this news? I didn't notice. Just watching the video from 11 months ago. My bad. Derp. I was wondering, like, why is he saying you gotta make a video about this? 5 months ago, 1 year ago. Holy shit, I thought this was new. You guys are tricking me. More recent. Dented moment. Yeah, my mistake.
What if Nick Mercs actually...
Okay, this is from 8 hours ago. Okay.
Who's the sponsors? Oh, Nick. Yeah, I saw this. So Nick Mercs probably in a bad mood because, you know, you see where he's at.
Nick, the transphobe struggling against the trans game. There's no such thing as trans people.
The trans game? What are you talking about? Because Radagon is America? They're deities. They're not human beings. The trans game. Are you kidding me? Get out of here. This is not your game. You can't declare ownership.
That's something that you created. So have fun with your little dreamland, but that shit's not even real. Let me break it down for you, right? Penis, dude. Vagina, girl. Done.
Holy shit.
Savage. Come in here with that fucking trans. Nick the trans.
Anyway, what was so crazy to me about this is that whenever I went and I looked at all the comments on this, everybody is supporting Nick. Fucking everybody is supporting him. Is the public perception changing? No, I don't think the public perception is changing. I think that this opinion that Nick has is extremely common. Now, you can't say this on social media in a lot of cases. But just because you can't say something on social media doesn't mean that people don't think it. Because, like, Nick probably always thought this, but he wasn't really saying it a whole lot. And then, do you remember whenever people rallied together and got him kicked off of, like, the Activision thing with, like, playing Call of Duty or having a skin in Call of Duty? He said something about, like, he didn't want, like, some, like, activists, like, dealing with kids. If I polled the American population of parents, how many parents would want their kids learning about, like, LGBT stuff in elementary school? I think that is a minority opinion. So how is it that Nick Mercs got canceled for that? He lost brand deals, opportunities, and sponsorships, all for that thing that is an opinion that is held by the majority of the American parent population. I think that that happening is what caused this to happen. I think that if that had never happened to Nick, Nick probably wouldn't be saying this, and he probably wouldn't be as outspoken about it as he is. But because people tried to demonize him for saying something that I think the majority of parents agree with, now it radicalized him. And now we're here. Excuses is turning an ally into an enemy in the name of outrage over reason. Bro, has there ever been a bigger fucking true? Turning an ally into an enemy in the name of outrage over reason. That is a fucking fact.
Nice. Well, that's the issue. It's like calling Elden Ring a trans game. Just because Radagon is America. Like, they aren't humans, they're deities. Are you a deity? Then you can't do that. Talk about unrealistic transition goals, right? This, like, why do they do this? Why do they make characters? I know we're getting so off topic. Why did they make characters who obviously look like women and then say, "Oh, this character is trans"? It's like, you know, that's just giving, even if you are on that side, you're giving people unrealistic goals to strive to. And when they don't hit that goal, they end up self-deleting. It's like, so you're not even helping your own cause. What did I say? I was going to watch the Kino Casino talking about Keemstar. This one.
We had the Kino Casino talking some shit on the Local Live, so we got that and reactions. Like, I'm legitimately mad. Like, everybody talks shit about this show, all right? We got the Kino Casino
Are you surprised? Wings is a pedophile. Boogie is a creep who parades around his little goblina girlfriend, and if anyone makes fun of her, he gets mad at them, even though he's the one who's pushing her out into the public spotlight. And Tommy C is Tommy C, who has bugs flying around in his room, by the way. If you pay attention to his webcam, you see bugs flying around in front of the camera. Like, dude, get a fumigator.
Fucking going in. The show sucks. We got fucking what is his name? Pedo, whatever his name. Pedophile. I mean, like him.
Yeah, but then you invite Dig Masterson on, and you invite Vito on to be on your show, and you invite Cyrex on to be your show, to be on your show, and he's a pedophile too. So.
Fucking shit. Bro, if this was not my show, I'd be like, fucking Lolcow Live fucking sucks. I'm sick of hearing fucking Boogie cry.
I mean, it's literally not live, by the way.
About his health
Most
issues.
of the time.
Good, cry about it. Isn't that what we're going to do on Kino Casino this week?
Oh, I played a shit all over Kino Casino right now. Don't even get me started.
You got to understand, like, who I am as a person. I'm bipolar. I'm a manic depressant. I have low vitamin D and I have low T. All that combined together means that I have vicious fucking mood swings. And like,
you're a bitch.
People highlight my vicious mood swings.
Yeah, so I had to look up a phrase. I don't know how quickly you want to talk about Kino Casino. I had to look up this phrase, kayfabe, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know these fucking people.
That's a wrestling term. Like, that's a common wrestling term. I guess. I don't know anything about wrestling. I didn't know what kayfabe comes from. I thought Boogie was into wrestling. I guess not. I guess he's only into magic cards and dating 18-year-olds.
I don't know these
who are ugly.
Fucking words. I only knew this show because you respect them.
Look, you grew up in Virginia, in the South, and you were a fat man. You didn't watch wrestling.
I did, but I've never heard the phrase kayfabe.
You never heard
what does that mean? I heard turn heel.
I don't know what it means either, but I think we should probably explain what
Oh, even Wings had to call him out.
it means, and then
You're fat. Don't you watch wrestling? I never attributed being fat to being a wrestling fan, but I guess Wings knows more than I do.
and watch the clip. So,
right.
Yeah.
what does it mean?
Kayfabe is like Hulk Hogan's really mad at Macho Man. He's going to get him back for slapping Miss Elizabeth. That's a storyline. Okay, it's a fixed storyline. So if I sit there, I cut a promo on Keemstar. Keemstar, you're a big dirt bag, and I'm going to come and obviously I'm not going to do that. That's kayfabe. But the opposite of kayfabe is shoot. Shoot means the real thing. So if I'm shooting on Keem, I really mean that. Okay.
So that's what they're saying. Is they're saying the show's scripted?
Yeah, scripted.
But it's not.
Because in their mind, Keemstar's not
debatable.
actually a prick. Tommy's not actually a prick. They're actually really nice guys who suck my dick all the time. And I'm not actually a suicidal, morbidly obese fucking a piece of shit. And
I mean, it's obvious you play up events for drama, dude. Literally, one of the thumbnails and titles for one of your episodes was that, like, Boogie was dead or some shit. Like, give me a break, man. Or that Boogie and his girlfriend broke up. That was one of the thumbnails and titles. You guys fake shit all the time. Give me a break. Trying to deflect from this. You're gonna get called out. You're gonna get dragged.
Loser is a shoot.
What?
Everything you just said is a shoot. That's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's true. It's not fucking kayfabe, whatever the fuck that is.
They told you how to say it. Now you're just being purposefully disingenuous. And you're being willfully ignorant at this point. You fat, disingenuous fuckhead. That's why people don't like you.
Let's watch the clip.
Kayfabe or whatever.
Here we go.
Yeah,
got it. Here we go. All right, going
I know this. I've seen
live.
this already.
And well, of course you've seen it already. We got to play for the stream. Shut the fuck up. Here we go.
Shut the fuck up.
Picked a woman with arrested development. They wonder why, like, the viewership's declining. No one gives a shit about this show anymore.
Listen.
I mean, for real though, like, when every time you tune in, it's just fake kayfabe bullshit, and the hosts admitting to being pedophiles. Like, is it a wonder? Is it a wonder that maybe I'm taking a while to go through my DMs to see beyond this fucking shit show? Is it a wonder that maybe I'm taking a while to go through my DMs to see beyond this fucking shit show? Let me jump at the chance to make this fucking fake pedophile money. He picked a woman with arrested.
So there you have it right there. PPP saying that our show is fake.
Yep.
And that's why he's been ghosting, and that's why he's been ghosting me, and you're a fake pedophile.
So he says I admitted to being a pedo.
Yes,
and I guess
clearly.
it's because I'm dating a 21-year-old woman who went through child abuse. So that I don't know who this fat fuck is. I've never seen this guy until this clip. Okay,
here's the thing that
I know who you are. I don't know what I never admitted to shit, motherfucker.
Here's what I don't understand. Why? Okay, fucking PPP. I've always got along with you and Andy Worski, obviously, right? You know, I've like set up that boxing match with him. Why are you guys just telling me that in DMs? I don't want to go on the show because I don't like Buggy or whatever. Like, what? Yeah. Why are you actually ghosting me, you fucking assholes? I was just saying how much I liked your show. Like, what the fuck? Anyhow, I think PPP would love this show if he paid more attention, because you look like a heavy-set guy and these two fat fucks talk about food half the time. I'm sure you'd actually be into it.
Yeah. Does he think that's a selling point? Like, the food discussion is boring as fuck. Oh, holy shit. I guess I'm not fat enough to enjoy it. What? I don't think anyone enjoys a bunch of fat fucks talking about fast food. Like, holy shit, it's so boring. It's like caveman talk.
He seems
me like meat. Me like fat cheese meat. Oh, me like cheese meat beef. Me like cheese meat beef sausage. Ooh, yes, me like cheese meat beef sausage ham. Oh, yes, me like too.
Dude, you're not saying anything. It's boring as hell.
Seems like one of those fat guys who think they're hot shit. Like, you know, the kind of guy that just probably needs a good ass beating at some point. Because he's like, oh, I'm fat, but I don't have...
Wow. Okay, Alyssa Mercante. You're clearly triggered to the point you want to fight people.
Fat guy mentality.
Ain't a fucking truth,
like the rest of us.
This
You're a
guy
fat
is
fuck like the rest of
Walmart
us.
brand Jim Sterling. He's going to be in lipstick and makeup here in a minute as well. Let's not pretend.
You're not wrong.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't
That's a
know.
weird
I don't know
direction
why
to
they
go.
ignored me though. Like, okay, you don't want to go on the show, fine, but
Transphobic wings. Oh my god. You're saying that is a bad thing.
why are you not? I don't know. Whatever.
Because they're unprofessional.
Why do you call him fat again? More projection.
Unprofessional. I mean, I don't know. I can't say much about Worski.
Yeah, okay.
The other guy's an unprofessional fucking loser.
Okay. They're so triggered.
I can tell you one thing: we don't have to bot our viewers.
It's unprofessional to not reply to a fucking DM. Just be a man. Reply and say, "Hey, I'm not interested." That's what a professional does.
Maybe he's taking time to figure it out.
At least give the showbiz answer, right? We all know the showbiz answer. Oh, I'd love to do it, but I'm booked up this
So
week.
be a
maybe
phony.
sometime soon. Fucking reply. At least
Be a big phony.
reply.
When I
Good God, that shirt Boogie is wearing. You can see the side tits. Like, oh, it's so gross. Put on a different shirt. Put on a fucking large shirt. A really, really big one. That you can't see the fucking tits hanging out of the side of your body.
No, in fact, there's a member on the Discord that's trying to put together a list of everybody that hates me that won't be on the show because I'm on it. I'll take a week off for you.
Why
ass.
do you-
Clown,
got people that hate
clown,
you?
if you want to give me a paid vacation for a Wednesday, get your ass on the show. I'll take a fucking...
Well, that isn't going to convince him to go on the show, stupid. Get fired, and then maybe they will.
Night off.
If you guys like Kino Casino better than this show, I think it's better too.
Yeah. Well, okay. Rare bit of honesty. He couldn't keep that hidden. It's like, yeah, the Kino Casino is better than Locale. They get better guests.
It's a good show. I've watched their clips and shit. It's a fucking good show. Anyhow,
I want to see Boogie versus PPP.
yeah, PPP versus Wings would be a good fight.
I would pay to see that.
Imagine
I would fly out to see that.
Imagine the buildup between our two shows leading up to that fight.
In fact,
God damn. I don't know. What do y'all think? Do you think PPP should fight Wings? Yeah, what? What? That was so weird. Wings was like, I want to see Boogie fight PPP. And Keemstar was like, yeah, PPP should fight Wings. He's like, what? I mean, I think PPP could annihilate both of them, but I mean, as long as they get paid, sure. I guess I don't know. I don't want more money to be given to either of these people.
If Kim gave me the pay-per-view for free, I'd still buy it. I mean, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah. Dude, I'm saying I will fly out and watch it.
How old is PPP right now?
He's younger.
How old is
He's
he?
definitely younger, but
in his
I don't know.
He's younger than me. Yeah, because I feel like I could slap the shit out of that man. He wouldn't do nothing about it.
Yeah,
Fat fucks. I don't think age matters all that much. He's definitely about 10 years younger than you, I think.
Willie, do you know who PPP is?
No, I got no clue.
He's taller than me too. That man is not taller.
He's
than
from
me.
Kino. He's from Kino Casino with Andy Worski. They got a show together.
Worski's co.
Hold on. There's a guy in the chat calling me a coward. What have I ever been a coward about? I can't.
You're not going to the camping trip with PKA? How about that?
Came out to the fight rapping. I fought another guy.
The other guy threw the fight.
I've been on multiple big stages. I have no stage fright.
Hey, why don't you ask PPP before you call?
You chickened out of very recently. You chickened out of the convention that Boogie at least went to. I mean, he bombed. It was terrible. No one liked him. No one wanted him to be there. But it was organized for you to be there too, and you were like, "No, I don't want to."
Oh, Will's a coward, pal. I mean, he said he'd do it if the money's right.
Blood.
Well,
he's still on that?
Coward, pal. I mean, he said he'd do it
no
if the money's right.
Blood. I got no bitch in my blood. You just admitted you were low T. You're a low T beta cuck bitch, Wings. You can't go back on that now. You already admitted it in the same fucking clip.
Well, would PPP do it if it's the money's right? That'd be entertaining as fuck.
Is PPP a redneck too?
Alyssa Mercante could beat your ass, Wings.
He's a big fat fuck.
He's the Kino Casino guy. He looks like Boogie, but he's a little smaller.
The reason he didn't want to go to the convention is that he said someone was going to attack him on the plane. Literally, he said that. Oh, if I'm going to get on a plane, someone's going to attack me if I'm on the plane. You're a bitch. You're a fucking bitch, Wings.
Somebody in the chat said I unfollowed Andy Worski.
Really?
I'm a low T beta. So PPP 6'4"?
Literally, that's a quote.
I only unfollowed them because they ignored me, so I just unfollowed them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was like, what's the point? They're like ignoring me, so I just unfollowed them.
I mean, this guy's got such a successful show. He doesn't even come up in a Google search.
Yeah, like I'm trying to
you're
find
the one wanting to be on their show, so
him, and I can't fucking find one.
They do have a successful
he's
show.
on the waist down, but he's fat.
You probably spelled
what I'm
it wrong,
saying
you
is
idiot.
Like you put my name in it, I'm all over Google.
Well, you are.
Just look up their podcast, Kino Casino. They got 40.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like individually, he ain't nobody.
Literally, the first thing that comes up: Kino Casino Live on Kick, Kino Casino on YouTube, Kino Casino on X, Kino Casino Clip Channel, Kino Felted on Reddit, Kino Casino on Spotify. Pretty sure you just spelled it wrong, Wings, because you're a low IQ, low T beta cuck with bitch in your blood. Yeah.
Once you add the podcast, he's somebody. But you Google Boogie 298, you get me. You get a lot.
So this guy, if this guy's 6'4", he has to be upwards of 500 pounds.
His Twitter is Power of the Truth. So maybe there's something on his Twitter linking like maybe his personal YouTube.
Oh my
or
god,
something.
these people! Yeah. Holy shit! I've never seen a bigger group, figuratively and literally, of technologically illiterate boomers. What the fuck?
I'm a low T beta cut.
Hold on, let me look it up. They brought Cyrax on. They didn't have any clips prepared to show him. They just brought him on and just yelled at him, made him rage out and leave.
Is it this guy with the glasses?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, dude, he looks like a cartoon character. Is this for real?
He does in their banner. Yeah.
He does. He does. Like I said, he looks like great value Jim Sterling.
It really does.
Dude, this would be a lit fight. I'm buying front row tickets to this thing.
But I'm just saying, if this guy's 6'4" like Chad is, he's got to be 500 pounds.
I don't know if PPP would be down, but Andy Worski would love it. Andy Worski loved being a part of that boxing match, even though he didn't perform that well. But he loved every bit of that. He would love this
too.
Yeah.
I don't know Andy Worski, but Andy Worski looks like the construction guy assistant that carries bricks all day and has like a little bit of a meth problem on the side.
Was Andy the guy that went to do the UFC fight and the guy didn't show up?
Tonka, yeah.
Oh, that's who this is.
Yeah, but then he
Okay.
did get a fight. He did get a fight, and he got how many seconds game?
We couldn't. Well, okay, listen. It was really unfair to to Andy Worski, but
put him against
nobody
that guy,
would
yeah.
fight Salt Poppy at the time. Like literally nobody. And Andy was begging me for a fight, and I said,
I covered this on Drama Alert. I remember, dude.
Yeah. I go.
You guys think this man would knock me out because he's 6'4"? I don't give a fuck, man. Like,
So I told Andy, I go, look, I can put you in with Salt Poppy, but you're gonna lose, right? I was like, I literally, I think I went on Kino Casino, like I went on their podcast, and I was like, Andy, you're not winning this, just so you know. Like this guy's
It's
really
fine.
good,
Like,
right?
That was basically the beginning of Andy's redemption arc. He trained hard. He kicked off. He kicked all of his addictions, and he's still clean after that fight. So even if he did lose the fight, it's still a big milestone in his life. He made the best of it.
But it was one of these things where it's like Salt Poppy had all this skill, and Andy Worski is like insanely strong for his size, right? And we never
Good
had a chance to even see Andy Worski's punching power because Salt Poppy just went in and went,
Bro, Wings is literally eating in the middle of the show. Dude, can you go any amount of time without feeding your fat fucking gut, you stupid fucking dipshit? And I wouldn't be so mad if he didn't scam his audience for a weight loss surgery.
insanely strong
God.
for his size, right? And we never had a
Just
chance to
eating
even
all
see
the
Andy
time.
Worski's punching power
He's
because
never
Salt Poppy
not
just went in and
eating.
went pump fake.
And by the way, Kelly's fat again. She gained all her weight back from what I could see.
Bam! Like
Yeah, he's an amazing fighter.
Yeah.
Okay, keep talking that shit, Wings. You're gonna get knocked out by PPP. As much as I don't want to see Wings being given any more money for any reason, he does deserve to actually get his ass beat in a real fight, not a fight with Boogie, who threw it. Just threw the fight, just wanted to lose in order to solidify his sad sack, pathetic piece of shit persona. How's that for PPP? Pathetic piece of shit persona. That's Boogie. Daxter is now on PS5, one of the best PSP games. Yeah, that's what people are saying. That's what Worski was saying, actually. Like, he has the PS... I don't know why the throw things is connected to burgers now. Thank you, Nurgle. But yeah, Worski has a PS5 and he has the PS Plus account and he just plays like PS2 and PS3 games on it. And he's like, this is great. There are many such cases, actually. There's gotta be a reason why throw something does burgers too, and burgers doesn't work. I don't know how that happened. I'm still messing with the throw system. I'm trying to get rid of PITS in general, so I have fewer programs open. And no problem, but there aren't any nodes in TITS. Which stands for Twitch Integrated Throw System, by the way. Any other clips? Anything else? DSP claims he's... Oh, jeez, that's... It's 12:44 on a Wednesday. When are the restream's gonna happen? Mannix. How am I still following Mannix? This guy's kind of funny. I mean, he's very lolcalish. He yells and rages. Like a Brit. Like a really chavvy Brit. I don't know. Let's see what he has to say. Yeah, I do like Vinian.
The Acolyte.
I like the expression detection. Sometimes it's really on point. Usually it's not sensitive enough.
Is worse than a skit made by teenagers.
I can't. See, you did it again. It did it. I can't with this guy. He's so goofy.
They should have called it the Whack-A-Lie. Now hit the like button.
The woke. Okay.
Ladies and gents, because this is from the producer who literally fed women to the real life Jabba the Hutt in Harvey Weinstein. She was essentially his Now look, I'd like to think that we've hit rock bottom and that this is as bad as Star Wars will ever get, but God knows that Kathleen
Now every time somebody redeems burgers, I just hit the F12 key.
Kennedy and her fellow dented, fairy-headed morons will find a way to top themselves. After this episode, I had to literally go to the toilet. It was that bad. Now...
Okay, bye. This guy's so goofy. That's why I don't watch his videos. I'm just subscribed to him because he's funny. I like seeing the thumbnails and the titles because they're usually ridiculous. I think we got everything we wanted to see in the old sub box. Is there a bog crawn back in time? Drink combos with Warlord. Let's check out this one.
I apologize to any of the women that I might have creeped on or unintentionally made feel uncomfortable growing up. It is what it is. It's high school. We all either grow up from it or whatever.
You know, it is what it is.
There's a video on YouTube, and I'm gonna say some stuff about it.
I'll try and
so
fuck with
if
her
you buy the
now.
pie hi-hat on Etsy, I will
Hey.
include 4 wands to go with it.
Trying to think.
What's good, YouTube? It's your boy King Cobra here, hanging out with my buddy Alex Campbell.
Whoop whoop.
And
woot woot.
Well, a buddy brought some alcohol over, and we have. Oh, we got 2 bigger bottles besides this one, but we got some Fleshmans, and we got some Cherry 7-Up to make a drink combination we call Pink Cobra.
Sponsored by Alex Campbell. Subscribe, like, even if I don't come out with new shit, still like it.
Yeah. Well, my pipe tobacco did not get in here today, damn it, but hopefully tomorrow.
Which is what I bought this for.
Yeah, my buddy Alex buys himself a brand new tobacco pipe just for the review, and lo and behold...
Do you want me to show it for the review?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. The Mills Cigar Store, which Mills is a separate town to Casper. Look at that. Nice. Brand new, never been used. Won't be used until that pipe tobacco gets here. But with these wooden pipes, you gotta replace them about every 3 months because if not, I knew I had to buy a new pipe just to specifically smoke that first. And I did. And turn around, it's not here, YouTube.
Well, because the front and back door lock on this apartment complex, and the front door locks just like the back door, which means if UPS can't get in to
that's
deliver
why.
your tobacco, whatever you
Okay,
order,
now I get it.
then they take it back to the UPS warehouse, and it's like, so you got to be outside
Fixed, I
with your
think.
keys in your pocket to get back into the building, just so when the UPS
I had the
does
redeem
get here, you
title
can sign off
wrong.
on it.
I do believe that Josh and I do have a drink mix for you.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we...
Put this tobacco out for later.
Well, hopefully you would, bro. I mean, it's good pipe tobacco.
Well, it's just a little bit of
Okay.
cigarette tobacco that I squeezed out from a butt that I found in my ashtray.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's still good tobacco, don't get me wrong. I think it's a
Oh.
Marlboro.
oh,
Yep, it's Marlboro.
and yes, YouTube, that is Fleshman's. It is 80 proof.
Yep. Fletchman's Potters are both good vodkas in my opinion. They're cheap, get you drunk, mixes well with pretty much anything.
Bro. Mixed my shit.
You want him on Smiling Friends?
Look at that, YouTube. Just to make this one drink. That's a half pint. Oh, shit. Oh.
Well, less than half.
A little bit less than half now. I mean,
You spilled a little bit on the carpet. It's all good.
I spilled a little bit on the carpet, but you know what? That part of the carpet will be clean and sanitized.
There you go. Excuse me, I farted.
Gross.
Alright, so this here is Cherry 7-Up. That's what's up.
Together with Fleshman's.
Pink Cobra.
Pink Cobra. Okay. If nobody knows what second base is, I feel sorry for you.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? Even if you don't know what it is, you better fucking support it.
Yeah, my buddy Alex Campbell, his mom passed away of breast cancer, unfortunately.
November 20th, 2008.
Yeah, I guess, like, but he would get mad at you. Like, look what
That's
happened
not
to that one documentarian called Your Favorite Son, which is a terrible name. Like, he hung out with him and later gave his thoughts about it. And it's like, yeah, Cobra is dumb, but he's like a well-meaning guy. And then Cobra got really mad about that. And he's like, how dare you call me stupid? And it's like, well, don't you call yourself stupid? And aren't you, like, literally objectively dumb?
Oh, yeah.
Homeboy Campbell here to serve and represent.
Woot woot.
Woot. Woot.
Yep.
May he live long and prosper. We're a bunch of sick bastards around here.
Yes, we are.
It's okay. King Cobra's a sick bastard. Wolf King's a sick bastard. It don't matter.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you.
I think I mixed this just right because I can taste
Oh, no,
the
he's dumb.
Fleshman's and I can taste the 7
He's
Up, the
certainly
Cherry
stupid.
7 Up at the same time, but there's no burn. No burn. None.
Okay. Okay, YouTube, can you see that?
Nope.
It's a small drop left in that half pint. Won't make any fucking difference.
But there you go. Milk that bottle.
I'm gonna milk this fucking bottle. You know why?
Why is that?
Later on, I'm gonna do something with this little half pint bottle. I wanna save it. That's a good design.
Hello? Yes, he is. I'll let you talk to him. It's your girlfriend, Alex.
Yep. Hi, baby. How am I in trouble?
Uh-oh. A toast to breast cancer awareness, YouTube. Cheers.
Alright. Where'd you go?
Yeah, he sounds like a Squidbilly.
Okay, well, do you want me to call you later and see if you're home? Alright, well, I love you, baby. What are you doing at James?
Oh, what's going on in Florida?
Just hang out? Okay, alright. I'm sorry it took me so long, baby, and nothing ever goes as well as I planned.
I know that feeling.
Oh, yeah, I did hear about that.
Well, I mean, I had a couple beers, but nothing too spectacular, and then I got a ride over to Josh's, so... I know, but every time I go over to Russ's, I drink a little bit, and then I buy a little bit more alcohol, so it's just best for me not to be around people that drink.
I drink as much alcohol as I want. You ain't gonna stop me.
Angie.
Well, that's just me.
I love you. I just...
Like...
I've been stupid, and... I've been going through some shit, and... Yeah, this is a real wake-up call for me. I need to figure out what's more important, alcohol or you. And you are more important, hands down.
Aww.
Alright, I love you, and I'll prove it to you when I get home.
Ew, we don't need to know
love
that. That's just too much of...
Kisses. Bye.
No, but I love to drink, but I don't want to control my life, you know? Just...
I mean, Yeah,
Okay. Can I just say something real quick? I'm sorry, but if you're in a relationship with somebody and they try to control who you are, they're not worth being with. Straight up. Either they accept you for who you are, or you just say fuck them and find someone better, because this is bullshit.
But what happens when she's pregnant, bro?
That's a different story. It's good to be single sometimes. I don't got some bitch pregnant. I don't got STDs. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, man? You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Bask in your glory, good sir. Bask in your glory.
Now, I can sit here and say that chicks don't find me attractive, but I say that out of fucking self-pity bullshit. Because I gotta take into consideration a lot of the some of the fans that watch my videos are female, so there you go. That's, you know. And outside of YouTube, you know, I've caught chicks just straight up staring at me like
who's that?
That's Scott.
What'd you say?
He's on my way. He says, I'm on my way, homie.
You're probably wondering why you wouldn't get off of their lawn.
You know, I've had chicks just straight up, like, those moments where we stare at each other for a minute or two, it seems like, and then it ends, you know.
You stare at each other for 2 minutes?
That I'm a sexy, bad boy, gothic musician, and chicks eat that shit up. You got a bad boy that plays guitar and sings, like, holy shit, chicks go gaga for that crap.
That plays guitar, you all heard his guitar playing.
Yeah, in all reality, bro. If I wasn't so fucking drunk, I would tell them honestly, subscribe, please. YouTube. I have one video on my YouTube channel. It's 16 seconds long, and nobody subscribed to it.
Anyway, this is King Cobra King.
Cut.
Fucking photo booth.
Fucking photo booth. Sorry about that. Photo booth's pissing me off. Anyway, this is King Cobra JFS with another video.
Off.
Thank you for watching. Laters.
A better time. Alright, let's take a look at the Sonic Soul video. I totally forgot about it. Where's the Sonic Soul? There it is.
This motherfucker wants to keep mashing.
Mashing? Oh no!
Here comes a new chapter!
Can't tech grab nothing, bro. This shit is annoying. Motherfuckers be playing like fucking robots, bro. They just fucking just walk back, wait for you to whiff. So fucking annoying. And then anytime you get fucking near them, they just bat like fucking crazy. Like anytime you get near them, they're just fucking mad. Nice.
Okay, I'll get Audacity ready.
Cammy wins! Round 1. Fight!
Thought he was gonna fucking drive, bro. There it is. I am fucking playing that ground game, and you are fucking out here. All right. Damn, you just hard jump in? That's crazy. You just hard jump in? take it. I don't care. It's so fucking annoying.
I don't care anymore.
Use hard jump in. That was my dive kick. GG's. Why won't you fucking drive rush?
Did right there.
GG's fucking hell, man.
Fucking hell, man.
Fucking hell, man. Christ, man.
Christ, man. It's weird seeing a Cammy that I can't root for.
Jazz. Nigga, run it back.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, God.
Hey, a win.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Where's the commentary, dude? You locked in? Say something. Where's all that shit talking? There it is.
Just level 3. Why can't you just BP? And then I hate my uncle so much.
Oh no! Don't say that when you live with them. I did hear some.
My uncle so much. Just BP.
Yeah, it's impossible to hear what he's saying.
And then I hate my uncle so much.
I hope he heard that. You're gonna have to make your own dinner, boy.
God!
Jeez, man. Teabagging him so badly you missed the combo. Oh, don't lose. That'd be awkward. Wow.
This is so fucking.
Wait, hold on. I thought Cammy was top tier. I thought Cammy was unbeatable, according to some pro Street Fighter players who came out of retirement for Street Fighter 6. You're telling me Cammy can be beat? That's what? That goes against everything I know about the character.
Annoying, bro.
Dude, that was such a joke. He was teabagging him. And then ended up just dropping the combo because of it. You saw it. Teabagging to whiff.
Shut the fuck up, this stupid fucking uncle fuck, bro. Ringing my fucking doorbell because he can't find his fucking key. Like a little fucking kid, bro.
Whoa.
So fucking annoying, bro. I can't fucking do anything I want to fucking do in this dumb fucking house because of this dumb bullshit. The whole fucking reason I fucking lost that shit is because of that fucking ring bell, bro.
No, you were teabagging.
Fucking hell, bro. Ding dong, ding dong. Nah, hold on. I'm gonna tell this, bro. Ding is because of that fucking ring bell, bro. Like, fucking hell, bro. Ding dong, ding dong.
Is that what you wanted? The ding dong, ding dong?
Ring bell, bro. Like, fucking hell, bro. Ding dong, ding dong. Nah, hold on. I'm gonna tell this nigga off. Yo, ding dong. I told you I wasn't gonna open the door for you because you can't find your fucking key.
Ding
now
dong.
you're gonna sit there outside and you're gonna hold that shit. You can't find your key because you wanna buy fucking
Ding
booze
dong, ding
and
dong.
weed constantly, nigga. You wanna do that shit constantly. Now you're gonna sit out there and you're gonna fucking drink your beer and weed. That's what the fuck you're gonna do because you
Drink
can't find
that
your
weed.
fucking key.
You're gonna drink
Schizophrenia
that
or
weed,
not,
bitch.
bro?
Ding
Like, you
dong,
gotta
ding
fix your
dong.
shit. This is ridiculous now. I'm trying to fucking work and you're out here disturbing this shit because you can't get your life together. Hold that.
Why can't you get your own place?
Ding dong, ding dong. I'm fucking tired of this shit. You know for a fucking fact. You know for a fucking fact I'm tired of this shit. I can't fucking do anything I want to do because my fucking house is all bullshit, bro.
Get your own place then.
I'm trying to fucking goddamn do my shit and I can't even fucking concentrate because this nigga wants to keep mashing on my goddamn fucking
Quit
ring
mashing.
doorbell because he wants to go out and be a fucking addict.
Quit mashing doorbell.
Fucking bullshit.
Mashing doorbell and wake up. What a screw up.
It's pissing me the fuck off. This dude can't get his fucking life together.
What about
I'm
you, dude?
pissed because
Like, why do people give this guy money? Apparently they don't, because he's at like $5 out of his $100 goal. But why would anyone give him money? He's like, he raises money to go to tournaments. He gets banned from the tournaments. So he doesn't even do what he claimed he was going to do, but he just goes on vacation anyways, just to go to Japan and be a big weeb.
it's like I can't even fucking like play. I can't even concentrate and be in a good fucking headspace because this nigga can't even fucking get his life straight.
My headspace.
That's what the fuck I'm dealing with.
Mementos.
That's what the fuck I'm dealing with.
Ding dong.
That's why I'm fucking salty and angry all the fucking time. That's fucking why.
It's not because you're short.
I told this dude I was not gonna fucking open the door for him. He gonna end up breaking my fucking ring camera too. That's the fucked up part.
It's not because
He
you're
gonna
a
end
short
up breaking that
gooner,
shit too.
Scrub.
Shit is so fucking annoying, bro. I can't even fucking like enjoy what I do because of this bullshit.
Come on, man.
Shit is so fucking annoying, bro. That's what really has me fucking mad is I want to fucking do what I'm doing and I can't. Fucking tired of this bullshit. Every fucking day it's the same shit. Every fucking day it's the same shit. It's not even fucking funny no more.
It is kind of funny.
Constantly fucking you might as well break that shit, bro. Yo, you might as well break the ring camera at this rate if you're gonna keep bringing it like that. You might as well break it. You might as well break it. Fuck it. Because you don't listen. You don't listen when people tell you shit. You don't care.
Oh.
I know that's exactly what the fuck you want to do. You want to break that shit. It's fine. I'll buy another one. It's all good. You gonna sit there and keep ringing that shit. I'm not opening it for you because you want to sit there and fucking smoke weed and fucking drink booze constantly.
What's wrong with
And you
weed?
can't even find your fucking key to open the door. How the fuck you can't even find your key to open the door, bro?
Ding dong,
How the
ding
fuck you
dong.
lose that shit? Nigga, are you not like fucking almost 35, 40 years old? How the fuck you don't have your key? Now you gonna sit there and you gonna hold that.
Can you open the door, please?
Hell fucking no. I'm fucking tired of that
Ding
shit,
dong,
bro.
ding
Dead ass. Every fucking day, it's the same bullshit, bro. Day in, day fucking out, bro.
Just open the door. Quit
I try to keep
bitching.
my ass out of trouble, and this bullshit is what I have to fucking deal with. Don't
Would be
worry,
done
bro.
with
Like,
if you'd
y'all
shut
might
up and
be
do
thinking
it.
like I'm on some cruel shit. Nah, this dude, I can't take it no more. Every fucking day, bro. It's my last fucking straw, bro. I can't take that shit.
Just
How
do
the
it.
fuck you
Quit
grown
whining
and you
and do
can't even
it.
have your fucking key? I can understand my grandmother. You know, she like fucking 80, 90 years old. But
Is that
ding
the real
dong, ding
villain?
dong.
Is that the villain in chat? Another DSP pay pig? The overlap. Holy shit.
You're like, fuck, I don't even, bro, even if you have a
So much overlap between DSP and this guy's, their denthead fan base.
mental illness, you're 30 something years old, bro. Like, you're 30 something fucking years old. You're 35 or whatever the fuck. How the fuck you don't have your key, but you really willing to fucking walk out the house to fucking go buy booze and fucking weed and not fucking think like, hey man, let me just like, you know, fucking make sure I have my fucking key. Nah, you want me to sit there and wait for you to come back in? Fuck out of here. I was chilling. He came downstairs. He's like, yo, can you open the door for me so I could leave? I mean, sure, but if I open it for you, you're not gonna come back because I'm locking that shit. Nah, the
Why does
thing
he
is
need
though,
help
he
to
knows
open
what he
door?
wants to do. That's why. Cause I told him, man, he had the reason I didn't come back immediately, chat, was because he fucking hesitated. He's like, I don't know if I want to go out because he might not open the door back for me. Damn right, you gonna fucking learn to have your fucking key. You not a child, man. He break my Ring camera, that's cool. I'll buy another one. I don't give a fuck. You're not gonna fucking do this shit every day. We not doing this shit every day. Fuck that.
Just gonna complain to your mother
You're
and
gonna
you're gonna
sit
get
there
in
and you're
trouble.
gonna wait for your grandmother, for my mom, from
This dude's gonna get in trouble by his mom.
my grandmother, your mother to open the door for you. That's what you're gonna do. Since she wants to enable that shit. That shit is so fucking annoying. I could have won too, but I got fucking pissed because like I'm trying to play and this fucking dude is fucking ringing. You hear this shit?
Someone is at the front door.
Just open the door. Quit whining
It's
about it.
mad
It would have been done
annoying.
by now.
And like then I'm fighting this fucking guy who keeps mashing fucking jab every time I'm fucking doing anything. And I obviously was gonna beat him, but I got fucking so mad at the whole situation. I teabagged. That's my fault. I deserve to lose for that. I shouldn't have done that. But I'm pissed because I'm dealing with this bullshit while I'm trying to fucking play. And it's not like it's something important. It's not like it's an emergency. It's not like somebody's in danger, someone's hurt. This nigga knew he wasn't gonna be able to come back in, but he still went out because his addiction is so fucking crazy. His addiction is so bad. He didn't give. He thought about it. He's like, nah, I'ma still do it. Now that nigga's gonna fucking hold that.
Someone is at the front door.
This is what I fucking gotta deal with, and all I'm trying to do is just make my bread and do what I gotta do. Why is life so fucking hard?
It's gotta make his $5.
I just want y'all to know this is what the fuck I deal with. So before y'all fucking be like, oh man, well, you know, this guy's a dickhead or whatever the fuck. You don't fucking know me. Like, y'all really don't know me.
Someone is at the front door.
is that it? It's being very unhinged on a typical basis. That's from 11 days ago, huh? Alright, I'm subscribed to PNF so I can stay up to date on this channel. Tournament Pro player Sonic Soul doesn't know how to do wake up open door. Oh, here's another one from 2 days ago.
You still with that Japanese girl? Why do you feel the need to know about my relationship? Out of everything you could have asked me, why do you feel the need to know about my private life? I guess it's not really private since I've mentioned most of it on stream and people wanted to blow it up.
Yeah,
I've
so
talked about my
you
time
brought
with
it up.
my Japanese girl and the fact that I said that I will not be disclosing that on stream. Because I know what y'all did in that scenario. Since y'all all love drama, that's pretty much what it is. I don't think you would come in here to a Stellar Blade stream because I haven't seen you in here at all. So why are you here? If it's just to drum up more drama. Yeah, I went to Japan and I saw her. I decided not to put her out there in public because the last time I did, it was due to a lot of bullshit that happened. Upon my own investigation, I found things.
This is what Saul's talking about. Feel free to pause. Pretty much I gave a lot of myself to this girl, was talking with her since November, and she had a lot of depression issues and autism. Dude. She ended up losing her job and everything, and I wanted to help her out when I bought a Switch and PS5. I did so thinking I would play more games with her. She sold off her Switch and I couldn't really play anything else with her. I would talk with her and try to get to know her more, and I learned a lot of things. And then that whole doxing thing happened, right? And people apparently doxed her.
To show that it was
apparently someone said that they were like hiring assassins to kill her, and he totally believed it, even though that's like the most Reddit spoof thing ever.
Someone else?
Oh no. Oh my god. She threatened a sewer slide on Valentine's Day, BTW, and the day after. Well, that's maybe not someone you want to be with. I spent 4 days just stuck in anxiety, trying to spend as much time with her, only for it all to be a lie. It was... We need music for this, holy shit. Only for it all to be a lie. It was my fault for giving her that money. And that's money that you guys support me with. It's only fair. You guys know where some of the money went. Obviously, I've been able to pay for the Japan trip and Evo, so that's still happening. Well, you got banned from Evo. But that's a $725 extra I could have used for the trip, you know. And I still have someone I owe money to. And the whole time, Vixen started to be really distant with me, so... She got the money she wanted, I guess, but all of them are garbage individuals. Once I knew her friend and our mutual friend was in on it. That's what sickened me to my core. They all knew, so I blocked them all. And I need a day or so to process this shit. It's just, I work hard for the money I make. I work hard. And I still made time out for this lady.
And that the girl I was talking to was in fact real. But you got, and that the girl I was talking to was in fact real. But you guys want to go ahead and say it's fucking like, oh man, it's this girl called Selena, and bro. What made me pissed off about that whole girlfriend shit, or the fact that like people went one step further and like started harassing followers and shit. I
wish it would stop. Sonic Soul, stop playing Stellar Blade before you jinx the game and developers break up.
I only knew Selena as a friend because that was my homie Jeff. That was his girlfriend. So when everyone said that, like, oh man, like, you know, I'm sitting there.
I did want to pull up the DSP Raw. I want to give myself a bunch of skip just because yesterday was abysmal. I want to be able to skip ahead if things get really too bad. But I did want to see what he was saying in chat. This is like such a typical thing in chat nowadays. It's incredibly quiet in here today. Yeah, I saw it too. This stupid announcement trailer wasn't representative of the real game. They were trying to appeal to Gen Zers or something. What is he talking about? Is he talking about like Dead Air, Dragon Age? Yeah, I guess. It wasn't representative of the real game. I mean, they showed gameplay from the real game. Weird, fine here, just not many people here yet, it seems. And then maybe you're an asshole and nobody likes you. Likely it's the server they have you connected to. YouTube does regional servers? What are you talking about? What cope is this? Some bizarre cope. This isn't a fucking Call of Duty lobby, bro. Come on, mod. Speaking of lobbies, I was playing some Dark and Darker with Saru last night. I took a nap after the stream, then got up and Saru was gonna play Dark and Darker, and I was like, hey, I'll join in. And I got up to like level 7 with my druid. I was getting pretty good at it. I was bashing zombies in the head with a Morning Star. That was kind of fun. Bashing zombies is always fun.
Fucking like...
I said zombies, I meant goblins. Though there were some zombies too. I guess mummies are zombies.
Gooning the Selena and shit and all this other stuff.
Gooning? What?
And like, you know, I'm sitting there fucking like gooning the Selena and shit and all this other...
Yeah, you probably are.
Other stuff. It caused Jeff to fucking block me on Twitter. Somebody that I genuinely was a good friend with. So when I get questions about, oh man, who's your Japanese girl? Did you ever see that girl? Are you still with them? I'm like, get the fuck out of my life, yo. Like,
just say yeah or no.
The fact that y'all thought that Selena was the person, it's not. Like, now I lost a good friend because of y'all motherfuckers doing shit. And Young Hero is fucking silent right now. Like, just
doesn't make sense.
Just get the fuck out of here, bro. Yeah, that shit is annoying, man. Like, Jeff to this day still has me blocked and won't talk to me as to what the fuck or why he has me blocked. But I have a very good suspicion as to why. It's probably because the trolls were harassing his girlfriend over my shit because they just found her following me. And so I had to unfollow her so that way she wouldn't get any blowback. And then my fucking, you know, Jeff, like, now doesn't want to talk to me. So, like, thanks for fucking ruining, like, a fucking friendship that I had with somebody. Because y'all wanted to be annoying. Somebody check the viewer list to see if Young Hero is here, because if he's not, I'm just gonna fucking ban him. Because that shit is actually annoying. And yes, I'm actually still with my fucking girlfriend.
Okay, you could have just said that.
She works with fucking Atlas.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Have fun with that.
She lives in Canada and she works at Nintendo.
Fucking ban him. This shit is annoying, bro. That's why I'm pissed off about that shit. Let's say this. Even if
she was fake,
I didn't end up meeting her and she ended up being different from what happened.
Catfish.
Y'all still fucked me over my friendship with Jeff. Because y'all wanted to be fucking annoying.
Even if she was a catfish, which she is most definitely not.
Me. Like, Jeff was my friend. I had like nothing but good times with him, and y'all wanted to fucking ruin that shit. So, shit is fucking wild, man. That's the shit that I deal with. You know, I had somebody in my fucking Discord ask me, like, how's the Reddit going? You know, all I do on my Reddit is legit, like, ban people and report them to Reddit for harassment. That's all I do. My Reddit is shit. Like, I can't even grow like anything because it's just haters.
Well, that's
and all my fans are mad silent. So, what do you want me to do?
Cope.
That's what I deal with on a regular fucking basis. I didn't know you had a Reddit. I've been promoting the Reddit. I promoted it on my Twitter. I promoted it on my Discord. I promoted it on my YouTube. Nobody joined it. People were like, you gotta be the one to like initiate the community to go and like follow your shit. But really the only people that have been vocal are the fucking trolls harassing me.
Why are you crying online all the time? Why don't you just move to Japan or get a small apartment? Stop bitching. Gooter to the max.
All this other bullshit, posting NSFW to the fucking Reddit, all this other bullshit. Not a single fan was posting shit. When fans start telling me, how's the Reddit going? I'm like, nigga, like, you don't even post on there. Like, fuck out of here. Then people misconstrue that and be like, oh man, you treat your fans like shit. I'm like, they're not really my fans. If they were, they would fucking like be vocal and stick up for me. They don't. Like, so let's just stop. Like, just stop.
Yikes.
Now here I am, fucking alone with just nothing but fucking trolls. It just makes me think that, like, it's just nothing but, like, nonsense around my name and no one wants to, like, hear my side or think about anything. They just want to, like, fucking, like, ruin me.
Aww.
That's everybody within the Western world. They'll believe anything online. They won't give a fuck about what the person says. No one critically thinks anymore, man. It's just the way the fucking world is now. The trolls can say whatever the fuck they want and they'll just get away with it. Because people can't fucking think with more than 2 brain cells. I'll play Street Fighter and I know how to get my money that way. At least until I get an actual job. But the job market's fucked right now. So, like, what the fuck are you gonna do? You're gonna have all these people telling you to get a fucking job, but then you can't get a fucking job because the economy sucks. It's fucking terrible. No one wants to fucking nobody wants to fucking hire. I've applied for almost like 40 jobs this fucking week.
I have this open. I want to build up enough skip juice so I can skip over the dumb shit he says, but Todd Howard in chat. All the DoorDash you order made your wife look like E Honda. Well, you gave him money, so you're still kind of a dent, but that was fine. Funny, I guess.
Week. Nobody wants to fucking hire. What are you gonna do about it? I think that's the one thing that trolls
what are you gonna
tend
do about
to do
it?
that I realized. They tend to like really make it. They tend to really make it so that way like you're angry with your life just as much as they are. They succeed in that, I tell you, man. They definitely fucking succeed in that.
Well, then
they
why
will
would they
definitely
stop?
make you feel like your life is just as shitty as theirs.
Oh.
All because you get mad at fighting games. I get mad at my fans, apparently. I get mad at all my fans. I treat my fans like shit. My fans are garbage.
Stop.
That's how I treat them, apparently. I treat my fans like absolute bullshit. So that deserves for me to just fucking get doxxed and fucking like my personal life blasted and
kinda be better towards your fans.
Deserves
then.
for everybody to fucking hate me because apparently I fucking treat my fans like shit.
Yeah, well, don't do
I'm more
that.
frustrated with my fans. I genuinely think my fans could do a lot better by being vocal.
Ugh.
It just shows like how like
Come to my
trolls
defense.
or like negative
White Knight
people
for me.
are way more vocal than like the positive people.
White Knight
That's
for
just
me.
all it shows me. It shows me how
That's not
vocal
gonna work.
and how much energy negative people have over positive people. Positive people just don't tend
he's
to
such a
have
hot-
as much
such a
energy
positive person.
to really say what they like or support what they want because they don't want to deal with confrontation. Positive people don't want to deal with confrontation. They don't. And I'm very certain that a lot of the time, the confrontations that occur with my fans come from people that don't like me. They're like,
Yo, man, like, check out Sonic Soul. He's a cool guy.
no, fuck you. Sonic Soul sucks. Why does he suck?
He's just an asshole. He's an LTG light.
And so people just don't want to like.
No,
don't
you're more
wanna
like
say
a
nothing.
DSP, like.
So I'm more
with the
frustrated
public
with my fans in
masturbation
that
and
scenario.
stuff.
I just got the biggest W. I'm glad you got the biggest W. I'm happy for you, brother. What was your biggest W? A guy that was protecting a pedophile rapist got caught up with CP. That's your W, bro? That's your W? Is it a guy? I just want to know, before I fucking like get you out of here, I want to know, is that guy an online personality or are they like real life, like you know the person in real life? Are they an online personality or do you know the person in real life? A real life person? That's great.
And now you're gonna ban
You
him?
know that real life person, right? Did you know about what they did because of online or offline? And then lastly, I need to know, why would you share that information with us?
Did
As
you
if
ask?
it's like something that we really got to parade in this stream right now? Is that something that you really felt you had to fucking share with us right now? Is that really something Is that really no, I don't want to read the article, bro. Do you think like we're gonna be like, yeah, bro? I'm gonna be completely honest with you. It's so much better to actually out those type of people, like pedophiles and stuff. It's so much better to out them with law enforcement and not like do your own thing. Because if you do your own thing, it makes it that much more difficult for law enforcement and the legal system to be involved. Because when you do your own investigation, it's terrible. It's terrible because then it's going to be hard to actually use what you discover in court. You found out from the article. Wait. I have a question. Also. So you said it as if like, you said it as if it was your W. You said it as if it was your W. Yeah, you said it as if it was your W. What is your relationship to this person? You said you know them in real life, but then you said a guy. What is your relationship to this person? I just don't like this cringe ass mentality. I don't like this cringe ass mentality. I really fucking don't.
He doesn't like that pedophiles are being outed.
Do you actually know this person? Like, is this somebody that you actually fuck with, that you was talking with in person in real life? Is this a personal person? If so, you shouldn't be sharing this information. If it's not a personal person and it's just somebody you just fucking know just randomly,
then
why are you still sharing that information?
So why
do you feel the need to tell me? Like, why? I'm trying to like logically understand your like, you know, this is just too much for me. This is too much for me. This is too much for me. You got it, bro. It's all good, man. I can't deal with this shit. I'm trying to move. We weren't cool. He was a shit. So then why, nigga, are you talking to me about it as if you're cool with him? Like, where's the back? Like, what? Nigga, get out of here, bro. I'm good. I'm out of here.
No, you're not.
It was a long time coming, bro. That was the last of the Three Musketeers. Get the fuck out of here. Leave an unban request or some shit. I was literally just fucking vibing, just trying to figure out where the fuck to go, and this motherfucker wants to talk about a whole, you know, pedo case. Like, bro, I'm not giving you fucking hero points for something it's not even your thing.
Why did he take it so personally?
Like, you're not involved. It's not your case. Like, you didn't do shit. You just saw it happen and was like, yeah, I just hate the guy, so I gotta let everybody know I hate him. Like, okay, nigga. We're all here, just chilling, and you want to be the one to bring this shit. Come on, bro. Like, is that really something you should be sharing? And it's not like there was context. You just fucking blurted it. Like, why? And you made it sound as if it was personal to you, like it was your W. But you don't even know the fucking person like that.
Could have just said okay.
All you just look for is like, that's the thing I notice about Mr. Person too, and I'm gonna be done after this. I'm gonna be done after this. It's probably like a minute or two, so I'm gonna be done after this, because I don't want to spend any more time. But I noticed that about that person every time they come in the stream. They say some dumb shit because they really, really want to be noticed. They really want to be noticed. It's not like they're normal and they say some shit that's cool. Hey man, yo, like I'm in the speed running like Mira did. I'm in the speed running. Or
that's
even
not
if it was
normal.
something depressing, like I'm not having a good day. There's a lot going on in my mind. You know, no, it was just some dumb shit. Like that's the cringe shit that I hate with the internet nowadays. Like, bro, like,
what?
Get the fuck out of here.
Make a point.
I don't give a flying fuck.
Sounds
who got
like
arrested
you do.
for some pedo allegations, bro, because that has nothing to do with me. I have no comment towards
Then
that
why'd you
shit.
ask him if he knew
All
him?
I want to know, I'm just trying to pick your
Do you
brain
know
to
him?
understand why you would even decide to share that and assume, oh, it's a big W. Not like, oh man, I got a job, oh, I got some money, or like, oh, I won the lotto, or like, yo, I had a good time with friends today. Yo, I'm happy because someone else got locked up.
Yeah, pedo.
Like, all right, cool.
You should be happy about that.
That's great. That's personal information, however, that should not be shared with me. Sorry. Keep your fucking mouth shut. Take that shit somewhere else.
Stop talking about pedos being locked up. I don't want to hear about it.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people. I'm so sorry for that. I just had to like blast that real quick.
Okay. Taking it weirdly personal. I don't know, dude. Kind of suspicious. I'm not gonna say anything. Maybe don't get so angry when someone comes into your chat and talks about a pedo getting locked up. This is only 2.5 minutes, then we can go watch the Sewer Level podcast.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1.
This is like the actual channel owner? Yeah. PNF.
Fight.
Man, nigga just pressing shit. I'm in the middle of a move, he just starts spamming. This is a stream sniper too. I think I had this dude blocked. Mind you, as soon as I unblock him, now the fuck restarting. Literally had this dude blocked. All of a sudden, you're unblocked. Now you're in my stream.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
What am I supposed to do about that? Everything's plus. I can't do anything. Yeah, it's a stream sniper.
Fight.
You should have never taunted it. Now you're gonna get blocked. Now these precious points you want, you're not getting them. Should have never taunted, bruh. Should have never did it. Shouldn't have did it. As soon as I unblocked the dude, you're stream sniping me. That's why you stay blocked.
What a bitch.
You shouldn't have taunted me. You should have played it off and got your points. Like, what are you trying to prove? You're still a nobody when you wake up in the morning. Well, you're nobody now. You're nobody tomorrow. Okay, but yeah. You're blocked.
Yeah, you're the winner. Black DSP. I like how that applies to both. I didn't even have to change the currently watching. Oh, I still had Whiterun playing. Whoops. Okay, Sewer Level podcast, last of the week. Right here. This way I can skip ahead. Oh, not enough. Blah 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 blah. Fuck this intro.
So, and welcome to the show. Today is Wednesday, the 12th of June, 2024. The final consecutive streaming day of the week for me. A pretty good streaming week with a good variety of stuff covering all of these digital events that happen. Playing a quick DLC. Enjoying an awesome indie game or two. And, of course, continuing on with my playthroughs.
Yelled at people, acted like a ridiculous idiot.
An excellent mix, I would say. Really enjoyed this week.
Excellent. Great
and
week,
before
man.
we even start, I have an interesting factoid for you, which I did not know until this very morning, okay? So, last night I was playing Stardew Valley on my mini PC, which means when I was doing it, I had this controller.
Oh, mouse is delivered.
A standard Xbox or
BRB.
Series X controller.
Gotta go
plugged
grab it
into
from
the
the
mini
porch
PC via
before it gets
USB.
stolen.
This does not have any batteries in it, okay? It's running off of the USB cable. And, you know, at the end of the night, I shut down, disconnected everything. And this morning, I hooked the HDMI cable, as well as the Ethernet cable to my Xbox Series X, and forgot to disconnect this controller from the mini PC. So I went ahead and I said, let's turn everything on. And I turned the power on, and guess what? My Xbox turned on. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So I guess what happens is once this controller establishes a connection with an Xbox console, the new gen console, series console, it keeps that connection. Now, what's weird about it is this has been powered down and there's no batteries in it. So it has some kind of a memory system in it to remember that wireless connection even when it has no charge whatsoever. Okay, that's neat. I didn't know that because right now it's plugged into my mini PC, is getting power from my mini PC, which is off, but is still working on my Xbox perfectly fine. I guess it's working wirelessly.
Who cares?
Right? So that's cool, I guess. I guess the question is, which I don't know the answer to this, if you plug this directly in via USB, you get a different connection than if you are using it wirelessly. And what I mean by that is if you're using it wirelessly, obviously there may be some delay or some interference. There's always that factor. Now, obviously, we're like how many gens into wireless technology, and it's very good now. But I'm just curious, like if you have a wired connection versus wireless connection, if I'm now playing on Xbox wirelessly, do I have slight delay? I don't know. I think for PlayStation, people have said yes, that it absolutely does use a different connection technology when you're plugged in via USB versus wirelessly with the Bluetooth. So that's a good thing. Especially like, for example, when I'm going to be playing Elden Ring DLC, I want to have the best connection, so I'm a wired controller, right? But I just don't know if it affects Xbox. I'm moving, I mean, you can hear this, right? I'm moving around right now. It seems instant. Doesn't seem like there's any delay or anything like that, so
we're wasting
whatever.
time with this.
So I guess the truth is, I don't ever have to unplug this from my mini PC. I can forever leave my Xbox controller plugged into it and don't have to move it around, and that's good. That's less hassle for me. So just a little bit of trivia tidbit there. If you had I don't know if anyone knew that or not. And no, Don Fanucci, there's no batteries in this. Look.
Speaking of batteries,
so it's only running off USB power. That's pretty weird. I had no clue that it could retain the wireless connection signal like that. Luckily, this doesn't have the ability to power up the PC. It does power up the Xbox. It doesn't power up the PC. Because imagine if I turned this on and it turned on both the PC and the Xbox at the same time. That would be pretty confusing, but it doesn't do that. Okay. That's neither here nor there, just a little bit of trivia for you. Good morning, Robbie. So, everyone, welcome to the show. My final consecutive streaming day of the week. And like I said, what I would really like to do on this show, it'll be a more chill, laid-back atmosphere. We don't have any insanely serious business to talk about. But yesterday, I had the opportunity with my wife to watch both the Ubisoft Forward and the Dragon Age Veilguard. Is it Veilguard? I always get it confused because it reminds me of Dawnguard from the Skyrim DLC. And I keep thinking it's not right that I'm thinking of it wrong. But I think it is Veilguard, right? I think that's the name of the game. I saw both of those presentations. And I'd like to talk about them here on the show today. It is the Veilguard. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Gotcha. So we'll talk about that today. I have an interesting update regarding Elden Ring. So we are less than 2 weeks away from the Elden Ring DLC. We're like 9 days away or something like that, right? And the stats are in. The vast majority of people who have played Elden Ring never actually went and fought the Moog boss fight so they could play the DLC. And I'm wondering how many people are unaware that they actually have to go do that. We'll talk about that this morning. When we hear these stats, it's pretty darn funny. Outside of that, just a few odds and ends. I want to talk about yesterday, obviously, and the fun Indies Day that we had, and also the week ahead, because this coming week, just to forewarn everyone, it's going to be a lot of Fallout 4, and there's good reason for it, because we have new releases impending. We have 3 new releases pending. In less than a week, we have Still Wakes the Deep, the horror game. In a few days after that, we have the Elden Ring DLC. And then just a few days after that, we have M. Bison releasing in Street Fighter 6. So with 3 big pieces of interesting gaming stuff coming out in the next week or so, I want to give this week kind of a final push, last hurrah for Fallout 4. I'm not saying that Fallout 4 is going to end or stop, but it's going to be played dramatically less. For example, once the Elden Ring DLC comes out, just expect that's going to be my major focus for a while. I may take a break from it every once in a while, but it's going to be a lot of daytime streams. Night streams will then be varied. You know, one night I may do Street Fighter, one night I may do Fallout, one night I might do Still Wakes the Deep. It all depends. So, because of that, I want to play as much Fallout as I can between now, Friday, Saturday, Monday. 4 days of Fallout coming up. So for Fallout fans, you're in the right place. The question is, what do we want to do? Do we want to advance the main plot, go to the Institute, get some questing going there, and then determine what else? Do we want to start a DLC like Far Harbor or Nuka World? Like, I'm okay with whatever. I really am. It doesn't really matter. I've really been enjoying the laid-back feeling of this playthrough where we're in no rush. We can do as much as we want. We're already, I believe, almost 40 hours into this playthrough, correct? We're 43 hours into the playthrough. Wow. 43. I didn't even realize it. That's what I mean. This playthrough's been kind of so chill that I'm not even really tracking it to pay attention to it. And here we are over 40 hours in. I'm like, whoa, we're over 40 hours into this game? Yeah, pretty wild, right? Anyway, I really feel like, of course, this will also be a playthrough that will be more ongoing over the course of this dead summer. And what I mean by that is, if you were here for the weekend, you know, July and the first 3 weeks of August have almost nothing whatsoever going on. Almost zero. So because of that, it's going to be opportunity to focus on other things. For example, doing more chill Fallout streams, right? So, that's going to be a good opportunity to maybe come back and focus on it. You know, once we get through all this stuff in late June, which will probably take like the first half of July, maybe then jump back more heavy duty into Fallout 4, okay? So anyway, let's begin at the start, which should basically be what we did yesterday. So yesterday I played 2 indie games right here on this stream. Well, on this channel, I should say. The first was Crow Country. And I'm happy to say that I did finish it yesterday with pretty much the exact timing that I was expecting. And now that I've beaten it, you know, I'd like to kind of give my thoughts on it overall. So for those who don't know or didn't follow the playthrough, Crow Country is a throwback style homage survival horror game to the early PS1 era when the graphics were blocky and the angles were kind of this weird top-down isometric view. And, you know, you had kind of tank controls and limited ammo, and enemies would jump out and surprise you and stuff like that. Although this game looks that way, it absolutely has many modernizations that make it a much more enjoyable game for a current gamer. For example, it actually doesn't have tank controls. At first, it looks like it does.
Purple.
But it has full 360
I got the purple one
movement.
because it was
The
cheaper.
Aiming is free aiming with a
But it fits, I
thumbstick,
guess.
and every
like
single
purple.
gun has a laser sight that can be found that makes it dramatically easier to aim with them. So it's not the
Yay,
old style,
working
can't
middle
tell what I'm
mouse.
shooting at. Camera angle is fixed. You can actually rotate the entire camera.
Feels smooth.
In the
Ban
area,
Todd
so you can see
Howard
every
from
angle,
chat.
You get stuck behind a wall or whatever.
Ban the
right?
guy who said
So
all
they've
the
definitely
DoorDash you
added a
order
lot
makes
of
your wife
improvements
look like
to the
E
whole
Honda.
engine. However, the graphics look very much like an early PS1 game. Like a lot of people compared the character models to Final Fantasy VII, right? Not the combat, but like the character models walking around the environments. And I agree. I think that's what they were actually going for with this game. However, where this game excels is its vibe. It feels like an old school survival horror game. It's got the atmosphere and the level design and the gameplay elements and the chill, eerie story and the suspenseful atmosphere and the music. Also, very, very ominous and scary at times. And then when you get into the save rooms, it's nice and happy and feels warm and safe. So it basically hits all those notes of what you were looking for from a game back in the day. Basic plot synopsis. You are a woman named Mara who are productive. This during the first. There's a if you go really, that's fun. I would have. Enemies aren't exactly the scariest when it comes to the end. Deal. And a lot of people have issue with that. I saw the first time I played the game a week ago. When I did an Indies marathon, people nominated and voted it in again. So when I had played it the second time, now that this time on my mini PC, people were intrigued. They were like, "Oh, so it's being fucked up. You know, go to the carpenter, have her build something for you, stuff like that." And I guess if you have, you know, conversations and relationships with these people, they befriend you, and then there's quest lines and things that happen as a result, which is really neat. Not only is there farming, but there's fishing, there's foraging and gathering, and many other things that you can do. I actually discovered the mine and spent a good amount of time in my second hour last night in the mine fighting monsters.
You discovered
digging,
the
getting rare
mine.
ores and items. And by the end of the night, I was able to craft some good stuff, like a furnace where I was smelting ores and stuff out of it. And I'm like, wow, there's a lot to this. And people are like, yeah, and that's only the first like 2 hours. You've only seen the very tip of the iceberg.
Working mouse.
This game has a lot of stuff in it to do if you get into the meat of it. So people have outright said they played this game for hundreds of hours because of the amount of content in it. That's pretty wild. Okay, so far, the first 2 hours.
Same thing for a lot of games of that genre.
I think it's something that as long as we get people who will show
like
up,
Minecraft,
engage, and support, meaning it can't be just me playing it by myself. I feel like if I play this game by myself, I wouldn't be bored.
It means
having
money.
An interactive audience, people who are going to chill with me, have conversation,
and give me money,
help me with the game, and just in general have a good time, enjoy each other's company while I'm playing it. That's exactly dead on what it's kind of going to work with.
Exactly dead on what it's.
And I'll say this: the audience was great. There was a decent amount of support on the stream too, and there's actually a few people who outright said, "If you keep playing this, we'll come back. Like we like this game enough that we will come back and always be with you and hang out and support
give
the
you
stream."
money.
So as long as that keeps happening, I have no problem actually making Stardew Valley an ongoing.
I mean, Game Tracker said that about Hades, and you dropped that game.
Your mileage may vary here because some games we've tried and for a few streams they worked and then they fizzled out. But then there's other ones like Minecraft where I played the darn game for over a year.
The darn game.
So what will Stardew Valley turn into?
Because he had a dedicated whale in Papa Vera.
But I'm excited because I really liked it. And so that gives me hope that maybe this could be a new kind of ongoing thing that we do for a long time. And, you know, maybe it will. Or maybe it'll be another Disney Dreamlight Valley where we do it for like a month or two and then it gets boring and we never do it again. But I guess we'll see. Time will tell, right?
Sounds like you plan on it being like that. Okay.
So cheers to everyone in the last week.
Cheers to the one person who gave me money.
My indie games content here on DSP Gaming. I certainly hope that you'll all enjoy the finale of Pro Country and the fun Stardew Valley gameplay from last night. Now, I'm not checking views really. I'm just looking at it really for the first time now, and I would guarantee you these videos don't have many views. No, they don't. I knew it. What's bizarre about this is
views, really focusing on views more than usual.
A really abnormally low amount of views.
I thought you weren't all about views.
And not even 200 people have looked at it yet. That's a little weird. But at the same time, they're indie games. I'm not expecting the world from them. And, you know, I beat Crow Country. Like I said, I even said this on the stream last night with Stardew Valley. I am not expecting that Stardew Valley will get many views on demand. I think that's going to be a game that's for stream audiences, right? For us to have that social experience while I'm playing. That's the appeal. There won't be that many people following it on demand, watching it after the fact. I'm not expecting that, okay? So, we'll just see what happens, all right? Cool.
Not cool.
Now, let's cover the schedule for the rest of the week, because this is a week that's a lot of Fallout on purpose before new releases hit, okay? So today, it is Fallout 4, and like I've already stated, I'm not sure if we should advance the plot line and go to the Institute and get those missions unlocked and maybe start working on that. Unless you guys want to see me do a DLC. I have both Far Harbor and Nuka-Cola World ready to go. If that's what you guys want today, I'll kind of leave it to the audience to decide exactly what it is that you would like to see. And we'll go from there. Okay? Tonight on the late stream, it is Street Fighter 6. It is the return of Dalsim. I'm going to do just a little bit of casual gameplay, essentially to knock the rust off, per se. And then we're going to go right to ranked, and I'm going to do a lot of ranked gameplay with Dalsim
Why ranked,
tonight.
Phil?
I'm hoping
I thought there was no stakes.
that it
I
at
thought
least
none of this
goes as well
mattered.
as it did with Honda the other day, where I actually stayed around 1,500
Who cares
points by
about
the end, and I
ranked?
had gained a few.
Right.
That's my goal, to just maintain, you know? I don't think right out of the gates, I'm going to immediately start climbing the ranks with insane amount of wins. But Dalsim is improved, particularly the fact that his level 3 super combo's way easier now, which was needed, and also his combo ability with his jabs and stuff seems to be improved. I actually was doing the teleport backwards cross-up combo, which I was never able to do before. I was able to start doing it now. Oh, plus,
his
by the way,
Dalsim gameplay is
having no
the
input
worst.
delay on my joystick
He
is helping
plays
a lot
like
with this character too.
Deathstroke
You know,
and
this
just
is a character
zones
where you
out
need to keep
people.
people zoned. And man, if you're
There it
delayed
is.
and you hit the wrong button, and that's it, you get a giant punish, you're done, you know? So you got to be on the game, and I think definitely out of the characters that I use, this character will be most improved with no input delay. So having the VRR and everything enabled is going to be great. I'm really excited to try it out tonight on the
60
late stream, 6:45 p.m.
frames.
Pacific time.
No one cares.
I'm off from streaming on Thursday. When I return on Friday, it's going to be more Fallout 4 and more Street Fighter 6. This time around in Street Fighter 6, I'll probably either go to Zengi for Lily, again, one of the other characters that I'm
Zangief.
trying to get into the groove with and basically get to ranked. So it'll be ranked with someone, okay? Saturday will be, yes, even more Fallout 4. Saturday night, I think we'll do our second stream of Stardew Valley and see how it works. Sunday is our React day, so it'll be DSP versus the Internet Clip Show on DSP Reacts, and then Retro React to Rise of Nightmares continuing on DSP Throwback. Monday, more Fallout 4 and more Street Fighter 6. All right? And you might say again, oh my God, that's a lot of the same. Yes, but that's on purpose because this is it. After that day,
No one accused it of
Fallout
being
4
on
is not
accident.
going to be day streams for a while. Okay? So that's Monday. Tuesday, the premiere of Still Wakes the Deep, the new horror game that comes out on Game Pass that day. It's a first-person
looks boring.
game where you're basically investigating an oil rig. I believe what the story is that this oil rig somehow is not responding anymore to radio communications, and no one knows what's happened.
It's kind of
You're part of a
boring.
rescue group that go out there, and you find a crazy amount of like death and monsters and stuff. And that's what the
Find a
game's
crazy
about. So
amount of death.
That'll be starting on Tuesday. Tuesday night will be Stardew Valley, and then Wednesday will be more Still Wakes the Deep. And Wednesday night we'll decide: do we want to do a Fallout 4 stream or do we want to do Street Fighter 6? Okay. Then I'm off that Thursday, but then that Friday, the 21st, is the premiere of the Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree DLC.
Boy.
I'm going to be playing it all day long. Yes, that means no Friday night fights on the 21st. I'm going to be playing Elden Ring all day long to get into the DLC. And then, essentially, Elden Ring will be day streams, and night streams will rotate between the other games in the rotation. Okay? Now, will I be doing Elden Ring every single day? Depends.
should.
Depends on how much I'm liking the DLC. Depends on how much you're liking the DLC. I don't
Money.
want to
It's
overload
about
the
money.
channel with Elden Ring and then people get bored of it within a week. Keep in mind, this DLC is supposed to be insanely lengthy. They're saying it's basically Liurnia. No, excuse me. Limgrave. Now I forgot what they said.
Bro.
They basically said it's the size of 3 parts of the game, but apparently there's like an overworld and underworld too. So it's basically like the size of maybe a little bit, like maybe 40% of real Elden Ring. And if you figure that out, you're like, yeah, it's going to probably be like 30, 40 hours of content then, right? And that's a lot. I mean, if I'm playing 3-hour streams, you know, you're talking, this could take me several weeks to get through. So let's see what
Anyways,
happens.
We'll see what
within
happens.
the first couple of days of the Elden Ring DLC. If I have good attendance, good support, good engagement, and everyone wants more, I'll keep it as the most played game in my rotation. But if within a couple days, it's already dwindling and people are burnt out on it, then we'll bring back variety. We can bring back other games to the daytime streams, mix it up, and I'm okay with that. So let's see how it goes. Obviously, initially, I am anticipating a lot of attention, but it doesn't mean that that's going to maintain for 40 straight hours. You know what I mean? So we'll go from there. And then after that, if you can believe it, only a few days after that, the next week, M. Bison is releasing in Street Fighter 6. So yes, I'm going to be covering M. Bison.
Sure, you enjoy that. I'm going to be covering this big muscle man.
Son of Meatball says Limgrave, Weeping Peninsula, and a bit of Caelid. What is Weeping Peninsula? I don't remember what that is. Limgrave is the entire first section of the game, including the starter area, all the optional stuff to the south, correct? Like the castle and everything, Castle Sol. No, Castle Sol's in the north. The other castle, the optional castle down there, right? And all those other things. So that's a big area, right? And then, see, I don't know what Weeping Peninsula is. What the hell is Weeping Peninsula?
The one where there's a lot of rain.
I don't know. A bit of Caelid. All right, Caelid's huge, but at the same time, you know, I can see maybe a bit of that. What they also said about the DLC is that it's going to be very condensed, and what I mean by that is, rather than having
It'll be
giant open
condensed.
areas
That's
with
what you
almost
mean by
nothing in
that.
it, it's
I
gonna
hate
have a lot of
what I
content
mean
in
by
the
that
areas that
is
there.
shit.
So no more
Very obnoxious.
having to ride around looking for shit to do. There's going to be shit everywhere. Okay, so that's cool.
Cool, there's gonna be shit everywhere.
Okay, so anyway,
Scatman loves that.
covered the schedule, covered all that. All right, it's time to move on. Let's talk about
Move on.
some of the presentations that I have seen. All right. First of all, let's talk about Ubisoft.
This audio is all fucked
What
up.
was it? Forward? Ubisoft Forward. First of all, the entire presentation was an hour long. It covered a bunch of games, but primarily it really only covered 2 games. I'm going to repeat that. Even though a bunch of games were presented, it actually only really covered 2 games.
Yeah,
Star
they're
Wars
2
Outlaws
biggest
and Assassin's
games.
Creed Shadows. Everything else
How
was
is that a
completely
surprise?
rushed through, and you could tell that Ubisoft's focus is only on those 2 games moving forward.
Yeah.
And everything else is just kind of, it exists, but it's not a big deal.
Okay.
So
Why
Star
is
Wars
that a
Outlaws,
surprise?
they showed some gameplay of Star Wars Outlaws finally.
They showed a lot of
Rather than it
gameplay,
just being,
actually.
like, rushed through, they actually showed a few segments and what it's going to be like.
A lot of really
Basically, it's
boring,
this.
uninteresting
You go on a
gameplay.
planet. So you're in your ship.
You're
flying in space. You may have a dogfight or something. Then you fly right onto the planet, which was kind of neat. Rather than it just like loading and teleport me there, you actually fly your craft onto the planet physically. Then you start exploring a town, and it kind of reminds me of other open world RPG games. You know, you can talk to various different people. You can take on tasks and things. And they even said, depending on who you help, will raise your affinity with one clan, but maybe make another clan pissed off at you because you did something negative towards them.
Sounds color
there's
by
different kinds of
numbers.
missions. There's stealth missions where you sneak around and steal things. There's intel missions where you're trying to get intel from various people, maybe from interrogating or actually stealing.
Interrogating.
There's outright combat stuff. They showed some of that where it's cover-based combat, and you have this feature with you that you can command around to do various things during
Various
your
stuff.
Beeping around, sneaking, or also during combat to aid you. A lot of explosions. They showed combat as explosions. You could shoot things that blow up and stuff. And basically the way it works is kind of interesting. It kind of works like the systems in like GTA, where the more you do that's illegal, the more infamous you become in a certain area, and you get like
Comparing
a
it to
wanted
GTA.
meter. And so the
It's
higher
weird.
the wanted meter, the more the law is out to get you. Now, who's the law in a lot of the galaxy? The Empire. So a lot of the times you're going to have stormtroopers show up looking for you because they've heard that you're in that sector or you've been doing some bad things. I thought that was a really neat thing. Imagine always having the Empire trying to hunt you down like the cops.
It
could be a good
broke new
system. That could be pretty unique and
ground.
interesting. It looked good.
Literally.
However, during the Ubisoft Forward broadcast, there were definitely some choppiness to it, and I don't know if that was the game or the broadcast, but it did look like it was chopping up quite a bit.
Yeah, there was some
during combat
screen
segments.
tearing.
But then there were parts where she was like flying around on the hover bike thing, and it looked gorgeous. So it's hard to tell exactly what was going on there.
Gorgeous. Sure.
I'll say this. It's definitely going to be unique, but I think here's the big question.
It doesn't
The
look unique
gameplay
at all.
loop is, you go to a planet, you talk to informants.
It
you
really
get
does not
missions.
look
There'll be
unique.
various different kinds of missions. You perform the missions. You probably get rewarded. Maybe you level up with the factions and stuff like
Level
that.
up.
This advances the plot a little bit. Maybe unlocks a story mission. I get it. The question is
it
this
going to be
formula
meaningful?
going to be fun in a long-term game? Or is this a formula that the first time you do each certain kind of mission, it's kind of fun, but then it just kind of fizzles out after time? All right. I'll give you an example.
I mean, it is Ubisoft.
Watch Dogs Legion, okay? It's kind of similar premise. You had one guy who's an expert in driving, one person who controls a drone, one person who's hand-to-hand combat, one person who's stealth. And each time you did one of those missions, you would bring a specialist to do the mission and get through it. And it's fun for like the first 10 hours. But what ends up happening is you hit a wall where you've seen and done everything. And then the entire game is just boring repetition ad nauseum. And it's super boring for the rest of the game. And it just falls flat on its face. I hope that's not what this game will be. I hope that there's going to be
These
enough
cliches
to it
he
in the
uses
story,
over
in
and
the
over
variety
again.
of missions, and also
I was scratching
the
my head,
personality
but
of the
then it fell
story
flat
and
on his
character
face.
development of the character that it keeps you engaged. Because if this is just another Ubisoft grind for 40 hours doing repetitive shit game, it's not going to be fun. I mean, it'll be cool that it's set in the Star Wars universe, right? But at the
Right?
same time, I'm not, with Ubisoft's track record, I'm not convinced. Let's put it that way. Like, everything they've shown looks good. There's
Twitter
nothing
tier
from anything
take.
they've shown that would be like a red flag that this game is not going to be good. Right? Not at all. But I know Ubisoft, and I know they fall into these like tried and true stereotypical ways to design a game. And one of the horrible things they do is they give you interesting stuff at first, but then that's all you do the whole game, and you're just so bored after you're like 10, 15 hours in. Like, dude, I've already done all this shit. Why do I have to do it for another 40 hours? And then we get to the story. You know, it's stupid.
Sounds like
in
that's
that
a
regard.
given.
So I
Like-
hope that's not what happens. I
Well,
hope
of course
it
that's what's
actually
gonna
is
happen.
engaging and fun throughout. It has potential.
I think people anticipate that
to be great.
happening.
But Ubisoft
But they're
has
just gonna play it
squandered a lot of
anyways,
potential.
'cause
For
they
example,
like the
Watch
gameplay?
Dogs. That was a franchise that had a lot
For
of
whatever
potential,
reason?
and they just mismanaged it, drove it right into the ground, and now who the hell wants another Watch Dogs game, right?
You?
So pretty sad in that regard. I hope that that's not what happens with this. I hope that it actually is good. The other game that they showcased huge was Assassin's Creed Shadows. Man, hold on a second here. It's really annoying me.
It's noise, everybody. Anyways.
It helps when you're trying to do a podcast and you don't have a frog in your throat that's really bothering you. Okay.
Ribbit.
So, Assassin's Creed Shadows finally fully showcased. All right, they showed gameplay of both characters, both the shinobi whose name I keep forgetting, and of course the samurai Yasuke.
No,
all right,
or
right off the bat, big disappointment. This game
Whatever.
absolutely, positively, 100% is set in the exact same engine as the open world Assassin's Creed games. So,
How do you
Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, it's exactly the same engine. Have they made variations? Yes, they have. If you're playing as Yasuke, it's going to be more like playing Valhalla or Odyssey, where you're going around and enemies are seeking you out, or you're seeking out enemies. You have open combat in the streets. There's going to be different kinds depending on the weapon you have equipped. Like they first show Yasuke with a big spiked club, and it's more slow-paced, big arcing swings.
Very unga bunga.
Then he switches to the sword, and that combat seems very similar to, say, like Ghost of Tsushima, where you're going to be do timed parries and moves like that, and then counter slashing your opponents. Whenever you kill an enemy in this game, the screen immediately turns white and has this weird ink art style that's very reminiscent of things with samurai and stuff like that set in Japan. All right.
Huh?
So first they show Yasuke basically just open killing people in the streets. All right. Then they switch to the shinobi, and the woman basically is stealth. Although admittedly, again, it's not what you would want. It doesn't play like classic Assassin's Creed. She definitely has crazy flippy moves and weird shit.
Flippy
Like,
moves.
yeah, I remember back in the day when Ezio did like a double, triple flip, aerial, crazy assassination.
This is not like
crazy ability,
Ezio.
throwing a million things. Like, no, it didn't happen, you know. Back then it was supposed to be do stealthy parkour, kill your enemy, get the hell out of there. And it doesn't look like that's what this is. It looks like they're really going.
It looks like she's a ninja.
With this ninja shit. So
Ninja shit.
it is what it is. I will say
Don't
this.
make me defend this game.
The voice actor for the woman, the female character, I forgive me, 'cause I forgot her name.
Really
Seems
bad.
like she's completely coached to sound disengaged. Like she's like, it will be me and the shadows. Okay, I'm going to go do this now. You don't have to come with me because I am more equipped for this mission, being that I can use the shadows to my advantage. I was like, is she just reading this off a piece of paper? Is this like a cold
Her voice
read?
acting really was bad.
What is this? Is the voice acting of the game? She sounds so bored.
He is
And
right
I
about
mean,
that.
I hate to say it, but there are voice actors who you know are bad.
sounds
but
like
I
she's
think what
on
it is the direction. Like
some
the director
medication.
He's saying, "Oh, I'll make her sound cold." Okay, so now I must use the shadows to stop the evil samurai in the town. They have been treating the people badly, and now we must make sure that they are taken out of. Like what?
Okay.
You use
we get
any
it.
inflection in your voice? Here, I'll do it better. I will use the power of the. What the hell? Why couldn't you tell a professional
not?
voice actor to act it like that? And this is going to be one of the two characters you have to hear the whole game, right? So anyway, basically for me it's a mixed bag. Like here's the deal: will the game be absolutely god awful terrible? Probably not. But if it's going to follow the formula of the open world Ubisoft games, what's going to end up happening is the game's going to feel like a chore. Do you remember Valhalla? Dude, Valhalla was the most
I didn't play it.
drawn out, overbearing game. Okay, go to a region. Okay, let's just do the questing for the story. No. First, you must befriend these people. You must do 17 side missions for them. Then they're like you. Then you complete their quest line, which takes 15 hours. And then they say they're going to help you later in the game. Oh, okay. So now can we advance the plot? No, you got to go to this other area and do the same thing with another group of people. But what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Nothing. You're just killing time until you finally get back to the plot. What is this shit? I want to do this for
Assassin's
fucking
Creed.
100 hours. And it was. Like, Assassin's Creed Valhalla was like 80 plus hours because it just wasted your time so much. It is that formula. It's likely going to end up being more of the same. Where, you know, you're going to be beating around the bush, killing time rather than focusing on main objectives and things that are more interesting. And again, it's the Ubisoft problem. They're more over quantity over quality. They don't understand that if you made a 20-hour game, that's amazing. People would remember it and like it more than an 80-hour game where for at least half of that you're scratching your ass because you're so fucking bored you can't wait for it to get back to something interesting. They just don't get it. But then these game devs complain about the budget's too big and it takes too long to make a game to turn a profit. Well, then stop making bloated games. I mean, this is a huge problem with Ubisoft in particular.
A huge problem with you is everything.
So,
he's doing a lot of prejudging
Star
for a
Wars
game
Outlaws
he says he's
looks
interested
like
in
it
playing.
could be good. I am getting excited for it. I like the Star Wars universe. But at the same time, yes, I am a little nervous that it's going to end up being not so fun after, say, like 10 hours. With Assassin's Creed Shadows, I'll be honest, being that we know now that it's 100% set in the engine of the RPG style rather than the stealth style, I'm not feeling too great about it. All right? But there is one redeeming quality, one shining factor, one great thing about all of this that we all need to remember. Are you ready?
Oh, no. Dude, it's going to be something extremely cringe. Once it begins, once we know what it is, I'm just going to skip ahead.
You don't have to buy any of their games.
Okay.
If you want to play these games and test them, but you don't want to drop a whole bunch of money, you can become an Ubisoft Plus subscriber for a month.
I don't want to.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to renew my Ubisoft Plus subscription for the month of August. And then with that, I'm just going to play Star Wars Outlaws. And that's it. It's what, $15? You don't have to spend $70 plus tax to play Ubisoft games ever.
Yeah, but then you don't own the game.
When you're an Ubisoft Plus
okay.
subscriber, you get to play the games early. They usually give you like a few days early access to the game.
Yeah, he's still giving the money.
Why on earth?
You're just renting the game for $15.
I mean, really? Can anyone answer that question?
You're paying
There's
$15 to rent a
reason
game
whatsoever to buy.
It's not really an innovation.
Just spend the $15, play the game. And hey, if you don't beat it in the month, you got to renew for another month.
I can't be too critical. I do the same with Game Pass.
Instead of 70 plus tax. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
And by
I just
the way,
bite the bullet.
Ubisoft does have a giant catalog of.
Nah, not as big as Game Pass does. Like I know paying for Game Pass isn't the smartest thing to do. It's not as dumb as paying for Adobe every month, but I got my monthly bills, okay? I got my bills.
Games.
So
along the way, if you play, say, Star Wars Outlaws or Assassin's Creed Shadows, and you're like, oh, I don't like it, you could still check out a whole bunch of other games that they have, and maybe you'll still get some value out of that month you have with the subscription, right? I don't see the reason to buy the game at all. Why would you? Unless you love the series so much,
everyone who
you know you're going to go
supports.
back to it again and again and again. I don't see a reason to buy these games, right?
Well, you own them, that's why.
That's what I'll be doing. I will be playing both games, and I'll only get them through the subscription. And hey, if I get it and it sucks, we don't have to keep playing it. Fuck it. I only paid $15 for it. Who cares, right? It's a lot different than investing almost $80 in a game and saying, well, now we're kind of committed to playing it, right? So there you go. That's what I recommend. So hey, yeah, please keep offering us these subscription services so that I can just play for 1 month and pay like 1/5 of what I would have paid. I appreciate that. Okay. Outside of that, basically Ubisoft Forward was just a ridiculous amount of updates on their existing games. Skull and Bones will get a new season. Oh boy, because everyone's still playing that one, right? For Honor, which is like
it's good for games that you would have bought anyways, you know? Like, if it's a game that you would have purchased anyways, then it's good, I guess. Because I would have bought it at some point later on down the line when it was marked down. But I'll just have a Game Pass subscription and I'll play it when it comes out. But, I mean, you don't own the games. That is a problem. I do really like my Steam library of games that I own. And, like, if a licensing agreement breaks, I still have the game. Like, I don't know, man. There's good points and bad points. It makes it sound like it's all good, but it's not all good. There's still issues.
Which is wild that people are still liking and supporting the game, but apparently they are. Apparently there's a community for it, and that's cool, I guess. You know, every Ubisoft game, the crew and blah, 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 all getting updates. The one thing I'm serious about this, I know you're going to laugh about this. So out of all
he
that
knows
shit,
we're gonna laugh.
The one game that stood out for my wife and I, Monopoly. they're making a new Monopoly game that has modernized, good graphics, 6 players. The one thing they didn't explain
Did you laugh?
if it's online play. All they said is 6-player Monopoly, and it showed like
Monopoly's boring.
huge 3D rendered city and all this stuff. And I was like, dude, we're waiting for a good version of Monopoly like fucking forever. There hasn't been one.
Did
And
we
I'm like,
really?
wow, you could actually play Monopoly, and that'd be neat. But
Really?
is it online? Like, can you play with other people online,
Is it
or is
neat?
it only local? Because if it's only
Is
local,
it really?
kind of sucks, right? So,
Ahem.
it's actually coming out this year, but it didn't say when. It just says coming this year, like this fall or something.
Okay,
like
some
that.
people do like
So,
Monopoly.
Anyway,
Good for you. It's good to like
So
things.
that's Ubisoft Forward. Woohoo. Okay?
Okay.
Now, the Dragon Age, the Veilguard gameplay reveal, alright, I will say this, did actually disperse some of the ridiculous feelings and vibes that you got.
Yeah, he has nobody to
from
play
the
with.
announcement trailer.
So are we gonna get like a family game night playing Monopoly between DSP and Cat? 2 people Monopoly, one of the most boring things I could ever imagine.
That took place during the Xbox event. Or was it Summer Game Fest? I can't remember if it was during Xbox or Summer Game Fest that happened. But basically, when they first announced Dragon Age the Veilguard, all right, the graphics looked way more cartoony, almost like a Fortnite
DSP and Brian.
Overwatch
Monopoly night with my friend Brian.
And the way that they introduced the game
Oh,
is
I'm
that
loving this new
it
mouse.
basically looked
It's
like
I can middle click.
comedy. Like they were trying to turn
Fuck
Dragon
yes.
Age into like Guardians of the Galaxy. Like a
Yeah, they're
comedic
all
Marvel,
doing that,
right?
dude. It's
all these
so
characters
bad.
are being introduced, but then they have these little quips and things that they say, and it just didn't seem to hit the vibe of what Dragon Age is. Dragon Age is a very serious, adult, gory, plotline style game, and the fact that the introduction to the game's, stuff in this trailer was more comedic didn't seem to make sense. Like, are they changing this vibe, right?
Clearly.
Well, I'm at least pleased to say that with what the 20
audio is
plus
super
gameplay
weird.
minutes that they showed,
These filters are all
it
messed
looks
up.
way more like Dragon Age than you would think. Like they're talking more seriously.
They're talking.
Stuff's all hell's breaking loose. Demons are invading this town, and they're trying to run up and stop a ritual that's being performed.
Yeah, the
by
Demon of Pride.
Solus, who was your teammate in Dragon Age Inquisition, but now he's actually supposedly one of the villains of this game. Because it's been revealed. I guess in one of the DLCs, it was revealed that he's actually like an elven god, and he never told you that. He just concealed his identity during Dragon Age Inquisition. So they start the combat, and I hate to say it, I think this was probably a hugely bad representation of what the game will be. Because the
You always
class
has
for
to
the
find
character
some
that's
kind of
being played in this
negative.
demo of gameplay is essentially like a warrior class. So all he's doing, he runs up, hack slash combo. Special ability, throw some lightning out. Oh, hack slash. It's like boring, and I'm like, yeah, you know why? Because this is probably a very early game. This is probably before you even get many or any abilities, right? So it's very insanely basic. And of course, the warrior, or
Insanely
what was it,
basic.
rogue? People are saying it was rogue. Of course, this is going to be like the most basic style gameplay. If they had picked a different class,
there was a lot of
right,
dodging.
that had more complexities to its gameplay, maybe at least you would have got a better handle. I would have much rather seen like a magic class. How would that be handled in the game? Rather than slash, dodge, slash, use a special ability, slash. Oh, that's the combat, right? I was like, oh, that's not impressive. But again, it's early game. So I get their desire to not spoil. You know what I'm saying? Like I get their desire. They don't want the game to be spoiled, right? But at the very same time, man, it's like,
All right, we get
looks
the point.
Generic at first.
Okay, we get
that's
it. Moving
Xbox games,
on.
right? They wanted a new generation of gamer to be open to buying Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Because hell, it's been almost a decade
He
since
really
the last
needs to
one came
gather
out.
what he wants to
So a
say
lot of
in
gamers don't even know what
his
the fuck
head
Dragon Age is
before he
right?
begins.
So they're trying to reintroduce it in a way that really doesn't make sense because that wasn't really representative of what the game was once you actually start playing it, right? So I would say it looks good. I don't know. Again, is it going to be too generic hack and slashy if you pick a melee class?
Yes, you already said this. You already said all this.
So there you go.
There you go.
All right, so out of everything I saw Ubisoft Forward, probably the things that I'm more interested in is Star Wars Outlaws and Monopoly, of all things.
Weird.
AC Shadows, I don't think will be very good, but at the same time, it's going to be $15, so why not? In regards to Dragon Age, I feel better about it now. It looks better
There's
to
a
me now.
time investment as well.
So I'm feeling more hopeful about it. And I'm glad that it's not going to be representative of what was shown in the announcement trailer. But still no release date. Yeah, they still didn't put a release date in there. It says fall. It's all you know, fall. No date yet. So guess we just got to keep listening.
Wait until the fall.
All right. All right. In one interesting piece of news for today, in regards to Elden Ring, okay? As I stated previously,
that hair. Hello? Hello? Hey, it's a suit.
Okay.
Nice, I like this one. Kinda.
So the Elden Ring DLC comes out on the 21st. Okay, so that is 9 days from today.
Ahem.
And to access the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, you need to get to the true Mohg boss fight and beat him, right? What's he called? Like the Monarch of Blood or something like that? I don't know what his actual name is in the game. But you have to defeat him.
Mohg
He is
his name. The Lord of
the
Blood.
second or third hardest boss in the game.
Groom the hair.
Right?
Groom
I mean,
the
there's
hair,
definitely ways to cheese him.
Groom the hair.
But considering
groom
the fact that he has
hair.
multiple forms, and in one of his forms he gets like all his health back, and he takes all your health away, he is one of the hardest.
I mean,
bosses
no, he
to fight in the
doesn't.
game.
If you have the
So, with the DLC right around the corner,
blood
everyone
gem
hyped for the DLC.
for your
and talking
flask,
about
he
it.
doesn't
It
take
begs
all
the
your health
question,
away.
Out of all the people who purchased Elden Ring and played it, how many people actually killed Mohg and are going to actually have access to this DLC when it comes out in 9 days? Now,
Well, let's see.
Excuse me. When Elden Ring first came out, if you remember, basically everyone bought it. It went super mainstream. Everyone talked about it. Everyone said, "Oh, you can play it. It's accessible." Is Elden Ring accessible?
Yes.
Only if you summon constantly. If you suck at these games and never played them before, and you don't summon Ash summons constantly to basically distract all the enemies, the game's not accessible. It's very
part
hard.
of the game,
Okay?
bro.
And also, you just have no idea where the hell you're supposed to go without a guide. You need to use a guide to basically figure it out because the game is a giant, confusing maze, essentially. All right?
It's not a maze.
But is it accessible if you summon constantly? Yes, it is. All right?
Or
And
you
it's
could just
funny,
level
'cause when the
up.
game came
You could
out,
just over-level
it
like you
sold- It
did.
broke records for sales at the time. And everyone was like, oh, so everyone's enjoying it. I was like, yeah, but you know what would I really like to see? Tell me the actual percentage of people who bought Elden Ring and beat it. Because that's the statistic you want. You don't want, I bought the game and I casually played it for like a few sessions and then I just gave up because it's too hard. You want to know how many people actually went through and completed the game.
Completed.
You know, over time. And some people maybe didn't beat it for a while. And that's okay as long as they eventually got to the end, right? So, there's a statistic for that, but that's not the statistic we're looking at today, all right? What I'm interested in is the statistic
Yeah,
for
most
this
people
Shadow
don't
of the
beat
Erdtree
games.
DLC. Because you've got a lot of people
Like,
out
most
there
people don't even buy
who,
games
again,
new.
like, wow.
Like, this is the thing that people need to realize. Most people don't buy games when they come out. They buy games when they're marked down later on. Like, how many people are playing PS3, PS2 games on their PlayStation 5 right now? Like, most people aren't like you, Phil, in so many ways.
Wow, Elden Ring, it's in the news again, it's hype, it's mainstream popular again, everyone's excited for it, right? Everyone's excited for that shit. Cannot wait to play it. But this DLC has a skill
Alright,
check.
check this
you
out.
have to have found and defeated the true Mohg boss, and this is one of the harder parts
Blood
of the
Rain
game.
costume.
It's a secret area.
I need to
You
make
had
the
have
skin
beaten
lighter.
Radahn first to even
The
unlock
torso
the way
skin.
to
It
get
looks
to
a little bit
this.
darker than the
then
rest.
once you get there, the blood area is one of the hardest in the
I'm a
game,
pale
right?
one.
It really is. It's tough.
got the pale
You gotta get
blood.
through This lake of blood with all these fucking albinoric monsters and crazy shit going around, and you gotta get through that cave with all the blood dudes coming at you and everything.
blood dudes.
So it's no easy task to even get to the Mohg boss fight, and then you gotta beat it, right? So the question is, how many people have done it? Well, here's the statistics. I have them for you. They're absolutely hilarious. On Steam, PC version, 37.8% of people have actually beaten Mohg.
So about a third.
Just over a third.
Okay. Sounds
So
about
just
right.
think about that.
Sounds about
Out of
normal.
everyone who purchased the game, all the record sales numbers, only a third of them will even be able to play the DLC at launch.
Sounds pretty
unless
average.
They get their asses in gear, start playing the game right now, and get their butts to Moog and beat him in the next week. Now, how many people who aren't good at Elden Ring, they gave up on it or just beat the base game, you really think realistically are going to jump back into the game after not playing it for an extended period of time, master it to get to the secret area, right? Skill check at Radon, skill check to get through all that shit to get to the Blood Palace, and then are actually going to fight Moog in the Blood Palace, right?
Who cares?
But that's only on PC. On the PlayStation, only 34.7% of people who bought the game have beaten Moog. So even less. And then
nobody cares.
To just hammer this point home, okay?
Okay.
On Xbox, which arguably probably has the least sales of all three platforms.
How would you
only 17.7% of people who own Elden Ring on Xbox have actually beaten Moog. Wow. Less than 1/5 of the people who bought the game even bothered with it.
I care so much less than you do.
What I said 2 years ago, all right? A lot of people gave me shit for. But now I'm going to bring it up again in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, the vast majority of people who bought Elden Ring never played it to completion. They bought it. They casually played
People
it because
gave him
it was
shit
virally
for this?
popular for a few weeks. They memed about it. Then they found something that was hard and they stopped playing it.
Who gave him shit for
No
this
one
take?
really who is not a Soulsborne fan bought this game, got immersed in it, absorbed in the world, learned the mechanics, got good, went through the game, dominating it, and beat it. No, they didn't do that. It's a memeable game because everyone bought it, but almost no one beat it. You know, I'm sorry. Or if they did, they didn't
What do you mean
learn
almost
the game.
no one?
They didn't master it. They just summoned the whole game. They probably used an online
A
guide
third
that
of people
someone wrote,
beat it.
beginner's guide to beating the game, rushed to the Mimic tier.
No,
got the
this
Mimic
is
tier,
just guessing.
Summon, and the Mimic tier just whooped the game's ass while they stood around. Right?
This is all speculation.
And even then,
at this
probably had a
point.
hard time. So
More speculation.
the way I see it, I get it. Why it was so popular. It's the first FromSoft game to really hit that mainstream. But now that we're seeing the first DLC available, and the fact that FromSoft hasn't changed their ways, they didn't say, oh yeah, you could just do this DLC from the title screen. Like, no, skill check. You got to find an optional boss in one of the hardest hidden areas of the game, and you got to beat him. That's going to shut out a lot of people. So now people are realizing they're going to have to get good in order to actually play the DLC, and they're going to start freaking out. Oh, I want to play it, but man, I don't want to fucking invest that amount of time and shit. You right? That's how it's going to go. I wonder how many people are not paying attention. They're going to buy this DLC, boot the game, and not be able to play it and be like, what the fuck? I just spent $30 and I can't play the DLC. This is bullshit. Actually, isn't it $40? Isn't it like $39.99?
No. It's like $30.
No. Oh no, see, Dabhan says, I doubt any of the people that didn't beat Moog would want the DLC. Wrong. Because again, here's what's going to happen. In another week, it's going to go viral again. Everyone is mainstream going to be talking about Elden Ring again. You're going to see memes again. Everything's going to hit the internet. And all those people are going to want to jump on that bandwagon again. Because that's what they do. These are bandwagoner gamers. They jump on every viral trend. Oh my god, Among Us. Oh my god, Pal World. Oh my god, Helldivers.
Okay,
oh my
it is
god.
40.
Fucking this one, that one, right? They always
It
jump
is
on
40. Okay.
But that's what they do. They jump on the trend for a few weeks, they play it, and then they fucking drop it and never play it again. So that's how they are. I guarantee you this is what's going to happen is, oh, Shadow of the Erdtree's out? Oh, man, yo, it's hyped
I might
again.
as
I got to
well buy
play it
it.
again. They buy it $40, they boot it up. What the fuck? Where is it? What's this? What? So they're going to get a swift taste of reality, I feel. As they realize that FromSoft basically is not merely making games for them. You know what I'm saying?
No,
So-
not really. Can we move on, though?
All right.
Anyways.
Folks,
Weird sort of
that's what
elitist
I got
segment.
for today's podcast. We covered a lot. Now I open it up to interaction, Q&A, and the like. I normally would say, okay, it's time for shout-outs. Literally, I have absolutely no contributions so far today.
Wrong. You had a troll
So I have
super
nothing to
chat.
shout out. Now, you guys know the deal. When I stream,
He had a
most
troll
of my
super
income comes
chat.
from streaming. So if you could support my stream today, I would really appreciate it. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, and tips are all appreciated. My goal is to hit $50 in tips by the end of any given stream, and of course, we haven't even started with gameplay
Where's
yet.
my money?
But, you know, please, in advance, if you like the content, please support it. Thank you in advance.
That's a sense of
All right?
entitlement.
And there you have it.
Thanks
So,
in advance.
I
It
guess
is
what I
an
will do
expression
now,
of entitlement.
I will open this up and let people talk and interact. If you want to tag me in the chat and bring up any subjects, if anyone contributes, I will shout it out. There you go. Can I do a new room tour, please? No, there's nothing to tour. My room is the same as it's been. I haven't changed anything besides the visuals.
Besides
It's
all the
same
garbage
room.
you have on the
There's
ground.
nothing to show. I wouldn't even have the ability to do a room tour because I don't have a handheld camera anymore. So no.
You can take the camera that's pointed at you and turn it
Ice Darkness says, I
around.
want to save you money. Don't buy Dragon Age Woke Guard. I'm telling you, it's going to flop. Well, we'll see. Tyrone says, I wish you would give Multiverses another chance. I was hyped to watch you climb to Master on Ranked. Well, first of all, there is no Ranked. They didn't launch it yet. Number two, if you guys aren't aware, I've been following the game, and essentially, since it came out,
Yeah,
I
he
hate
can
to
use
say
his
it,
phone.
people aren't really liking it
oh my
that
God.
much. Not as much as the beta. People are
Textures.
disappointed
Oh,
with what
yikes.
the game is
Son
in
of-
its released full form. People have already
Sorry.
discovered insane game-breaking problems, like Iron Giant had a
Eh,
fucking throw loop
another one.
infinite. Like a throw loop infinite is something that
Sorry.
existed in fighting games in the early 90s, and then eventually
Oh
they
my God.
fixed that shit so that no game would ever have one. And the fact that this is supposed to be a fighting game, a serious fighting game, and it has a throw loop, that's really bad. Like a throw loop infinite, no one can break out of. So they had to take Iron Giant off, like turn him off.
No!
Because people were just breaking the game and getting wins, instant wins every match. So, excuse me. Yeah, what can I say? It's just not doing that well. I was liking it.
Fully.
But it didn't resonate with the audience. I played it 2 streams and people were telling me it's boring, stop playing,
What?
so I did. You know, if ever a desire comes back for it or an update or something, I would check it out. I was enjoying learning characters, but I'm going to do what my audience wants. So we're going to continue with what we're doing right now.
Damn it! I should have hid.
Oh, let's see here.
Should have hid the avatar when I tried that. Matt
Carlton
says, "Sorry
Jr.
for
says, I
stealing. Here's
salute
$2."
FromSoft for not caving to hype bots and milking the cash cow because they could have when Elden Ring blew up. I don't think it's in their blood. I think they're very different as a game dev, what they do, you know.
Okay.
Let's see. Matt did a $2 super chat. Says, sorry for stealing. Here's $2. Matt, what did you steal? Are you fessing to up to a
Content.
crime right now? What did you steal?
You accuse people of stealing content if they're there and they don't give you money.
My car better still be in my garage, Matt. I'm going to be pretty upset with you if you sent me $2 Canadian super chat. And I go to my garage and my car is missing. You're going to be in big problems, my friend.
Well,
All
you're
right?
not funny. So.
Okay.
Okay. Groom the hair, groom the hair, groom the hair.
He's the one who stole the tire a year ago? Oh, wow. Well, there's some lore for you.
Hilarious.
Daxma says you mentioned a Final Fantasy VI pixel walkthrough a while back. Is that still on the table? That's always on the table. I own the collection. I own the
You're
Final
gonna be
Fantasy
in
VII
big problems.
Pixel Remaster Collection. Or, not Final Fantasy VII, the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster Collection, which is 1 through 6. It's always a possibility. I would love to do it. I don't know when we would do it yet. I mean, it's the best time would probably be over the summer, but you know, I'm not not really in the cards right now with the stuff that I've got coming
He's
up.
not really in the cards. Okay.
Grim Ripper, you're a little late. I literally just did an entire segment talking about the gameplay of Dragon Age. You missed it. Rewind this podcast and you'll see I talked about it. Thoughts on the new World of Warcraft
Thank
trailer
you,
they
Duty.
dropped? I don't. Blazing Shaman or Shaman, I forgot how to pronounce it. I think it's Shaman.
I'm sorry things got awkward, but
I have not actively played World of Warcraft since the mid 2000s.
I'm a socially awkward individual. Sorry I didn't get the humor in what you were trying to do. It's making me a little bit on edge.
I am nearly 20 years outdated on any knowledge of World of Warcraft. So I can't comment on it. Maybe it's really good, maybe it's not. I have no clue. I can't really say because I'm not in the know on that game anymore.
No, I should apologize because I could be better at it. I was trying to see.
Iron Man the Power says he's almost done with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on Chapter 11, getting closer to the end. How long have you played? I'm just curious how long the game is for you.
I told you about like my.
Anso Kamaru says the Dragon Age demo looked really cool, but
I told you about my school life, not to accuse you of bullying, but just to give you a sort of perspective in the kind of person I've always been. And there's more to that story for sure. There's a lot to it, but I just wanted to help you understand, like, I when it comes to social situations, I'm very confrontational. I'm extremely confrontational to the point that, like, it gets me in a lot of trouble. So I just want to warn people about that. Whenever something flies right over my head, usually I just, like, typically I'm just, like, completely non-receptive to it. I'm just very quiet, and typically people get the point, but I get how it doesn't always translate very well over the internet.
I gravitate towards melee classes. I love that menu slowdown thing, so cool. Dapian says, thoughts on Bison being more emotion character now instead of charge? I don't know. I haven't looked into it at all. I haven't looked at it once. I saw the announcement thing like everyone else did, but I don't dive. This is the difference between me and the FGC. This is why I keep telling you guys I am not part of the FGC, okay? The FGC, the moment that any information about a character drops, they micro-analyze each frame and piece. Look, this looks like this. Maybe it combos like this. Maybe it activates like this. Could it be like this? Could it be like this? And then the moment that they can get more information, oh my god, did you hear that all his moves are motions now? No longer a charge character, blah, blah, blah. That's not me. It's not me.
You just pretend to take things seriously.
I'll get him and play with him when
he
comes out.
And they actually do it.
I don't sit there and micro-analyze shit. I don't have time for it.
You don't analyze anything. Make micro, macro.
Time, to do that.
Yes, you do.
I know for a fact that Capcom
He does, though. Thank you for the gift subs. Much appreciated, Duty. Congrats, Reborn, Dareborn, and Mr. Anonymous One for the gifted subs. But he literally sits there and tells you about all the combo videos that he watches late at night in order to learn how to be better at the game. So don't give me this shit, Phil. You might not do it day 1, but you do it day, like, 25. You do everything late and low effort, like always.
Fucking selected gamers and content creators to play with Bison early. Deal with that as you feel, because again, I've always been against that. The select golden few get the nice privilege and the head start, and everyone else has to play fucking catch up. I hate that. I think that should never be done. But hey, this is how they do marketing now, right? They just keep the rich get richer and everyone else gets fucked. But that's okay as long as Capcom makes more money, right? So it is what it is.
What a Marxist.
But I don't give a shit. I'll play him when he comes out, and I'll figure it out then, and I'll tell you if I like him or not when I play with him. Okay? It's that simple.
If you had the opportunity to, you would take it.
Games over the years. In CVS,
why did you pay extra to play Mortal Kombat early?
And then they kind of changed it, retconned it, but then it went back again. I wonder.
Did the rich get an advantage by paying extra to get the game early?
I am. I guess we'll have to see.
I guess we'll see. Sure, you're just jealous, man. It's so obvious.
Do I feel the increased skill-based matchmaking ruined Call of Duty or improved it? I don't know, because for me, my problem wasn't the quality of the match, it was the connection. Like, why is it that I would play 1 or 2 matches of Call of Duty and I would do really well and have fun? Then I get to the 3rd match and literally the match is playing like underwater. Everything I do is ultra delayed. My bullets don't have any fucking hit detection. They don't hit at all. It's like, why am I playing this third fucking thing? Why am I even playing the 3rd match? If that's the case, and if that's because of skill-based matchmaking, yeah, that's insanely stupid. It means they don't fucking test it to see that the experience with that is so bad that they should never do it. You're ruining the gamer's ongoing experience, right? To do that. Now, we watched a video on my React show, excuse me, regarding this, and essentially what that video said was that it's done on purpose. They want you to always feel like you have to be grinding. They don't want you to feel ultra dominant if you're good, because then it feels like you're on top and you don't have to work or play. You just go in casually whenever you want and dominate and stomp people. But by doing that, by throwing you into matches where the connections are worse or it's harder to play, they even said there may even be software integrated into the multiplayer that, yeah, after you get like 2 or 3 wins in a row, all of a sudden your hit detection's off and you are less accurate for no reason. And the opponents would be more accurate than you for no reason. And so you kind of get trounced. And I was like, okay, see, I got put in my place. Time to get back on that grind. You'll play more of the game.
I need to fix that.
I think that's insanely stupid, if it's true. I mean, I don't know if we have any actual, definitive evidence of that, but it's what a lot of that community is guessing is really happening with those games. What I'm curious about now on my consoles, I'm going to have 120 hertz variable refresh rate. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play
I'm so sick of this.
Maybe I got sorry. Okay.
My 12060.
Mysterious Stranger Guitar Riff plays. Thank you very much, Mysterious Stranger.
$5 tip.
I've always been playing with the default settings. I never really tweaked anything. So maybe this time around, now that I will have the better response time, the better refresh rates, all of that,
Groom the hair.
maybe there'll be a factor, maybe it won't. I have no idea. Well, we won't know till the game comes out in October, right? Well, actually, we may know earlier than that because since it's on Game Pass, I get early access to whenever they do the beta.
Whoa, the rich get richer, right?
And test it then. So there you go. Maybe I'll know sooner rather than later. It depends on when they do that beta, right?
So all that about the rich getting richer? No, we're gonna just gloss over that. Hooey? Sure, okay.
Shia, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Happy Wednesday to you as well. We have about roughly 15 minutes or so, guys, of time to kill. So please
give me money.
Continue to tag me in the chat. And again, if any contributions come in, I will shout them out.
And
You better wrap it up.
Why don't I count super chats Why don't I count super chats towards a tips total? It seems disingenuous because super chats are not tips. Super chats are contributions through a system on YouTube. Tips are contributions through a PayPal. They're completely different things. They're even categorized differently when it comes to types of income and stuff.
Okay, we'll count them up.
It is
then.
actually broken out in my taxes and stuff. It's qualified as different types of income and things like that. And I have goals as rewards for tips, but not for super chats. That's why. Tips help me immediately in the short term. If you tip me today,
Instant
I can
gratification,
use this
you
money to
mean-
buy
you
groceries
mean.
tomorrow. If you super chat, that also helps, but that's long term. I don't see that for like another month or two, depending on YouTube processing time and what time of the month it is.
Just say
that's the
when.
difference.
Just say you get it on the
You're giving
20th,
me immediate
like everyone else
support,
does.
I give you immediate rewards for it. You see? That's how it works.
And with super chats, you get no rewards ever. This guy should not be monetized if he keeps telling people to bypass YouTube's monetization.
Darkness, I don't know what you mean. He says, I think if there's a huge backlash to DEI and woke agendas in gaming, would it benefit
What is DEI?
or hurt me? I don't even know what you're talking about. Why would it benefit or hurt me? In either way. I don't make the games. Why would it benefit or hurt me?
Because fewer people will care about video games. That's why it's stupid. You talked about the DEI and woke agenda at the end of the Xbox showcase and said you hope there won't be a huge backlash. Do you think if the backlash happened, it would help or hurt you? I mean, you're the one who brings it up. You're the one who gets, like, visibly pissed off at the fact that there are female protagonists in games, as if that's something that people actually complain about, and not a larger cultural overlay. People really need to make up new terms for this stuff, because... whatever, he's just being disingenuous, as always.
Decision, heavy-handed politicizing of topics in a game, I'll call it out. As I told you, I don't want politics in my video games.
Well, his
There's
politics
far
is
enough
Ellie
politics
smoking
in
weed.
real life all over the fucking place. I don't need politics in my video game. So if I see it, I'll call it out. But does it benefit me or hurt me if they're in there? I don't think so either way. I don't see why it would.
Well, if the game industry fails, so does your grift.
Okay, really quick, guys. I gotta blow my nose because I sneezed. I gotta blow my nose now. I'll be right back. And
Of
then
the
we'll
games
continue.
industry. This guy builds his entire life off of the goodwill of gamers. If there are no gamers to rip off, then you have no more of a business. Yeah, I guess you could say MGS has politics, but it's not that deep. It's mostly about how war is complicated and how it's going to get more complex in the future as technology advances. That's basically the politics of Metal Gear. Not funny.
Got a little wobbly there. Sorry.
Okay, you've been drinking.
Okay. Ready to continue? Here
I don't
we go.
know. Are you? You're the one who seems to have an issue.
Okay, I'm back after blowing my nose. Let's continue here. Parasolos is a lot of people hold MVC2, that's Marvel vs. Capcom 2, in the highest regard. Are you on the same boat, or do you have a different favorite crossover fighting game? When it comes to the overall competitive nature, high-end skill requirements, and overall just really enjoyable to watch gameplay, MVC2 is it. There's other games in the Versus series that are quite fun. X-Men vs. Street Fighter started the craze, and that game is super fun. Super duper fun. Great cast, a good variety, but at the same time, every character has a crazy, wild, infinites, juggles, and weird things that you know the game devs didn't intend, but people discovered over time.
Oh, jeez.
And I love that game, even though it really isn't. Like, in tournaments, it's not ultra fun, because literally it's like, get one move, and you could lose. Like, you can do a throw into the corner with Cyclops, and if they don't tech the throw, you get a free combo that's an infinite, and you just kill the character. And that's like every character can do that. Every character gets like one hit, giant corner combo, game over. So, it's fun, but is it competitive? You know, Marvel vs. Capcom 1, I love, but it's definitely an unbalanced game. Strider Hiryu is hands down the best character in the game, and basically unbeatable at a high level. But it's fun to do the crossover attacks. It's fun to see people use like a mid or low tier character and get like a few hits in on a high tier, just kick their ass. And it really was the first game with like the zaniness factor to it.
Zany?
With like insanely giant flashy supers and moves and things.
Sure.
But MVC2 just has it all. The problem is a lot of people don't realize that like 80% of the cast is trash. You know, the game has like an insane amount of characters, but only like 12 of them are tournament worthy, and the rest of them all suck when it comes to competition. Luckily, most people don't care about that, right? Still, MVC2 is definitely the best versus game, for sure, yes. And by the way, that definitely goes for MVC3. MVC2 is way better than MVC3. It just is.
Yeah, his definition of politics in video games is that Ellie smoked weed in Last of Us 2.
I know I'm going to be playing a game that a significant amount of people will be showing up and enjoying. Because what I've been doing with this downtime stuff, I'm trying to appease certain people, but you can't please everyone all the time unless it's a giant release everyone wants, right? And the thing is, I've already said it this year, there have been very few giant AAA releases that have been great, resonated with everyone, and everyone wants to see. Instead, it's like, this little audience over here wants this one, this little audience over here wants this one, this niche group, this niche group.
Yes, we live in a fragmented society.
Audience. At the time when I'm playing a new game, people are like, nah, I'll be back when he's done with this one, right? But with Elden Ring, I will likely get a big crowd, and that's good. And then in addition to that, Elden Ring is great, you know? I just played my second run, the Magic Run, finished it up, had a great time,
he's
legitimately beat
salivating
Melania in only about 2 hours, which was awesome to learn her patterns and be able to learn and beat her like that.
You cheesed her.
Had a great time with it, so I'm looking forward to the DLC. You know,
He's
I'm legitimately
salivating at the prospect of ripping off Elden Ring fans.
A great, you know, boom as well. It'll be everything positive, right?
Pathetic.
Yeah.
He's thinking about all the Hogan pulls he's gonna do after he gets those tips.
All right, anything else, guys?
No, end the podcast at $5. I know it's embarrassing and shameful,
soda?
but that's your entire life
I
at
used
this
to
point.
like, was it RC Cola? Or was it, no, there was another one. There was a cola that obviously was like a knockoff of like Coke or something, but I actually liked
Mr.
the flavor a
Pibb.
lot. But I can't remember which one it was.
He liked the flavor a lot, but he doesn't remember. Yeah, gotcha. Makes sense. The things you like, you don't remember.
Can't remember.
Okay, I liked it though. I really liked it, but I don't remember it. Okay.
That's my argument against you going into politics content. You're guaranteed to fracture the audience. If a game genre does that, I can't imagine left and right stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's how I'm sorry to say this, but it just seems to me that in today's world, a lot of people are of a very underdeveloped, immature mindset. And that mindset
You're talking
is
about
this.
your own chat.
Either you're with me or you're against me. It's my way or the highway. I'm right, you're wrong. And if you don't agree with me, you are my enemy.
You're talking about your own chat.
Insane. If you go through life that you only
go through life-
want to be talking to like-minded people, number one,
Then you're
life
probably
would
gonna be a lot
incredibly
happier.
boring. Just surround yourself with people who only agree with you. You're going to be so bored. You're not going to have enough of variety of things in your life to keep you having fun and occupied, quite frankly. That's number one. Number two,
you ban everyone who disagrees with you about anything.
you will be hard pressed to find people who are going to agree with you on everything, right? And for example, you and I right now may have a lot of cool common interests on games, but perhaps politically we vary greatly, and that's okay. We can agree.
You said
to
most of
disagree,
your
but still
audience
like
isn't
the
even
things we like
American,
together,
so
right?
What makes you
But there's
think
some
that
people who are like,
talking
no,
about American
if
politics
you don't
is
agree
even
with
going
me
to
on the
resonate
politics
with
thing, then
anyone?
I just can't pay attention to you in anything. Like, wait, what? But you like the game content I put out. You enjoy the way I cover games. You like my commentary. We have a good time hanging out when I play games.
No,
But
you
then
just
we
beg
start
for
talking
money.
politics. Oh, I disagree. Sorry. Goodbye. Can't talk to you anymore. See you later. See you in the next life. Something ridiculous, over the top. That's
Not
harmful.
funny.
That's straight up harmful, right? But in general, just to have a disagreement about something is really silly. To have the disagreement and then, oh, now I'm gonna hate on someone and not ever want to be with.
That's so
watch their shit ever
crazy.
again. You know what I'm saying?
Like, it is really crazy, like literally insane how he pigmatizes himself into thinking that the reason he gets money is that people like his content. It's like, no, it's because you beg for it. It's because you beg and cry and whine and you tell about how you're gonna lose your house, you're gonna get kicked out of your home, Cat's gonna not be able to eat more DoorDash, Jasper's not gonna be able to eat food, and then you get money and you're like, wow, people must really like my content. This is the giant delusion he has.
That's wild to me. And I would never think that way. Now that I'm older and I've become more mature, I've learned to try to
He's
walk
so
in other
mature.
shoes, even if at first I don't understand their perspective. And I feel it's horribly wrong. All right?
You call
I
people
have to listen
idiots.
to what other people have to say and try to understand from where they're coming from.
No, you don't.
Because you might understand, you might still think their perspective is wrong, but at least if you try to think from where they're coming from, why they're thinking that way, maybe you can at least kind of get it.
No, you call people
Right?
stupid idiots
You
if
can
they disagree
sympathize
with
with
you.
that feeling of why they're feeling that way, right?
So fucking
So
fake.
that's
so
for
obnoxious.
me, that's been a big thing, a piece of growth for me in the last decade, I would say, that I've tried to change myself for the better in
And
that
you
regard. 'Cause
failed.
I did used to be that kind of stubborn, obstinate, pig-headed, won't listen, no input, no criticism of any kind, constructive,
Okay,
destructive,
then
none,
do,
don't take any of
uh,
it, none of it. It's all bullshit. I know better than
do
you.
a suggestion
Listen
box
to me,
segment and see
if
how
you
well that
disagree with me,
ages.
I say, fuck you, I don't ever want to talk to you ever again. That's how I used to be. But I've changed a lot, and I'm happy that I've changed a lot. I would much rather hear a variety of perspectives. Listen to people of other places in life that I'm not in, other cultures, other perspectives, other things, other political
No,
stances. I
you
want to hear it all.
don't.
So that helps me to become a better person and to have a more informed opinion on something.
No, you
see?
don't.
So I hear you. It's so sad that there are people that are just, no, that's what I believe, and if you don't believe it, too bad. So sad. Never want to talk to you again. Like, what? That is so close-minded. And you will have a life that I hate to say it, is very isolated, miserable, and not informed if you're going to have that kind of mindset for the rest of your life. I can understand if you're younger and you don't get it yet, but as you get older, you got to get wiser. You got to listen to people who are telling you, listen, that's not the way to be. I know, I used to be there. That's not the way to be in life anymore, you know? You got to start listening to other
You're
people.
worse than you ever were. You're more insulated. Anyways.
Okay.
Ah, shit. Anyways.
What is the difference in you having reservations, but still some people hope for Dragon Age Veilguard based off of what you've seen, versus you writing off the new Doom immediately? I played the other Doom and I didn't like it. I played Doom Eternal. I gave Doom Eternal a chance. I
A
said,
chance.
okay,
You gave it a
looks little
chance,
different, but I'm
y'all.
going to give it a shot based off Doom 2016.
You gave it a chance.
And I didn't like it. So now you know the next one's just going to advance that even further of what I didn't like. Because you could tell they're pushing even further in that direction. With Veilguard, we don't know yet. We didn't play it yet. It's been 9-10 years since the last one, right? That's the difference. Pretty simple.
The most semantic of differences.
No, I'm not playing Dragon Age Origins before Veilguard. That's not happening. Like Kratos from God of War, I got wiser over the years. I mean, that's an interesting comparison. I mean, most people you would
ass-sucking LARPers are so embarrassing.
Sadly, I think a lot of people don't. A lot of people just stay in this like dumb, immature mindset their whole life, and they go through life not self-conscious, not thinking big picture things, just going through life to exist, right? But
yep, that's what
for
you
me,
are.
Yeah, I have very much worked to become a better person in the last
And you
decade
failed.
and become smarter and wiser.
And you failed on all fronts. Moving on. Moving on. Moving.
Yes, I indeed,
on.
Double J. You've spilled the beans. I'll be on the Joe Rogan podcast later this week. Absolutely.
Not
It's happening.
funny.
Sure it is. Game Boy, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Earliest gaming memory? I think my earliest gaming memory is being over at my uncle's house and going into his den, and in his den he had his PC set up. And the first video game I ever saw, he was doing a flight simulator game. And I was like, wow, what the heck is that? Because I had never seen any video game before. I saw him playing Flight Simulator, and I was like, whoa, what is that?
The physics on the chest area are not
I don't
equal
think it was
between
Microsoft Flight Simulator. I think it was some
the
PC
underlying
Flight Simulator from like the mid-80s.
cleavage and the clothing.
Graphics. But he had like a high-end PC for that back then. So he showed it to me. I was like, whoa, blown away at what it was. And then eventually he gave me his Atari 7800 and a bunch of games to play at home.
See if I can fix that.
Team the Mud Crab, yes, I keep my laptop plugged into a charger 24/7. It's plugged into the wall constantly. Does it cause any damage to the battery? I wouldn't know because I never use the battery. My laptop is literally just sits here in the office 24/7 used for work. I never move it. No lie, I've never moved it. So I have no clue, nor would I ever need to know. Was Dead or Alive appealing to me like Street Fighter? Back in the day, I gave every fighting game a chance. I really did. I mean, I played all of them. I played Time Killers, Fighter's History, Primal Rage.
Yeah, because you just blow all your money and now you're broke.
You know, are kind of like knockoff shitty games.
Maybe should have saved some of
War
that.
Gods. What was the other one? Something about like Cosmic Carnage or something like that. I played all of them when they were in arcades, okay? And Dead or Alive, when it first came out, was actually very flashy for a 3D game because it ran at beautiful 60 frames per second, as opposed to some of the other ones were a lot more choppy at the time. And I believe the graphics were better than the other two. Like, there already had been Tekken and Virtua Fighter, and Dead or Alive looked better, but the gameplay was so simplistic. It's rock, paper, scissors, right? It's punch, kick, throw, and then there's a parry or guard, and basically you just, everything counters everything in a circle. So, it was a way more simplistic game to play. And I remember people played it, but it never caught on. In my arcades, it was always Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Killer Instinct, and Tekken. Those were the big four. Virtua Fighter never caught on. Dead or Alive never caught on. There was a few others that for some time had some popularity, like Rival Schools for a bit had some popularity there as an earlier 3D game. The Street Fighter EX series for a while. And then after a while, it was just the versus games. Like, those are the only ones that got attention. It had to be a versus game.
retarded.
You know, X-Men versus Street Fighter.
Thanks, Pepper.
Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter. Marvel vs. Capcom 1 and 2. Those are the big ones. Grim Reaper says his gaming memory is the very first Zelda game. The good one to have as your first memory. Yep, Samurai Showdown was there. We had many of them. I don't think we had everyone. We had like 1, 2, 3, and maybe 4. But then that's where they stopped.
You know, Pippa, you never said you hated waffles. Good God.
Yeah. Virtua Fighter literally started the 3D fighter craze, but through it being so complex and difficult to learn, it turned off a lot of gamers. They didn't want to get into this insane high-level intricacy of inputs and combos and shit. Plus, it was very floaty. Everything in that game was like everyone's floating through the sky like they have no weight. It was very bizarre, like you're fighting on the moon. I don't know why they made it like that.
You wouldn't play it now because it has
Yes,
booba
I played
physics.
Virtual On. Indeed, I did, and I liked it a lot.
Can you say anything about it? No. Of course not.
Oh, okay. We're winding down now.
Okay, not getting any money. That's very disappointing.
Well, guys, I guess we're ready for Fallout
guess-
4. I guess the question is, what do you want to do?
I guess
in
you
Fallout
guys
4
don't want
today?
to see
You
me
wanna
make
do
any
the
money.
Institute, like actually advance the plot now and do the building in the Institute.
Okay,
Want to see
don't
today?
don't care.
Well, Sonic the Hedgehog. That's another good first game to have for sure. For
Okay.
DL
Cringe. I thought you were gonna wrap it up.
4 in the next week, and then it kind of gonna play that much of it. For a
Oh, I
bit,
got some money.
and then
Time to
we'll get
extend the
heavily back.
podcast.
Born 2 for a zillion years. Absolutely not. You can't.
Remember when he said he was gonna wrap it up?
All right.
All
Let's
right.
end the podcast. Thank you guys. When I come back on Friday, obviously I'll talk about my day off. And remember last week, it's good to be getting ball.
Okay.
Offer. Yeah. Worry about it all day. And of course, you get rewards for each $50.
Begging,
plus 2.
and
Look,
he's still at $5. I don't think people are really interested in watching you play Fallout 4, Phil. How the fuck you thought people were gonna tune into an entire Fallout 4 playthrough just because the Fallout TV show came out is beyond me, but he's learning, man. He's getting smarter, and he's not the same person he was yesterday. No field trip restream of Street Fighter 6 with the tractor beam. Cool, cool. Piece of Peace said, he didn't really know when he was able to do Street Fighter pre-streams or restreams until basically the stream happened, which I understand. Like, not everyone is able to set aside that much time to guarantee if they're going to watch it or not. Understandable. He has a real job, a real life, real time. Red Bar's retraction and no sector advice? What is this?
Here is a comment from Rebar, a retraction, or Red Bar, not Rebar.
Did have a little talk about him beforehand. That's Andy Worski, new friend of mine, by the way. And I want to say this before saying I'm friends or hate anybody. I know this whole universe, they all kind of hate each other too. So like Ethan Ralph, I think hates Andy Worski.
It's really scary in here. It's
Some of these guys hate Dick Master. You know, they all kind of either like each other or hate each other. I'm on all of your sides today, okay? Because I got in trouble. You know, I was doing one of these riffs where I said I like Vito and Dick Masterson, you know, because they were getting chummy with Josh Denny. So I'm like, oh, I like you guys, which I do. But then I heard that got to the Kiwi Farms owner who hates Dick Masterson, and he heard that I like Dick Masterson. So now he might think
he hates
that
pedophiles.
I'm like
That's all it
uncool
really comes down
now.
to. You're
like, no,
I can't have that. So let's just say I don't know who to hate, who to like, but as far as this Aaron stuff goes, bravo to
Some
everybody
guy in the chat is
involved.
like- Okay, allow me to explain. Vito is a pedophile. In general, in the sector, if you want to be cool in the sector, you have to avoid pedophilia as if it is a white sulfur fire that never gets put out. Vito is a pedophile. Never associate with him. Dick's associated with Vito, which makes him a hard avoid, in my opinion. Generally, like Ralph,
It's not that complicated.
and Dick are like hard fucking avoids. But do whatever you want, just not Vito, because he's a pedophile. That's it. That's my advice to Mr. Red Bar. By the way, I watched through this entire 2.5 hours. I don't know what his schedule is. He's like he apparently streams whenever the fuck he wants. I think it's 2 times a month. I watched through the rest of his stream. He's actually pretty funny. He has some good jokes. He has some good commentary. I don't know if I could call myself a fan. He does the soundboard thing is annoying, and then I realized that the clapping thing that Andy does now is I think he stole that from Red Bar, because this guy claps when he is approving of something like an Amerishart would. You know, the meme that Americans clap at all the time when the airplane lands. That's basically this guy. And then Andy stole that, I guess, from him. That's what it feels like to me. I don't know. Andy didn't always clap, but I don't know the Red Bar guy, so he might have been doing that beforehand. Anyways, that's just my advice.
I think Andy claps every now and then as like a way to keep attention. Like he sort of does it on a timer. Like every 15, 20 seconds, he just sort of claps to try and keep the emotions up, to keep people's attention up. It's kind of annoying because clapping just typically doesn't really come across well on a microphone. Like it just sort of hurts people's ears. At least it does for me. Like I really don't like it when people clap into a microphone, especially when DSP does it, because he just does it right into the microphone. It's like, ouch, 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 ow, stop it. But anyways, what are you sharing in chat? Dick is leaning into it. Make sure it's bigger because I'm doing Blender stuff. Can someone animate this into a show intro? They just say it out loud now. The biggest pedophiles in the universe. Like, okay. Really owning the meme there, buddy. I don't know if being called a pedophile is really a meme you want to own, but no one ever accused you of being smart. Let's check this out. Riley's Arrest. I don't know what any of this is about. Let me take a look at this. 5:30, Too High for Stupid, episode 65. Well, I'm going to be moderating in Gundam's chat.
Okay, so Riley was arrested. I saw a request by someone in the Man at the Internet thread, or in this thread, that wanted a little rundown about who Riley is. So I will give you a little rundown about who Riley is.
Yeah, I
don't talk about him because he's one of those people.
I did see the saturated content clip about Boogie, but it said naked, and that turned me off immediately.
Like Dick Masterson, who any attention is good attention, even if it's negative attention. But I think we're just gonna have to peel the Band-Aid off because I think like Dick is having a fucking meltdown, and when he's having a meltdown, it's good to make fun of him. So the fat retard that you see getting arrested here is Riley. He goes by Young Clipper on Twitter or some shit. But he went to he went to Eric July's like comic book signing. It was like a convention or something in Dallas, and the convention called the police on him, and he was arrested for trespassing. And this was him getting arrested. They're putting him in the back of the car, and he's complaining about Eric July.
So
this guy is professionally associated with Dick Masterson in some capacity. To me,
thank you.
He was introduced as the producer for the Dick Show. He is a close friend of Digibro, aka DigiKnee, aka Conrad, the ex-fiance of Amanda
Morris.
May Ralph. There's actually kind of a complicated web of incest here. So Riley is Dick Masterson's producer. He is close friends with Digibro. Digibro was in a relationship with Amanda, who ended up getting married to Ethan Ralph and having his second demon spawn. Now that they're separated, though. For a while, Riley was literally living with Digibro, and they were RVing or something around. The speculation was back in the day that Dick is involved in drug trafficking. A lot of people speculate that his Patreon is like a front for like drugs or something. I don't know if that's true. I don't really care. But a lot of people speculated, with good reason, that Riley would get drugs from Dick Masterson. And that was their association. Like he worked for drugs or something. One of the most controversial things that ever happened to the Dick Show that chased off a ton of people was that Riley ended up in a relationship with a woman named Mint Salad. And I've talked about Mint Salad before, but Mint Salad is, she goes by Autistic Boobs now, and she does OnlyFans content. but she was a fan of the Dick Show, and she was a furry artist. And she one time called into the Dick Show and said, I'm drawing furry porn, and my adoptive parents don't like it, and they're telling me I either have to stop drawing furry porn or I have to leave their house. And Dick Masterson says, you should do what you want and leave their house. So she did. And then she ended up in a relationship with Riley. This is controversial because Mint Salad is probably legally retarded. I'm not saying that to be mean. She is very obviously mentally deficient. I think that in Europe, she would probably be legally retarded, like to the point where she would be in a care facility. But in the U.S., we have a lower level of legal retardation. Most of Europe, it's 70-something is legally retarded. In the U.S., it's 60, because if we didn't have 60 as the IQ limit, it would be a lot of black people who are legally retarded. So we have to be politically correct, and our level for mental retardation is lower. But she's probably somewhere 70 IQ. The porn of her with Riley is extremely depressing. It's basically her in granny panties with skid marks in them. Riley does urination stuff with her. He has an extremely small micro penis. He has a humiliation fetish, so me even pointing out that he has a small micro penis is arousing to him, which is why I don't like talking about him, because he's very gross. But he's this big, fat, disgusting slob that has a very small dick, and he has a retarded woman that he can have sex with and sell the porn of to make money so he can buy drugs. And this was entirely orchestrated by Dick. He got her isolated from her family. She was adopted. She probably is a drug baby. She was probably put into the system from birth because her parent was probably high on cocaine when she gave birth or something, which was why she has a low IQ. She was put into foster care. She has adopted parents, but she left them behind to go hang out with Dick and his friends. She ended up in a relationship with Riley. They do porn now. He basically pimps her out on social media as like a social media pimp and collects her income. And that's the setup. Riley is very gross. He's very, very starved for attention. And he was the one that went out to Texas to piss on the grave of Isom, the relative of Eric July, from which the comic book Isom is named after. Why? Yes, Riley has done cum shots and stuff with Mint Salad, and he has a very small baby dick. Like it's like real porn. He pisses on her face. And she's a retarded woman. She's like actually mentally deficient. And this is all the product of Dick Masterson. If you are friends with Dick Masterson, you will eventually have a retarded man with a small baby dick pissing on your face. That's basically the fate of all of his associates. And he also gets her like dressed up in like skimpy outfits and puts them out on Twitter. And occasionally, because she says like retarded anti-feminist shit that everybody loves to eat up like slop, it goes viral and he gets some attention and he likes that. So that's what they keep doing. So he goes out to Texas and defaces a grave and goes to Eric July's business. They're not public business, like a what is it called? Like just like an office that they rent out and do work from. So it's not like a public place where you go to like meet Eric July or buy comics in person. It's just an office. So he shows up there without permission, and he tapes something to the front of the store to kind of be like, haha, we're in your space, we're showing up in person to your office, so on and so forth. Eric July says, don't fucking come back. He's basically warned not to show up. The convention is on alert for them. Riley shows up, and he gets arrested for trespassing. Let's see the next tab. So Dick realizes that remember, this is a guy that he has a professional relationship with. He has known for years. Riley's the guy, is the reason why I don't talk to Dick anymore. Because Riley was friends with the pedophile Digibro, who, if you guys need a reminder of who Digibro is, let's see. Just so we're clear, this is why I no longer talk to Dick, just so that everybody knows.
However, I will say this, Digibro. I don't know if this is accurate because I don't know the terminology of like anime shit, but you are self-professed, what is it, Lolicon fan?
Yes.
Does that mean what does that mean?
It means that I am a huge fan of illustrations of little girls getting fucked.
Oh. Now, see, that makes it. You see what you when you do that?
Yeah,
it makes it very uncomfortable.
Of course it does, but like I have to fight for that shit harder than anybody because I like that shit. And
I know.
if I'm not doing anything wrong and I'm looking at the shit, that means I got to be on the front fucking line.
That's Digibro. He and his tranny boyfriend were living with Riley and the retarded girl that were direct associates of Dick. That he literally linked all these people up. And so when he sees that Riley is in jail over the trespass, he goes ballistic on Twitter to try and get attention from Eric July. Holy fuck, Riley's being arrested. Riley's being arrested. Eric July got Riley arrested. What a bitch. Tell Alex Stein to go to the parking lot to... Okay, this is one of the worst tweets in this. Tell Alex Stein to go into the parking lot to help Mint. She's by herself. He knows. This tweet is fucking proof that he can get up there and he can say, "Oh, she's an adult. She can make her own decisions. Why are you like so concerned about what an adult does?" He knows that she is so low intelligence that in an adult situation where somebody's being arrested and she's left by herself, she cannot navigate. She doesn't know how to get back to her hotel. She doesn't know how to handle money. She can't get a cab. She is like a lost child without an adult there to assist her to get back to where she needs to be. He,
like I thought, Gundam sent me over a project for the Acolyte Episode 3, so I'm going to be doing that.
Knows this. And when she's in trouble, he has to call out on fucking Twitter for somebody at the convention to go out and help her because he knows that she can't do it herself. Fucking sickening. Eric July has got Riley arrested. Fake ANCAP, former gangbanger Eric July has snitched to the police. X-Ray Girl and Love Leela Hart go outside and help Mint, begging someone to go find Mint before she wanders off and gets hit by a train or wanders into traffic or something. Solari, save us. Eric July is the biggest bitch in the world. Fuck this shit. Anything you need. Okay, this is important too. Anything you need, Riley. Hashtag free Riley. The Eric July egging on Riley's in real life shenanigans. Riley's being transferred to Fort Collins or Dallas County so he can get bond set. Yo, what the fuck, Eric July? What a fatherless piece of shit. Hero. And this is a picture of, that's Mint on the right, and that's Riley. Riley is literally like 4'10". He's one of the shortest people I've ever fucking seen. What do you think about Eric July getting Riley arrested? Pig fucking piece of shit. Cross Eyes. Own this, no products. You and your pig wife. By the way, this is fine. I get banned for saying we can't wait for boomers to die off. Hellhound says, haha, no AC needed, you cunts, at Ethan Van Shiver. Fuck you too. EBS derangement syndrome on display. As if EBS is like such an important person that people get deranged over him. It's hilarious to simp for a libertarian who hate cops right until a detractor is standing on a sidewalk. EJ and Ripitards are cowards. Hackensack says, going to events to stand outside and yell at others like a weirdo while everyone is inside having a good time makes you a loser, actually, though I get it. Eric is bad because he made a comic. Dick Masterson says, you are probably a pedophile. So this guy who has been crying for fucking years that I have been calling Christopher Vito Gesualdi a pedophile, is now randomly saying random people on Twitter is a pedophile. By the way, this is loud on Twitter. Me, no. Someone says, I bet Eric July does Riley mugshot merch. And even though he found this very funny with, what's his face, Ethan Ralph doing this, he says, so funny, bro. But then he's like just screaming at random fucking people having conversations because they were like involved with, like, oh my God, you're friends with someone and they got someone arrested. What a bad person you are. Carolyn says, I just realized I only took a picture during the entire Rippaverse meetup and was luckily with the nicest guy there. Thank you for helping me plan such an event at Triple D's B. Taylor. And he says, cross-eyed and no tits. By the way, this is allowed on Twitter, but I am not. This is Mint, I think? Oh, no, sorry, this is a random person explaining what happened at the...
Who are you? Who is ya? How you doing? How are you? Who are you? Chad, nice to meet you. Hello, Chad. What's up with you?
Wait, is this actually Mint? Oh my God, I think this is actually Mint. and she's. I think that if this is the video that I think it is, just listen.
Hello.
Just wanted to see what,
Yeah, this is meant.
I guess y'all not fans of Eric July, or?
I mean, he did false flag Young Clippa's Twitter and got it taken down. Okay.
Imagine walking up. Now remember, Riley has renamed himself Young Clippa because Eric July's name is Young Rippa. That's like one of his street names, I guess. He's black, so he has street names. Riley wants attention, and he's doing what Dick Masterson wants to get that attention. So he has crafted a parody persona around Eric July's Young Rippa called Young Clippa. At some point, Young Clippa gets banned from Twitter. Mint Salad, who has a 70 fucking IQ and doesn't understand theory of mind, doesn't understand that not everybody in the world knows who Young Clippa is, approaches random man in a parking lot and starts telling him her plight of the Young Clippa ban as if anybody in the fucking world knows what that means.
And then after that, he made videos about how Young Clippa was lying that Eric July false flagged his store, his parody logo store.
Bro, this guy is like he doesn't know what to do. Like this retarded woman is yelling at him in a parking lot about Young Clippa. You know what the fuck that means? And there's like words in there that make sense. Like a schizophrenic will say things that words that you understand, but in a way that makes no fucking sense to you.
Do you know anything about this? Well, Eric July has been lying about Young Clippa. Has been lying about Dick Masterson.
Dick Masterson, my young Eric July have been yelling and telling not true about Dick Masterson. And for some reason, we don't consider it improper to put people who are mentally fucking retarded into pornography. If you want to see this girl get pissed on, guess what? Your buddy Dax Herrera got you hooked up. LA's finest.
Basically saying that all the advice that they're given, not advice, all the words that they've been saying, all the reviews about ISOM, it being bad, they're saying that they're lying. And also, there's just so much that is,
Oh my god, she's stress sighing like fucking Christian! Jesus! That's so frustrating. Like the stress sighs, because she's having like, her brain is like fucking blowing fuses trying to articulate these simple thoughts. They're lying about us, and they're lying, it's just like she can't fucking handle the situation.
That's just so much. There's a couple of super chats. Okay, I'm here to read the super chats.
I'm here to read super chats. Reading super chats is my job. I learned the job slow, but now I know it by heart.
It was the business that called the police, not Eric, so I just wanted to kind of,
He talked to the business owner. The business owner was like, it's all right. And then got called the police on. So you tell me. Oh my goodness, we got some super chats.
Oh my goodness, we got some super chats. I like it when we got the super chats, because then I can read the super chats. That's my job. I read the super chats. Job is hard for I won my job, and now I get to read the super chats. We got super chats. Dick Masterson so funny. Haha, he go ack. Make me laugh. I like it. I like Dick Masterson. That's my stress sign.
And stop telling me about the fucking Streisand effect. I don't fucking care if people buy the comic or pirate it. I don't fucking care if people read it.
Streisand effect.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I don't care if I'm helping the marketing for this fucking book. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't fucking matter. 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 It doesn't fucking matter.
Doesn't matter. Just remember that when you get upset that your friend's arrested because he went to a convention, he wasn't allowed it and got arrested for trespassing. At your request. Doesn't fucking matter. So these are his mugshots, and the mugshots raise some interesting questions because he's wearing a fucking towel, and it looks like somebody punched him in the eye. When would that have happened? We saw him getting arrested. He did not look like this. So at what point did he get a towel draped on him, and what the fuck happened to him? Expert criminals on the Kiwi Farms elucidated us and explained he got pepper sprayed at some point. At some point, he got pepper sprayed. His eyes are swollen because they're extremely irritated. And he's in a towel because they put him in a towel and they washed his eyes out at one of those sinks. So at some point, he got into a confrontation with the police or did something, maybe spit on them or something. He had like a tart out in custody and got pepper sprayed.
Nice.
Cool.
Oh god, more.
So and that has to be like recent, like between the arrest and the booking, which happens really early into the process. Like, as soon as you get to the facility, they book you. He had a proper fucking tart out and got pepper sprayed for it. So, I mean, it leaves up to the imagination what actually happened. Now, remember that Dick Masterson, a.k.a. Dax Herrera, a.k.a. Juju the Cow, man who gets fucked in the asshole dressed in the cow, says, anything you need, young Clippa, Riley, I got you. So this is meant, after she was goaded into her hotel by one of the friends of Eric July, of Dick, she started a crowdfund which has received $2,000 over 50 donations, which is let's see, 2443 by 54, $45, which is half as much per donor as the people who wanted to see, who paid $6,000 for the body cam footage of Nick Gaeta getting arrested. That was like average at $80 per donor. So I believe that they posted bail for him. He got bond posted. It was like a $1,500 bond, and she raised enough money to post the bond. So I think Riley's out. And she even refers to them here as young. Oh, Bird. Oh, my God. I was thinking, God, that's actually kind of impressive for Mint to set up the GoFundMe, because she's like a proper fucking retard. Bird is the DigiPedo's boyfriend, tranny boyfriend. That's who Bird is. So Mint couldn't even set up a GoFundMe. To give you an idea of how properly fucking stupid she is, she could not do the GoFundMe. She knew how to tweet the link, but the actual GoFundMe was set up by DigiBro's boyfriend. So Riley's still friends with DigiBro and his boyfriend, and they set up the GoFundMe. Now it makes sense. And I already played that. So that's the Riley shit. I think he's out now. Eric July didn't fucking call the police on what's his face. He wishes, and Dick is desperately trying to send this into a win. However, I'm gonna lay it out. I'm gonna lay out my prediction for him. This shit with Eric July is not Maddox. Eric July is not Maddox. He doesn't act like Maddox. He doesn't think like Maddox. He doesn't have Maddox's resources, i.e., no resources. He's a multimillionaire in terms of value. And he has a still active support system. He has real fans that are independent of Dick's fans. So when this guy fucks with Eric July, he's not fucking with Maddox, even though he really wants Eric July to be Maddox. For some reason, completely unknown to me, I still don't understand the crux of this thing where he really hates Eric July. I don't get it. Except that Eric July is more famous and successful than him, and he thinks that he can somehow capture that. But when you have to force it by sending people over to his conventions to harass him, and now your buddy's getting put in jail, like you're building the scaffolding by which you're going to be hung. Because Dick thinks he's really clever. He thinks that if he sends retards off to Dallas and they get arrested and they do things that are illegal, well, it can't come back to haunt him. But I guarantee you, in each of these police reports that Eric July is giving, he's mentioning Dax Herrera up in LA and how this person is associated with Dax Herrera. Which, if it doesn't lay the groundwork for a criminal case against him, it will definitely help with the civil case. And he's begging. Dick is begging this fucking guy to sue him. So that's also a difference. Like with the Maddox lawsuit, it kind of came out of nowhere. I think there was stuff going on behind the scenes that was provoking Maddox. Which I still don't believe that it justified suing Asterios or his company, to be clear. But there was definitely some shit happening that was like, that made Maddox believe that he had to sue. But it came out because he was so bad about how he handled it and how he constructed the lawsuit and who he targeted and where he put it. He had no support for his lawsuit. That won't happen with this. It's going to be in California because there are no... because he's in Texas. Texas is they both have strong anti-SLAPP, so it won't be like a defamation lawsuit either. It will be like a proper business tort, and you'll have multiple police reports and arrests backing this. And by the way, in case there's any question that Riley is an associate of Dick, I'm straight up put my hand up. I volunteer. You need like a someone to say that I know for a fact that Riley was Dick's producer on the show, even if it wasn't like a proper formal arrangement. Right here, I got you. Affidavit, signed, notarized. Anytime you need it, buddy. The building storm for this shit is not going to be Maddox 2.0. It will not be the LOL suit. It will be a proper fuck you in the ass lawsuit. And it's coming. Dick thinks it's really funny, and you can see the palpable frustration that when Riley gets arrested, everyone just says, "Oh, that's a big fat retard who sexually exploits a retarded woman." Like, who cares? I'm glad he got arrested. They probably should have shot him, to be honest with you. They probably should have put him in the fucking is it the Rio de Janeiro? No, that's in Brazil. What's the big ass border? Is it the Rio Grande? Is that the border between Texas and Mexico? Throw him in there with the attack crocodiles. You don't gotta nobody feels bad for him. He went to a place he wasn't welcome and got arrested for it, and then did something retarded and got pepper sprayed. Okay.
So I got the project file here for the next Gundam video. I don't know if I'll be able to stream tomorrow, if I'm gonna stay up all night trying to get this out within the crucial 24-hour news cycle. But I'll let you guys listen to what we got as drilling is going on in the background. I activated the NVIDIA noise canceling, so it should be doing an okay job of canceling that out. Probably isn't. Let's take a listen.
Star Wars Acolyte is living proof that most women can't create anything on their own, except problems. Somebody stop me. Episode 3 of Acolyte is everything the leaks said that they would be, but much worse, because you're witnessing it. It starts off with a tired, uninspired lesbian or misandrous writing trope. What if there was a civilization that had no men in it, yet women were still able to have children somehow, defying all logic and science? Basically, now thanks to this episode, Anakin Skywalker is no longer special. He's no longer the chosen one. Star Wars canon be damned. Leslie Headland is here with some fresh ideas. And if you don't like it, you're to blame because you're a bigot. Don't ask questions, just consume products. Modern Marvel already had this idea years ago with the character American Chavez, the hero created by a dumpy lesbian that looks a lot like Tipster. I know, you're shocked. Basically, in their world, the women have children through the power of magic and love and friendship. It's kind of like My Little Pony. Either Leslie Headland stole this plotline and idea from them, or all lesbian writers had the same tired-ass ideas. So basically, this episode is lesbian witches fight oppression, and they have children through the power of the Force. This storyline, the flashback drags on for far too long, and it becomes a chore to watch, unless you're a critic on Rotten Tomatoes. Then this was better than Oppenheimer. Tell them about it, Alex. The Acolyte is a new era for live-action Star Wars and presents a challenge for audiences to invest in. But this is old-school Star Wars, action-packed, full of unique and interesting characters. Thank you, Alex. IGN had a review. They gave it a 6. It's just okay, which basically means this is actually a 2, but IGN rarely ever grades their corporate overlords correctly. The third episode of The Acolyte adds a lot of tantalizing new layers to how we perceive both the Jedi and the Force, even as there's still frustrating aspects to how the story is told. Tantalizing new layers.
God, I gotta watch this whole thing.
The child actors being annoying throughout the entire episode, giving those fatherless behavior vibes for minority children. Is that it? Or the Jedi are bad. No, the Jedi are good. These are lines directly from the show, and they're delivered just as poorly as it was written. Well, anyway, there's a whole dance ritual segment that looked like it was perfect for a Doja Cat video. And it featured a cameo by Senua from Hellblade. Dude, it's just the exact makeup Senua has. They also gave out a powerful chant made to ward off any legacy Star Wars fan. I guarantee if you hear it and you were a fan of Star Wars before, you'll never want to see this again. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many writers with no talent. Somehow the Jedi knew that there were kids on this island. I guess they sensed a disturbance in the Force, but it's left up to you to draw conclusions. Now, just understand, this isn't bad writing, it's nuance. According to Inversed, the Acolyte isn't ruining Star Wars, you are.
I don't know. I wasn't paid $180 million to make a lackluster show that focused heavily on gender and diversity, as well as sexuality, completely diverting away from the message at hand that was supposed to be about Star Wars. Instead, it's about the message of equity, a much less fun and interesting show topic. But here we are, and we're only 3 episodes in of 8.
We find out that the Zabrak was the mother the whole time. And she was impregnated by the leader of the witches cult. They're in a lesbian relationship. She uses the Force, all right? Okay. Now, the weird thing is, the kids don't resemble the mother in the slightest. They don't have horns. They don't have those facial tattoos. But I guess they didn't want to spend the money on hair and makeup for the kids. But the show costs $180 million as a whole. That's $22.5 million per episode. Where's the money going? Hell if I know. Each episode of Acolyte costs about $5 to $6 million more than an episode of The Mandalorian. But the quality doesn't seem to be there. If I didn't know better, I would say that this show is another money laundering scheme for Disney in some way, shape, or form. It's the American way. The pacing in this episode had more issues than Hunter Biden's heart after he banged 20 gram rocks. 1 minute, it's all Disney princess sister BS. And then the next minute, one sister's locking the other one in a room, threatening to kill her, and she's burning books, which might have led to a fire because she doesn't want her sister to be a Jedi. We'll just ignore how the room locks from the outside rather than the inside, like every door in human history, unless you're in a jail. Then all hell breaks loose, right? Osha breaks out, and she just happens to escape right to where her sister is. And they just start shouting at each other like, what have you done? What have you done? What have you done? What the hell writing is this, dude? By the way, Osha's amazing with tech, right? Somehow. But it's never established how she learned how to get good with lock-picking doors. In writing, don't they call it show?
It's the racial buff.
They don't even tell, and they don't show you. It's just like, there she is, she's good at it, but we don't explain
It's
how
like an MMO where if you pick the race, you get the bonus.
There could be 2 sides to this story. But my God, between the bad acting, the uninspired set designs that seem claustrophobic, it's supposed to be an entire village in a world, and it just doesn't feel like it. The sophomoric writing, you're just sitting here watching $22 million burn. More money than you ever see in your life.
It's like they can barely all fit.
And what did you glean from it? That Star Wars is trash now, dude. If this is what diversity gets us in Star Wars, well, I'm just going to take a cue from minority women on dating applications. Bring on the white men. I saw this meme on Twitter today that perfectly summarizes the current state of Star Wars Acolyte. In the prequels, Anakin Skywalker becomes a powerful Force user corrupted by the dark side. In the originals, Luke Skywalker learns to use the Force to save the galaxy. In Acolyte, space lesbians use the Force to have a baby. There you go. At least a dude who works at Forbes isn't drinking the Kool-Aid. The Acolyte Episode 3 review, the worst Star Wars episode ever made. I completely agree with Eric. The 3rd episode of Disney's Acolyte is an embarrassment. Exactly. This show should be canceled halfway through. Don't even bother airing the rest of it. Bro, I wouldn't be surprised if they willowed Star Wars Acolyte, because this is as bad as Willow. And I know because I saw Willow recently. I still have the episodes on my computer because I was going to do a video, but I couldn't make it past the 3rd episode. I don't know how anyone could watch these episodes and turn it into a 10+ minute video. You'd have to take the show apart with a fine-tooth comb, which there's plenty here with the bad writing, the shitty set pieces, the pacing issues, nothing making sense, the plot holes, the moronicism. But honest to God, this show is not worth your life force or mine to put that much energy into. Mahler probably will, but I sure as hell won't.
Oh boy. So how long is this gonna be? Sounds like I'm gonna have to make a lot of visual assets here. Pull this back. This is it's about 7 minutes 45 seconds of voiceover. And I'm gonna have to throw in a couple clips in order to explain what's going on. Oh boy. And these are the only project assets I've given. Just these. So I'm gonna have to use a lot of the episode footage. And we're gonna have to watch it. Terrible. Bummer. Oh well. A job's a job. Let's see. I don't know how I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I'm gonna be up all night on this. Oh well. Oh well. I'll be tired tomorrow. But I'll make it through, I guess. You guys watched the Kengan Ashura versus Baki? Baki fans, have you checked it out? It's pretty good. Clips are making the rounds on YouTube. You have to watch a full episode and make meaning of all to edit the video, right? Yes. Yes, I do. Gotta pay the rent somehow. Brand Dude's still streaming the pre-stream. This is Gundam's illustrator. She does all the artwork.
The other day about some.
And she streams sometimes. She's drawing this. This is pretty cool. Pretty fitting for what we're having to deal with. She goes by It's Anus. I don't know why you would call yourself that, but that's what she goes by. It's Anus. She's doing an art stream, doing illustrating. Kind of how I do streams, doing editing. Kid Flynn did a stream. I am no way gonna watch this video about Boogie where the thumbnail says "Get Naked." I'm already throwing up in my mouth just thinking about it. WPIG is going to be streaming tonight. Gundam's going to be streaming at 4, so in about 20 minutes. There's a lot of hammering and drilling going on at my place. So, I think it might be time to wrap up this stream. Let's see who to go raid. Is this normal? Do people usually get the time marks? No, I don't really get timestamps or anything like that. I pretty much just get the voiceover and just a couple JPEGs of things that were gathered here and there. We got Serp, we got Kyunggoon, we got Tevin. Tevin seems like the go-to to raid. Ow! What was that? A follow? Yeah, drilling. Hammering and drilling. There's some renovations going on in this place. Making it look pretty good. The renovations are working, I will say that. This is not proper streaming environment. I'll mute this ad. Thanks everyone for hanging out and stopping by. Thank you, Chris Farrakhan. Thank you, 2 Chains, OP, Hayabusa Feather, Cyber Angel Yakuke's, Red Animator. I think I already said that. Deathcore Lover, Bearded Knight. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Kurodox, JJ. Thank you, everyone. Sure King, Riohan. I'll probably be in the Anley Discord as I'm editing. Bye-bye. And thank you, Duty, as well. Duty, by the way, he was He was the Frogga.
Ding dong, ding dong.
In the stream description.
Success pop-up happen yet?
Because I kind of had a feeling some shit was going to go down. But we worked it out. We hashed it out. We're okay now. He won't come into my chat asking for an apology anymore, hopefully. Anyways. DSP can't trust his chat.
If we did it. That was definitely that was a hell of a push to do it in 30 minutes.
A hell of a push.
I just finished the whole quest line in 30 minutes? Oh, well, then I guess we didn't
broke
do it.
new ground!
He's still at $5 in tips.
I already missed the timer, huh?
People aren't liking this playthrough, Phil.
All right,
I don't.
Save. We got it
And we're
done.
gonna split the part.
The best part of that was definitely me shanking the fucking suiciding super mutant by right in the neck, and he couldn't blow up the bomb. That was great.
Oh, he
All right,
did it
I
for.
received an $11 tip
He did. Oh, there it is. He did it for money.
from an anonymous tipper.
This is a test
Thank you, whoever
message.
that was. I appreciate an $11 tip today. That certainly helps. As I said, my goal is to raise 50 bucks in tips on a stream, and that gets us a big jump. So thank you for that. Bye-bye. And then I've got a troll, so I'm going to ignore the troll tip. Okay.